side-by-side again. Last time it didn't quite work. Can he make it stick this time? He's not fully passed, but he held on as they swing back in. A little bit of car contact between them. That sends him out. Topi's going to pounce on it. He's going to try and take that second place back as it goes through Brooklyn's tires spinning up as Simone is not willing to give way. He's got the inside back and through, more side-to-side contact between he and his rival. Somehow they come out the other side, but it's still not done, DJ. It's down to cops they go.
Oh, it's really close. Here we go. It's into Galindo. He tries to make the move on U-Bluth as they send Hideki Koivisto flying.
Koivisto manages not to hit the wall. I think he's going to be okay, but he's not going to be happy about that.
Galindo, he's going for a braking move on Fabian U-Bluth. He's going to send it deep into turn 7. He's going to be on the inside as they head around the corner. He should have the position, but U-Bluth holds out. They're going to go side by side as they go into the S's.
Oh, can he get this done finally? Oh. Chucks it in, but he goes a little too deep. Coming back at him. Here comes Jungbluth trying to take this fourth away. Again, this will tie the points lead. If Aitor can get past him, they're going to run together. Little bit of contact, splitting either side of Marco Lay. Who's going to win the battle down to the braking of the hairpin?
Well, and let's take a look at that. That may have been a mistake there from Jeff Schmeier going for the move. How he kept that out of the side of the number 220 is beyond belief, but amazing car control there from the number 30.
Not close enough to Timo for this lap by. Oh, but look into the first corner. That's for the lead. Kortaniemi on the attack on Partanen, but he's going to be vulnerable as Simone sees the chance. Now that he's slow off the corner, swings around him, and he is through down into Maggots and Beckett's.
And this is where things get extremely complicated. He's going to try and go on the outside, gets pushed out wide into the grass, loses it, and now we're all along for the ride.
Whoa! I know there's a rallycross course here, but this car's not made for that. And he got air, all four wheels off the ground, still kept it out of the barrier and brought it back. That's going to likely cause a little damage to the car regardless, but great heads up by the 16.
He's going to have to go the long way around the left-handed sweeper here. Is he going to be ahead by the time they get into the braking zone? Are we going to see side-by-side for 2 successive laps going through Moss? Little bit of maybe contact there for Ozowski, bumping and banging and bumping as they exit the corner.
Luis Nunez tries to cover it off then. It's going to try and pinch as they go towards turn 1, but he'll get just about what he needs. Oh, he has a big moment in the middle, and up and under Jukka Tolonen, experience prevailing.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ride around the world.
I'm Mick Claridge, and I'm going to ride around the world on my bike.
My son, he gave me advice at the start of this ride, and he looked at me and just said, "Dad, don't be a moron."
Let me do my animal signal to gain their respect. How's it going, Sally? Yeah, I'm alright, Mick. How's it going? Worse than that bit in Lord of the Rings where they go into the top and the spiders in the tunnel. I'm just hoping there's a spider at the top of this one to kill me. Freezing.
And I failed. I moroned up the ride.
A never-distracted focus, the proper mix of aggression and patience, determination and resilience, communication and trust. And for those of a certain well-seasoned vintage, a bladder strategy. All required skill sets for a driver to have any hope of success in the world of endurance sim racing. And today, for 6 intense hours on a roller coaster of a road course, drivers will be tested to see if they have what it takes to merely survive, yet alone be a winner. From Road Atlanta, it's time for the Majors Team Endurance Championship and you can watch all the opening round simulated sports car multi-class action live as it happens right here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. To quote Jermaine Dupri and Ludacris, welcome to Atlanta on this Saturday, October 15th, 2022. Austin Belke, along with yours truly, Bill Soups on, way up in the press box to bring you our words eye view of the first three of this 6-hour marathon broadcast before giving it up to Craig King and Cyandra as they take you the rest of the way to the checkered flag. Iron Man Adam Lindgren handling the director duties for the entire time, armed with cameras located, aimed, zoomed, and focused by the Ansel Adams of iRacing, Dougie Beard. Well, Gladys Knight left on the midnight train to get here. Ray Charles had this place on his mind, and of course, who could ever forget the B-52s looking for their love shack in these parts? But obviously, none of these old school music references are going to be much help for viewers not familiar with today's racetrack. But fortunately, GSRC had the wisdom, foresight, and wherewithal to have a plan for just such a dilemma. Let's roll the video and get to know Road Atlanta.
Welcome to Road Atlanta, the scene of incredible sports car racing for decades and the home to the Petit Le Mans. This is a track that has proven itself to be worthy of attention on a world stage. With it being situated only an hour northeast of Atlanta, Georgia, the circuit is in a prime location. But despite its flagship race, in contrast to the real Le Mans, the full course is a measly 2.5 miles long. The club layouts also clock in at just under 2 miles. Packed within this small lap length is a series of technical and challenging corners, some of which can be race-ending even when small mistakes are made. Turn 1 is a fast sweeper which compresses the car into the track, but the high speeds mean that when you go off, you typically go off in a big way. Turn 3 is notorious for its curved entry into a blind apex. Too far inside and you face a cut course penalty. Too far outside and you're likely to spin out. Then there's the unassuming Turn 5. The wide curving lures you into getting greedy, but the close walls on either side gobble up cars and spit them out as a crumpled heap. With all the tricky fast turns, that's not to say that there aren't passing opportunities. The main one comes at the chicane at the bottom of the backstretch. The huge downhill drop into the turn makes outbraking yourself quite easy though, so be careful. The whole thing wraps up with the frightening final corner. With nothing but a giant wall right to the outside as cars fly through at high speed, it's not often that wrecks are small. Boasting a wide swath of series over its history, everything from NASCAR to Indy Lights and of course IMSA, the main use of the track is SCCA events and driving schools. No wonder this place is popular both in real life and here on the iRacing service. Fans will no doubt get to enjoy many more years of action at this incredible track.
A look at Road Atlanta. Let me now reintroduce my booth mate, the man who's going to figuratively hold my hand through the first half of this broadcast, Austin Belke. Austin, welcome.
Hey, Soup, glad to be here. This is one of my favorite tracks on the iRacing service, probably in the entire world. Soup, you described this place as a roller coaster. That's exactly what it is. As soon as you cross the start-finish line, you turn right, then it's left, then it's right, then it's left, then right, and it just keeps going like that all the way around here. You really have to be on the money every single lap here because some of these corners are blind, and if you lose concentration for just a millisecond, you're going wide and off track.
You know, it's one of my favorite tracks to commentate at and one of my favorite tracks to race at. I'll tell you, though, is it corner 5? I've been out of the industry for a while. Is that the left-hander that sets up like the back straight into the two right-handers coming up? That's the toughest corner for me.
It certainly is. As much as you want to run the car wide, there's a big bump there, and as soon as you go over that bump, the ground falls away, as does the track, and it gives you a really good opportunity to get the rear end of the car to swing out wide, and if you swing out too wide, you're going to be sideways coming up over that crest and shooting into the tires.
If you have a ticket, that's where you want to sit. That's going to be, I think, going to be the action corner for this track. Now, in the future, this part of the broadcast in the pre-race show is where we're going to show you and speak about the points, but since today's event is the season opener, obviously we can't do that. But we can say this. From my perspective as a consistent back marker, the first race of the season always fills me with optimism. This is a season where I limit my mistakes. This is the season where I evolve from a back marker to a mid-packer, wishful thinking indeed. Austin, your sim career certainly has been more successful than mine. I'd be curious to know from your perspective, the driver who has a legitimate hope of winning races and even perhaps a championship. What's your attitude entering a new season?
Entering a new season, it's all about limiting my mistakes, and it's just being consistent. There's a reason people have always said consistency wins championships. Even if I don't win, if I could finish every single race in second, I guarantee I'd be more apt for a championship than not.
Since this is the new season, maybe it's a good chance for us to take a look at the race details. Austin, what do you got?
Well, Soup, like you said, this is a 6-hour broadcast. It's half the length of the real distance Petit Le Mans. These guys come here with their own open setups. No doubt they've been pouring hours and hours over the course of weeks to develop these setups. You got to have GT3 cars, GT4 cars, TCR cars. I believe that's incorrect. We have LMP2 cars and GT3 cars here today.
I believe, yes, we have two classes of cars, and then there's an AM and a Pro division in each one of those classes. So we're going to be jumping around. There should be no shortage of action over the 6 hours that we'll be broadcasting, and hopefully we'll settle down and we'll walk you through some of the interesting rules that they have set up, certainly about yellow flags. All right, with that said, why don't we go ahead, if I look through my script here, we did race details, why don't we go ahead and talk about the track conditions. Now, you know, the Allmer brothers were the first guys to dub this as Hot Atlanta. Austin, look at the weather. Were they right, or are we got friendly weather today?
Well, it's pretty hot. I mean, look at the track temperature. Even though the air temp is a pretty balmy 77 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe you're going to put on shorts and a t-shirt. The track temperature, of course, especially in these corners where it's really black, you see all that rubber being put down, 95 degrees Fahrenheit. The tires are going to be slipping and sliding as the race continues today. It's going to continue to get a little bit hotter as the race goes on. And then as we go towards nighttime, the track's going to get cooler and cooler. We're really going to see those lap times start to dip further and further.
A giant field of cars today. And of course, there'll be driver swaps.
Yeah, every once in a while, usually about 45 minutes for the LMP2 cars. If they double stint, it'll be an hour and a half for the GT3 cars. They're probably going to double stint as well, looking at 2 hours there. So the cars are going to come down pit road. One guy gets out, the other guy gets in, and then he sets off for about 2 hours. And then that just keeps happening as the race goes on.
Now, I went through the rules, and they have a limit for how long a driver can go. I believe it's 65% of the 6 hours, which I can't remember I think it broke down to like 3 hours and 3.5 hours, something like that, is 65% of 6 hours. You can do the math at home. But there are bonus points at the halfway mark. So I wonder, to get those bonus points, if they're not going to go maybe with the A driver for a long first stint. Is 3 hours a long time to drive, Austin?
Yeah, it is. Usually whenever I'm in the car, the first 45 minutes is good. You get past an hour and a half, you still got the momentum. Oh, as you see Paul Gibson hard into the tire barrier in the first couple of the S's. But yes, you know, the first 45 minutes I'm okay. You get to that hour and a half, that's usually when your double stint is going to end. And if you try to go for a triple stint, by that point, I've lost all my concentration. I'm kind of just running on empty in terms of energy and commitment for these cars. So 3 hours to be driving, Soup, I couldn't do it.
So we'll drill down on the rules a little bit. Again, I've been out of the industry for a while, so I'm going to approach this as if I'm going to give you the fan's point of view, who doesn't really know. Tire changes on these cars, can they do it? They have to do fuel first and then tires, or can they do it simultaneously?
Yeah, so you fuel the car, you take the tires over for the driver swap. You know, so you fuel the car, then you're done, you take the tires. You can swap the driver while you change the tires, but it just really depends. And sometimes, you know, iRacing can make different decisions. But usually, yeah, you fuel the car and take tires at different times.
Would you expect tires every time, or can you make it?
You double stint the tires. Now, you double stint the tires. If it's really hot, you might want to go a little bit easy on the first stint just to make sure you've still got rubber in all four corners of the car. The left sides, especially here, Super, are going to start to get more and more worn out. As the night comes later, the sun goes down, moon comes up, these guys are going to be able to more, optimally keep their tires on for a second stint. So I feel like you're going to be double stinting tires all race here, and it's going to be a lot easier to double stint them as the race goes on.
Qualifying going on right now. Austin, qualifying, your strategy a little different for an endurance race than maybe like a shorter sprint, or pretty much is that this go as fast as you can?
Well, qualifying is always go as fast as you can. There are a couple caveats that I always carry into my qualifying runs. The first lap I go out there, I try to put down what's called a banker lap. That's just in case I mess up the rest of my laps. I still have something to fall back on at the end of the day, just to make sure I'm not starting plumb last without a single qualifying time. So I might go out there and maybe put down like a 109 or a 110 if I'm in an LMP car. And then the rest of my 3 laps, because these guys here, they get 4 laps to put down over the course of their 10-minute qualifying. We're about halfway through that now, looking at Dale Edwards here. And then for the next 3 laps, as long as I put down what I believe to be a decent banker time, I'm going out there, I'm throwing down bangers for the rest of the qualifying.
You can see Dale Edwards now. We flipped over to Kurt Crum. Pretty blue and white livery.
Yeah, Kurt's coming across the 2 right-handers at the top of the hill there, and that second right-hander is the hardest corner on the entire track because it's deceivingly sharp. You think it's a 90-degree angle. It is not. It's more like maybe 80 or so. It's very narrow, and of course the track does start to follow a tune. If you just barely nick that curve on the inside, it really upsets the car and throws you out wide.
I hate chicanes, but I'll tell you right now, Spa and Road America, my 2 favorite chicanes because they are so exciting. They get that long back stretch, and if you get to the inside, that doesn't necessarily you make the pass there because you're on the outside on the second part of that chicane.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, this track is so difficult to make passes on. It's pretty much follow the leader unless you can get a really good run going either up the hill or down the hill into 10A and 10B. It really just depends over the course of the lap when you get a run. And of course, these guys are going to have traffic to deal with too, and you can a lot of times use some of the other cars as a pick to get by.
We called it a roller coaster. You can see on the Dougie Beer camera sets that we have, you really get to see the cars going over the hill. They disappear behind the hill. They rise and fall. And cars get light here.
Oh, yeah. Every single time you crest one of these hills, the car is at its lightest point. That's the part where you really have to manage your throttle input, your braking input, and your steering input. If you're doing any one of those things harshly or more harsh than you were when you started to go up into the air, you're going to land and the car is going to do something funky. And it really just depends how much throttle, braking, and steering you have relative to the time you left the ground or at least got super light, because when you come crashing down, the car gets back loaded up again. You might hear a thud. You might go careening off the track into the tire barriers.
Whenever I do a multi-class race, I always ask my co-com about how this track plays for dealing with the other class, getting around the slower class or getting out of the way of the faster class. How's Road America play? Pretty easy to do, or is it tricky?
Well, at Road Atlanta, fortunately for these LMP2 cars, there's a huge speed difference between the LMP2s and the GT3s. With the old DP class, it was a lot rougher to get around these slower cars because the time difference between them over the course of a lap was maybe a second or two. So the fastest GT3 guys are going to be right up there with the slowest Daytona prototype guys. But luckily, these Le Mans Prototype 2 cars are so much faster, it really does make passing a lot easier. But there's so many twisting corners here, it really limits the amount of passing that can get done. So I'd go ahead and say this is about a 5 out of 10 in terms of passing, but it really just depends if you can catch them down the straightaway. If you can do that, you're going to have a great time. If you're sitting there having to foul these guys through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're really going to be hating your life.
Did I do a Joe Biden there? Did I call this Road America? Did that come out of my mouth, or did I?
Might have made a slight gaffe, but we're going to keep going. Don't worry about it.
It's $5 in the jar for that one. All right. This could be an expensive. I got 3 more hours to do. It could be costly by the time this is done.
See Ray Kingsbury going down the track. He's going into this left-right chicane here, 10A and B. He's going to come the right-hander here. Oh, he got a handful of opposite lock there just before he crested the hill. And this corner here, the final corner for the lap, this last right-hander, full commitment. You basically put your foot down and hope and pray that you don't go into the grass on corner exit, because if you do, rear end's going to step out and you're going to nose into the inside wall down the front stretch. I've done it a lot of times myself. Super easy to do.
I want to take a second to talk about the yellow flag rule here. There will be yellow flags. Well, maybe there will be yellow flags unless these guys are incredibly clean. The way they're going to do it, Austin, is they've got a outside software that counts the incidents. Every time a car has a trouble, it hits a wall or goes off track, they'll add that up as a group. And then when they get to a random number that nobody knows, they're going to throw the yellow.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. In iRacing, especially on road racing, there are really no cautions to force the pace car to come out. And even though they could have a big, pile up in one of these corners. It really just depends. It's on the admins if they want to throw the caution. But usually, yeah, you're going to take over that X. It could just be a 0X or a 1X where you just barely cut the corner a little bit too much. All of a sudden, the caution comes out. I really love the idea that this comes out because it's just like real racing.
Yep.
In real racing, you'd have mechanical malfunctions.
Indeed, it's going to be fun. And then there's an elaborate system. I've always referred to getting iRacers to follow directions like herding cats. What they're expecting these guys to do is herding cats would be easy. It's more like getting your cats to assemble like a computer desk that you got at IKEA. It's going to be tough. But I'll say one thing for the majors, and this has ties into the majors. Maybe the best organized private league around in iRacing. These guys have been around for a long time. They know what they're doing. Okay, we can go through the grid right now as qualifying is done. Starting on top, you got Alex Gale. I'm just going to go with the names. We're not going to talk about the teams. You can see the teams down below them there. Of course, everyone is racing in teams. Nathan Jew starting in the outside of row 1. David Williams, that's a familiar name. He's going to be starting on row 2. He's flanked by Flynn Lazier. Frank Smits and Carter Kundinger make up row 3. Kurt Crum, Paul Gibson. Row 5 filled by Tom Abramidas. Sorry, I did my homework on this. I'll get better on these as we get along. I got 3 hours to learn them. And Jack Allisley in the 10th spot. Justin? Austin?
No worries. Alvaro Martinez Del Olmo is going to roll off in 11th with Joshua Wolf to his outside in 12th. Tommy Joe Valenzuela in 13th. Starting in 14th is Joey Atterbury, and 15th is Lance Loomis. Starting 16th is Edward Shelley. Rolling off in the 17th spot is Michael Bott, with Patrick McDaniel in 18th. Andy Ticehurst starts off in 19th with Daniel Michael Nichols in 20th. Soup.
They have Tristan Martz after that with Danny Fredericks. The next row is going to be Johan Cesari. Michael Marlowe starting outside of him. Eric Thomas, Simon Graff filling up the next row. Zach White and Ray Kingsbury. And I'll take 2 more. I'm not sure where I am. I'll just go 2 more. It's been a long time since I did this. How about Jack? Oh, I get this one. Hedgerow in that next spot with Russell Burden. Austin?
Franco Margiela is going to roll off in 9th, and Daniel Dennison is going to round out the top 10 starting spots here. Row 6 is comprised of Lars Wheel with Daniel White in 12th. Starting 13th is Jamie Kingscott. Starting 14th is Pete Harad. Rolling off in 15th is Victor Arula Garrido. Rolling off in 16th is Elias Roman. 17th is Ryan Walker with Jaden Hopp in 18th. Rounding out the top 20 is Giancarlo Schuler and Daniel Guggenberger in 20th.
And the drivers now started to make their way around the track. Big food. We get down to the 11th row, Robert Gamble and Kevin Ayers, Jeff Evans and Alexander Kush. Phil Otto, keep an eye on him. Kristen Hansen, Kubalay Silen, and David Anderson. Get down to the 15th row. On the inside is Matthew Rice, and then it's Matthew Campbell.
In row 16 is Dale Edwards with Bradley Beeman in 32nd. Rounding out the 33-car field for the GT3s is Sean Malley.
There you have it. Keep your eye on the blue car up in front there, in charge of the field.
Soup, this race more often than not for the Real Life Petit Le Mans, it is the craziest race of the IMSA WeatherTech season. I'll be really interested to see what kind of crazy stuff happens in this field today as the race goes on. We've got 6 hours here, and I do like what they're doing here. You see both classes of cars kind of staggering themselves out. You see the LMP2s, they're just about to go down the back straightaway. You see all the GT3 cars, they're still making their way up the winding S's and now finally going up the hill.
Alex Gall in control of the field in the LMP2s. He's in that white and blue machine. Tucking now up right behind him is the dark colored car. That is Nathan Jew.
See if the LMP2 cars are now descending down the hill into the fast left-right chicane. Then they're going to crest that right there underneath that bridge. And after that, the green flag is going to fly once the iRacing pace car makes a hard right turn down pit road.
Johan Shazari leading the GT3 class, the GT class. You can see on that screenshot, you can see the gap that he is leaving back behind this faster class. Okay, control of the field now given over to Gall. Out of the final corner, and he's on the gas, and we're going to go racing. Gather up the chickens, take cover on the cows, because the horses are out of the barn, and it is indeed Alex Gall leading the field of cars down into the first corner. They are clean so far. One car getting off and spinning.
Yeah, two cars made contact going into turn one there. They went in the grass. Another car got sideways on the exit of the corner. The Sierra leaders, they're going to come fleeing away from this action as fast as they can. All eyes now going to go to the GT3 cars, who, of course, are making their way just now onto the front straightaway.
That was Paul Gibson and Jack Alisay got into it. They lost a lot of ground. They are actually still, though, ahead of the GT3s.
All the GT3s now filing into turns 1 and 2 as they go through this fast right-left complex over and over again. You can see our LMP2 cars go out of the two right-handers at the top of the hill, now make their way descending down it towards that fast 10A, 10B complex.
Looking at the GTs, they seem to be clean through the twisty parts as they head through now corner number 5, down into corner 6 and 7.
Our leader just got to be loving this. Tons of clean air behind him. He's getting a little bit pressure behind him, though. You can see that Blue Chew black car just behind him. He's going to be dealing with that dirty air as we see a pass here. This is going into turn 1. You got two LMPs on one another. Looks like Penguin RC Simulations and Satellite Racing Blue.
And that pass is made, and boy, they are really backed up too as they get through corner 7 down there.
Yeah, I tell you what, Soup, that Satellite Racing Blue car, he got really checked up on the start of the race, almost lost a handful of positions. He's been doing a good job to claw his way back up here, trying to make his way through the field, but it's just so hard to pass some of these other cars. All these guys, green tires, full tanks of fuel. We're going to see how these guys manage your tires as the run goes on, because these open setups, they might wear the tires just a little bit differently.
Relatively clean so far. Had a little bit of an incident between two cars on the opening lap, but other than that, pretty darn clean. Your leader in the LMP2s.
Making a move here. This is for 5th place on the board. 4th place, excuse me. Makes a solid dive to the inside. He's going to have the outside though. Oh, netcode. That was a lot of netcode between those two cars. Looks like David Williams just barely overstepped the limits of grip there, and that was just a bunch of netcode, Soup.
It was Frank Smits who got it there, going through the chicane. We talked about it in the pre-race show. Smits able to bring the car back out on track, but he loses a ton of spots.
Yeah, both cars left each other enough room. Unfortunately, though, that's one of the things we have to do with this internet racing and iRacing here, is just the netcode. Basically, one person's computer, the server itself, thinks that someone else's car drifted out about a lane or two wide, when in all actuality, there was about a foot or two of room left. Frank Smits finally gets back to where he was going, 16th now on the board, just past the Sim Republic car, Scuderia slot car.
All right, let's catch our breath and run down the top 5 in each class. I'll take the LMP2s out in front. You've seen it before. It's that blue and white car of Alex Gall. He's opening up a nice lead. He's got himself just a tick under a second lead on the car that is in second, which would be the Blue Chew black car of Nathan Jew racing in second position. In third spot, as we're having some issues there with some cars that are blinking, at least for me there. Is it Flynn Lanier? Boy, I'm having a... As you see, we were having some issues, technical issues. I believe it's Flynn Lanier. I'll continue to run through here. Fourth position, David Williams. And then you have Kurt Truman running in 5th.
Yeah, Soup in the GT class. Currently, the leader is Blue Chew GT Black, driven by Johan Sharizi. Second place in the GT3 cars is Twin Turn Sim Racing. Michael Marlowe currently got this thing on the second step of the podium. Rounding out the podium is Zach Rattray Wright in that Quality Control Racing number 261 car. Just off the podium is Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Wishy, currently driven by Simon Graff. Rounding out the top 5 is the Composite Performance car of Eric Thomas.
And we're going old school here for a little bit. We'll be doing this radio style. Coming back right now as we're having some issues, but hopefully we got those straightened out.
Oh, one car goes spinning. I think that was the 08 car there going into turn 10A and 10B. We're going to have to try and see if we can figure out who that was.
Believe it might have the Matthew Rice involved in an incident.
Yeah, Matt Rice going racing Ruby car. Finally gets that car pointed the right direction. Looks like for right now he is plumb last in the GT field, but there's still 6 hours of racing to go. His car is one piece. He did a really good job of locking it down there to make sure he didn't involve anyone else in his error. Wonder though if he might have gotten just a little bit of help before that happened, Sue.
Indeed.
Up at the front, our LMP1 cars, or LMP2 cars, excuse me, are finally starting to pass some of that GT traffic. Right now, it's all the Satellite Racing red car of Alex Gale as he starts to meander his way up through the field. Right now, he's passing a ton of cars on the backstretch. He's having a great time here, but boy, when he starts to get to these twisty, turny sections of the track, he's just going to have to bide his time behind these cars and hope that, you know, his other competitors, that Blue Chew Racing black car just behind him, has the same difficulty as all these LMP2 cars trying to navigate their way up through the field.
He got 4 cars on the backstretch. Now he goes through Jamie Kingscott. Back up to on the main straight now.
He's going to have a pretty big gap here until he catches some more lap traffic. This is Alex Gale. He has a decent gap here before he catches the next cars, but he's only got about 2 or 3 corners of respite before he finally has to be on the attack once more. And there's a couple good opportunities to make some moves here in the S's, but you really only get one opportunity. That's the first test. You can go a little bit wide for that left-hander and then hope that they stay wide to let you get the inside in the next one. And oh, geez, they're going to be too wide in front of him as one car goes a little bit wide. Looks like that was the BMW machine of Pete Harad.
They work their way through the twisty sections down the back straight, now through 6 and 7. We're talking about your leader in the LMP2, Alex Gale. He gets a nice run out of corner number 7, and he makes quick work of Daniel Dennison. Goes through another 2 drivers. Yeah, he's flying.
Yeah, scything his way through these cars, left, right now, and then he's going to throw the anchor out as he brakes, puts the brakes on hard for turns 10A and B, goes through that. He's doing a really nice job of cutting these corners as much as you want to. If you go too wide, you just add feet to the lap, really slow yourself down. Now you see the cameras come back here.
So the gap from our LMP leader, Alex Gale, back to Nathan Jew now has opened up to about 2 1/4 seconds. So he is really picking them up and putting them down.
Yeah, he's showing no mercy as he makes his way up through this field. See, right now he's held up just a little bit by here, the Mercedes in front of him. That's the area I was talking about. That is the only place you can pass a car before you start going up the hill.
You can see as we continue to work on some of the technical issues there, sometimes you get some blinking. That's one of the gremlins of sim racing.
Yeah, that's just trying to draw too many cars at one point in time, and some of these guys might have some difficulties uploading their position to the iRacing server, so of course we're doing our best, the best that we can. Here you see Alex Gale. He's finally made us through the entire GT pack, and now he's got clean air for maybe about 2 or 3 laps before he catches up to the back of him, and it's just going to continue. And as this field gets more spread out through the race, Soup, unless we get a caution, he's pretty much going to be picking off a couple GT cars every single lap. This might be the last couple of clean laps he has until we get another caution.
Austin, let's turn our attention then to the leader in the GT class. Who you got down there?
Right now, Soup, that is the Blue Chew GT black car, currently being piloted for the first stint here of the race by Johan Shirazi. He's doing a pretty good job. He has about a second or 2 lead here over that twin-turn sim racing car of Michael Marlowe just behind him. All these guys pretty much just settling into their race pace here. You don't want to push the boundaries of the car grip too hard for right now. I mean, we're only 13 minutes into this 6-hour event.
One of the closest battles on the track, well, it just blinked away, so it was a close battle. Boy, some of these guys are having a hard time. You hate to focus on the technical issues of sim racing because you'd like to promote the product, but do you think that the blinking that these guys are having, is that just from the large number of cars that are out there? As you're a driver, do you suffer that blinking problem as well, or is that just the overview, do you think?
Well, Soup, you certainly can. I mean, the overview isn't really helping us because at the end of the day, it all depends on how many, cars and drivers that each driver in this event wants to draw to their iRacing session. So it really just depends. If you draw only 10 or 12 cars, usually you're not going to have any blinking from a personal side. But of course, sometimes, if someone blinks on one screen just due to their internet upload speed, you're going to have that. But Soup, we made the problem here that, I'm going to call it a mistake on our part. There's 4 classes here. There's a pro and an AM class for both the classes here today. So there is an LMP2 Pro class and an AM class, just the same as for the GT cars. And they've made it. I love this that they've done. They make it super easy for you to tell which class that every driver is in. For the LMP2 cars, you're just going to see a number, whether it's 64, 14, or the 1. That's your 3 cars in LMP2. That's Satellite Red Racing, Blue Chew Black, and Penguin RC Simulations. And then there's the AM category. Those cars have the 0 in front of their car number. That's how you can easily denote which car is where. And then for the GT cars, it's either a 1 or a 2. So currently, Blue Chew GT Black is leading for the Pro category. The AM category currently being led by Twin Turn Sim Racing. So it's really difficult to kind of run through the list and compartmentalize all these things until you go ahead and look at the numbers. It's easy to see the colors being divided between them, but once you start to look at the numbers, you can easily tell who's racing who for overall points, because these pro guys, they want to beat, the AM guys, but they're not, realistically racing against each other in a driver's championship for team points.
And then they actually go ahead and rank some of these drivers, right? You have gold drivers and silver drivers and bronze drivers.
Yeah, all the way down to I'd probably be in a lead category. But yeah, they have rankings for all these different drivers, just like real life.
Yeah, when they have a plastic category, give me a call. Leader working on lap number 10 right now. Of course, laps really aren't that important as we're a timed race, but it is kind of when you're counting your fuel strategy.
Certainly is. I'm getting word here. Joe Peak, the producer here, he says here's the 024 car wrecked down the back straightaway, trying to see if we can get another advantage on that. I don't think too many other cars were involved, thankfully, for the field. Up front, though, leading the pro class is still Satellite Racing Red. Second place is Blue Chew Black. Third place is Penguin RC Simulations. And then for the AM category, Grizzly TFR Sunrise, Drive SVR.com, and Quality Control Racing, number 079. That's just the different splits you can see. And you can already see leader Alex Gale has already picked up GT cars once again.
There we are with the overhead shot on our LMP2 leader. And that gap continues to grow, now up to 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's out there. He's utilizing all this clean air to his advantage here. You can see Kurt Crum right now going down pit road in the 88 car. One of those pro drivers already had a little bit of problems here. You can see another LMP2 car right there in the background, currently still having some internet problems as we continue to get this race underway. You see all the GT3 cars going by on the outside. Tell you what, Soup, as this race goes on, we're going to continue to have some of the GT cars end up passing for position on the track, some of the LMP2 cars, and that's just in case they have any sort of problems as the race goes on. And that's just going to be one of those things. Your spotter might say the car ahead is for position, but to be honest, you kind of just pass them like they're any other car in that different class that you're racing against out here on the track.
What we're going to do is take a short break here while we work on some of our technical issues. And before we go, I can just report that our leader just got into one of the back markers and turned him. He looks to be clean. Everything's fine. But we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back and we'll bring you the rest of this race. Back in a few. Welcome back to the Global SimRacing Channel's coverage of the Majors Team Endurance Championship from Road Atlanta. We're about half an hour into this in a 6-hour event. Glad that you're with us. Leader in the LMP2 still.
Yeah, so
do we have a pass? I'm sorry, Austin. Do we have a change for the lead? Am I looking at my timing and scoring right? I'm seeing David Nichols now, our leader.
I don't believe so. No,
Okay.
not in either of the classes. Up front in the LMP2 class for the pro drivers, it's still Satellite Racing.
You're right.
Red. Grizzly TFR, Sunrise, though, I believe they have taken over the lead for the AM category.
There you go. Thank you very much for that.
And Alex, he has just been doing a really good job here. You mentioned he made contact with one of the back markers. Since then, I've been watching my eye on him, keeping an eye on him rather, watching over his car. He's been doing a much better job of getting through this traffic. And sometimes, as a much faster car, some of these slower guys, they can see something in front of them. They go ahead and stomp on the brakes. And as a fast car, you're just looking at the rear bumper of the car ahead of you. You can't see through these cars very well because even though they do have the windows, there's a big old GT wing in the way.
What is your guess about how long we're going to be going here before we see pit stops?
Well, it depends on what class you're in or what car you're in, I should say. If you're in the LMP2 machines, you've got about 45 minutes per stint. If you're in one of the GT cars, you can usually go about an hour. It really just depends on what these teams want to do. No doubt they're looking at all the data to say how old the tires are and if they're going to want to stop in to take tires. And sometimes you might be able to gain an advantage by undercutting your opponents by maybe a lap or two if you really see fresh tires are doing this much of a job for you. Just looking at our leader here, at least in the GT class, this is the pro driver, Blue Chew GT Black, Johan Shirazi. He's lapping at a 118. His fastest lap is a 118 flat. Right now he's at about 118.5. This is clean track for him. So tires haven't fallen off too far yet. But of course, for the GT3 cars, they're about a third of the way through their stint. Or a quarter, excuse me. For the LMP2 cars, they're about a third of the way through their stint, so it's going to be really interesting to see how these lap times continue to fall off. Alex Gale, his fastest lap time was a 109.2. He's still right up in there for him, though it really just depends if he ends up hitting traffic.
Shirazi, your leader in that GT class, he's got about a second and a quarter on the man who's chasing him. That would be Michael Marlowe.
Yeah, Gal continues to sight his way up through this field. He's now got a rhythm. It's always interesting in these multi-class endurance races, when you're in the LMP2 car or even the GT car, you really don't know where it's okay to pass and where you don't, because there's certain gentleman-like rules where no one talks about it, but everyone just kind of knows there's certain corners where you don't just shove the LMP2 car up the inside of a GT car. Right now, it looks like everybody has a pretty stable grip on that. It's always nerve-wracking the first couple laps because you go, I feel like I'm faster enough than this guy ahead of me to go ahead and make a move right here, but it's very hard to realize whether or not what you're going to do is okay for the drivers around you, because you might make the corner just fine, but if that GT car goes off, you're going to make a lot of people mad.
Looking at the driver now in third position, Flynn Lazier.
Yeah, Flynn in the Penguin RC Simulations LMP2 car. He's been doing a really good job staying consistent. Both the cars up at the front of the field here, both these pro cars in second and third overall, they're doing a really good job to just stay pretty close to Alex Gale right now. They've fallen off to the tune of about 1 and 3 seconds individually, but for the last couple laps, they've been staying pretty much right there, and it all depends for right now if their times are equal when they catch this lap traffic, because again, sometimes you can pass a car and get around them right away. Sometimes you have to wait for 2 or 3 corners, and it's just aggravating as all get out.
Let's take a look at the car in the LMP2s in fourth position. He is up several spots. I believe he is up quite a few, and we're talking about well, who am I talking about? Sorry, it's my timing and scoring.
Yeah, Grizzly TFR Sunrise. He started in 12th. He's gained 7 positions since the start of this race. Soup, he did a really good job. I was looking at the entire field. There's some cars at time that restart really well. There was about 3 or 4 cars that went off in the first corner, and they were within about, the first 4 rows. So you can see all these guys, 12th, 13th, 14th, started 17th on the board. That's Grizzly TFR, PG13 car 2, DriveSVR.com, and even the Quality Racing Control car. They're up a whopping 9 positions since the start of this race. So some of these guys, they got through the first couple of corners clean, and they've just been putting down some pretty solid lap times without any damage on their cars.
Austin, do me a favor, check back with the LMP2 leader.
Yeah, for right now, it's still up at the front of the board here right now for LMP2. It's Satellite Racing.
Yes,
Red Alex Dell giving this car a really good ride right here. He's got clean air for right now. He's going to catch up to the next 2 GT cars ahead of him. Speaking of those GT cars, overall with the GT lead, it's that Blue Chew GT black car. He's got the lead. Second place for the pro category is at Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schwell in a 107. And then it's a pretty decent drop down the order. You got 8th overall in the GT Classic Composite Performance. For the AM category, for the GT3 cars, Twin Turn Sim Racing currently in the lead. Quality Control Racing 261 and Aerokinetics Blue round out the podium for GT AM cars.
Our leader about 19 laps into his stint. We should be looking at pit stops here pretty soon. No yellow flag yet. Round 1.
On these last 2 laps, he's gained about 2 seconds each on Blue Chew Black and Penguin RC simulations. But looking at his lap times, he's not doing anything egregiously fast. I think it's just he's been doing a much better job at catching and passing the traffic. And while that's aggravating for the 2 cars behind him, that's the story of the, these multi-class endurance races. Is you're going to have some ebb and flow. And even though the leader's been catching these cars and getting pretty lucky, at some point that luck's going to run out and it's going to go the other direction.
Let's look in on car number 068. This is David Michael Nichols. He's in a battle. He is being pursued by Del Olmo here. And I think he might have looking at as they work their way into corner number 1. This is a battle, I believe, for 4th position in class.
Yeah, 4th position in class here. This is the AM category for the LMP2 cars. As you go further down the field, they're currently 12th and 13th overall, respectively, but that's just, the pro guys in the LMP2 field are just really kicking butt in terms of the AM drivers, and that's why this split is made. It's so that a bunch of different drivers can still have their own championships, because sometimes there are these giant time splits, and just ahead of these guys, they've been running down. The pro driver ahead of them are going to take really good advantage here of this opportune move to the inside, make their way past that slower BMW GT car.
That is Victor Guerrero that they got around, and now they also work their way through the other LMP2, the other GT3 car. They're coming up on Ryan Walker right now. Those leaders. This is a great 4-car battle in the LMP2s. And a nice little battle up ahead there. It works its way through, slicing through.
Yeah, Soup getting another word here from Joe. Car 9 hit car 289 in lap 16 coming into the S's. Big hit there. That was a couple laps ago for these LMP2 cars. But boy, that was an absolute wallop. Looking at that 9 car on pit road by Apex Missers, and they certainly really couldn't miss that 289 car. They're going to be down on pit road for quite some time.
What are repairs like on these machines? How well do they heal?
Well, it depends on, again, what car you're in. I'm going to keep saying that for the next 3 hours here, Soup. If you're in the LMP2 car, pretty much every single part and panel on that car, with the exception of the undercarriage, if you damage the undercarriage, you're not getting a new one. You're just going to have to live with that damage on the bottom of the car all day. That's going to reduce your top speed. Luckily for here, it's not like Daytona, where it's going to absolutely kill you for a lap. But boy, that back straightaway is so long enough, in fact, they used to land planes down there in the 80s when they were smuggling drugs. But yeah, so, if you're in an LMP2 car, you can pretty much replace any body panel on the car you want. If you're in a GT3 car, you start to damage that car. If you damage the wing, you're not getting a new one. It's hard to believe that some of these, iRacing develops, the damage amount for these cars. Sometimes the wing gets cocked at just a weird, 30-degree angle. You're going to have to live with that all race. And if you do end up damaging a body panel on the GT3 car, you're not getting it back. There's no replacing it. You just have to live with the error.
No changes up front from any of the classes. Everybody's settling down. They know they got a long race ahead of them.
Yeah, up front, that 3 and 5 second gap I was talking about between Satellite Racing Red, Blue Chew Black, and Satellite Racing Blue, that was about 3 and 5 seconds last I checked, unless I gave you guys an update, folks at home. Right now, Satellite Racing Red has pulled out another 2 seconds on Blue Chew Black, and a whopping, I find it's hard to believe, 12 more seconds on Satellite Racing Blue. I have to see what's been going on between those two cars, but boy, Grizzly TFR Sunrise continues to go up the field a couple more spots. Penguin RC Racing Simulations, they came down pit road a lap ago, and the one car, I'm not sure why, but they've been on pit road for at least a solid minute or two.
We had 55 cars take the grid. Still around 50, 51 cars still racing right now.
Yeah, still a lot of cars out here on the track. Looking at this Penguin RC car by Flynn Lazier, he's been on pit road. I'm taking a really in-depth look here at his car. The rear end looks fine. Go ahead, and I'm going to give the front end of the car a pretty good check here. And he looks fine. I'm not sure what he's down on pit road. We're not far enough into the race that he'd require a driver change, so I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Dropped down the order pretty far. He's now down an entire lap in 16th place overall. He's going to continue to get passed by some of these GT cars in a second if he's not too careful.
Going to take you back to the 068 machine. This is the Satellite Racing White machine, driven by Michael Nichols. This is a battle going on, and here comes the guy who's been stalking. I think they'll almost might be able to make the pass now. Working to the inside through the chicane, and yep, let's give that position to the World of Sim Racing team.
Yeah, classic overtake. He really made that look easy. And it wasn't that, Alvario Martinez Del Olmo was a lot slower than him. He just kind of realized what was going on and kind of just checked up the brakes to say, hey, I realize you're faster than me. We've still got 5.5 hours to go in this race. And sometimes by being nice to a driver or another team right now, they're probably going to repay that favor more often than not as the race goes on. Whether they let you by later or just give you more room when you finally do go for an overtake, it's really dependent on that. But, for right now, we've still got a lot of racing left. There's really no point in racing so hard for a position, especially when you're this deep into the field. I mean, these guys are 12th and 13th respectively.
Another battle a little farther back. Let's go to the 018. This is the Sim Republic car of Tristan Martz.
Yeah, Tristan's a very good friend of mine. I've raced with him in a lot of different races in the GT categories. Tristan's a very good driver, very reserved in his driving style. He's super fast, and he's very hard-pressed to ever make a mistake. You see Tristan currently running 14th overall in the LMP2 cars. They're, of course, in the AM categories. They're about 5th place for the LMP2 AM category.
Being pursued by Kurt Crum in the 88 machine. That is for position, well down the order, but as Austin just said, but good racing going on nevertheless, all through the field.
Yeah, there's another battle going on here for 6th overall in the LMP2 category. You see Michael Bott, he is hotly contested. It's between he and the composite performance car of Carter Kundinger. These guys have been doing a really good job to have to navigate through all these cars around them. And don't look now, but that DriveSVR.com car of Tommy Joe Valenzuela is just behind him. He's going to get a pretty good draft here going down the backstretch. I'm going to look for a late move here going into 10A.
Nice 3-car battle.
Yeah, he's going to think better of it. It just does a good job to slot his way in behind here, and he's going to now look for another opportunity where maybe the car ahead, that Composite Performance 13 car by Carter, maybe he just has a little bit of an error trying to pass one of these GT cars, is forced to check up, and at that point, that 025 car of Tommy Joe Valenzuela, he's just going to see that happening and check himself out right on by.
Riding on board with Valenzuela, looking ahead at Kundinger. And again, they're not that far behind Bott.
Yeah,
they're 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Car. Yep, he's making a left turn to go up the hill right now. Soup, this is it. Super tricky corner you were talking about. But for right now, these LMP2 cars look pretty darn planted as they go through there. You see that first car just up the road a little bit by Carter. He's going to make the first move to the inside.
Now they're coming up on the GT of Alexander Kush. He should be able to do a good job getting out of the way on the straightaway. One car gets by. Let's see if
Wait,
Kundinger can get him.
Right
He can.
here, I'm looking out for this GT car. This is going to be a pretty light move here down to the inside. Yeah, he's going to get it done a lot earlier than I expected. Throw the car on the acre, get that car stopped just in time with his fast left-right chicane and up over the hill here. This is one of the coolest places of the track.
All three drivers negotiate their way through the GT3, and now they have some clear track ahead of them, for a while at least.
Yeah, these three cars, and the worst problem about these LMP2 machines is when you get really close to the car in front of you, he starts to steal all the air off the front end of your car, and that is drafting down the straightaway. Yeah, you love the draft. You don't want any of that clean air on the front end of your car, but as soon as you go into these fast corners, it all gets stolen from your car. It's a lot harder to make any moves as we now transition our view back to the GT class.
Looking at Elias Roman.
It's the same deal with these cars too, but the problem with these cars is not only do you have to set yourself up well for a move to make in front of you if something does happen, but now you have to be looking out the front of your car at the guy ahead of you and where you're going, but you also have to keep one eye in your mirror because these LMP2 cars, they come up fast and they do not want to have to wait for you.
That is Atterbury getting around the 286 machine of Roman.
Yeah, Roman doing a really good job there, knowing where the LMP2 car is out. You can see that Porsche just ahead of him there. That is currently the, yeah, it's so hard to keep your eye on where these cars are. That's the 191 car, the Composite Performance 91 car driven by Eric Thomas. He did a really good job to go ahead and stand his ground and not just pull over for the LMP2 car behind him.
So they let the LMP2 cars go through and they can resume their battle.
Yeah, this is a small respite from the LMP2 cars handling because you just, you look over the horizon, there's another two cars just behind them. And this battle we're talking about for 6th overall in the GT category, they're now being joined by that battle for 12th position in the LMP2 cars just behind them.
Edward Shelby working his way through in the LMP2.
Oh man, that was a late move to the inside. Eric's not going to be too happy about that. Luckily for him, he does hit the apex, so he doesn't lose a whole lot of time to see another LMP2 car go to the inside.
Lynn Lazier gets through. Man, they are all spread out now, Austin. There's any clear area you have or any distance in your rearview mirror is short-lived because there's traffic every lap.
Oh yeah, well this track is so short. I mean, it's 2.5 miles, but as soon as we're green for more than about a half an hour, there's cars everywhere on this track, and you're always going to be passing a car if you're in an LMP2 or getting passed by the LMP2 if you're in a GT car. I'm looking at this race, Ray Kingsbury in the Penguin RC car. He's currently trying to be overtaken here, or he doesn't want to try to be overtaken. You got Jack Hexcox just behind him in the Gowan Racing Amethyst car. They're too wide as they go down the backstretch.
Moving to the GT. Go ahead, Oscar.
That spun out in the 10A a little bit earlier, so he's doing a great job recovering.
Indeed, a battle for, I believe, 5th position.
Yeah, this last lap here, Ray Kingsbury has been doing a really good job to see if he can't catch up to the rear end here of Jack's ex-coach. You see an LMP2 car go to the inside of Jack, now one go down to the inside of Ray going into turn 1. It's going to be a small little gap behind him right now.
That car going around, that was Kurt Kundinger getting through.
It's still that 22nd car overall of Ray Kingsbury. This is another one of those Penguin RC cars. His Penguin RC teammate in the LMP2 category. He is currently 5 laps down. That car is still sitting on pit road. I'm still not sure what happened to that machine. They must have had some probably just terminal damage. So yeah, so very unfortunate there for Hedgecox.
Let's jump up to the 079 real quick. This is for 6th position in the LMP2s. We're looking at Bodigan. We've seen this battle before. They worked their way around. Now he's being chased by the Composite Performance number 13 car, driven by Carter Kundinger. Yeah.
Yeah, Carter's been doing a really good job to go ahead and hit his marks here. He knows he's not the fastest out here on the track, but he's been putting down some really fast times, and he's been very well reserved with trying to time out these passes in the GT cars as he comes up to him. You're going to see the Michael Bott car go to the inside of this Mercedes AMG just up ahead. Actually, that was a BMW, my bad.
Simon Groff doing a good job getting out of the way in his Beamer.
You can see he's right on the tail end here. This is the absolute worst place to be on somebody's rear bumper because there's so much dirty air right now. The dirty air forces more load onto the tires. This is not going to be too good for his Ford tires, but they're going to go now out of the back straightaway. This is where he wants to be, right on that rear bumper as they go into the two right-handers. His first one's super fast, super easy to get through. Lots of banking there. The second one, off camera. You have to make sure you don't clip the curb too hard on the inside. Michael Bott got a little bit loose ahead of him. We'll see if Carter can do anything with this draft as they go down into turns 10A and B.
They're not that far behind the two cars that are battling for positions from them, Flynn Lazier and Edward Shelby. In fact, let's go up and take a look at that one real quick if we could.
Yeah, pass right there before we go ahead and change the camera angles. That was a classic overtake there by Carter. Great job, Carter. What a pass there. But yeah, we're going to go on to this other battle, Soup.
The reason I went up here, I went a little early, but I think Kundinger's faster than the car he's behind. I wouldn't be surprised if he's up here battling with these guys pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a 10-second gap before he gets up there, but it won't be too long. And, geez, I'm pretty sure that PG-13 car up ahead, currently being piloted by Joey Atterbury, he must have had quite a little bit of trouble there because that gap dropped at least a second.
I think we have a replay of that one. What do you see?
Yeah, he's going to catch his Porsche just ahead of him at the absolute worst possible time. He's going to go through this corner. He's going to have to side the car down to the inside. This really upsets the car when you go right there. Look, too wide right there. You don't want to be too wide with a single other car any place on the racetrack. And that corner right there, probably one of the worst places to do that with, I'm going to say, the exception of turn 9 at the top of the hill. You're going to see Joey now dive into the pits. This is a little bit early for him. He goes into the pits. There's still this battle for P6. It's now going to be a battle for P5 as they go around the outside. They just did that as they go through the corner here. Now diving into turn 1, the composite performance car of Carter Kundinger still in front. He right now has the advantage over Michael Bott in the quality control racing car. They're now going to approach some GT traffic. They have to be really careful here going up the hill. Oh, this is going to be huge here for Carter. Michael Bott's going to have to sit in line behind this GT car. He's going to be fuming.
That's Johan Shirazi, who's racing well in the GT3s, but got him stuck in that corner 5, and he loses a ton of time. But yeah, no worries, because there's more traffic ahead for the guys chasing.
Oh, yeah, he caught up to that Porsche just ahead of him at the worst spot for him because he had to check up extra before he made that right turn to go down the back straightaway. And you talk about that Johan Shirazi car. He's not slow. He's the leader, in fact, overall of the GT category.
Well, that's going on. Satellite Racing Red has come in for a stop.
Yeah, they're the overall leaders of this race, and I guess I'll take back what I said about that 45 minutes. These guys have the opportunity. Anywhere past 40 minutes is when these guys want to come down pit road. Just depends how much fuel they're running. These guys have different engine maps to run in these cars as well.
All the leaders are coming in. We'll see if Alex Gall gets out of the car or not. Nope, he does not. He's going to double stint it.
Michael Bott's still out here on the racetrack. Looks like he'll have to pit next time by for sure. You have to be really careful here, Soup. The faster you go with less, with less fuel you have, the faster you're going to go. But you also run the risk, if you run out of fuel, you're going to have to set her down pit road, and sometimes you're going to lose seconds at a time just by running out of fuel a little bit early.
Well, Austin, what's faster? Old tires with a light tank or cold new tires with a full tank?
Well, it depends how old the tires are, but if this is only your first or second stint, I'd always rather have the old tires with a light tank because the way these tires work on the LMP2 cars, it's hard to imagine really, but you can basically be out there, and as long as you keep them within that optimal, temperature and pressure window, they're going to be super fast, but it becomes easier and easier to overheat them as time goes on. Riding on board here with Alex Gall in the 4th position, trying to chase down Loomis just ahead. This is a battle for the overall lead, as it were.
Loomis has to come in, and so that's the end of that battle.
Yeah, Michael Bott just pulled down onto pit road, so he's going to relinquish the lead this time by to Alex Gall. He's going to take over the lead right here. You see Michael Bott come down pit road. That was for 4th position overall, but of course, after things cycle out, it's going to be clearly Satellite Racing red car way ahead of the field.
Our leader working lap 34.
And in about 15 minutes here, I wouldn't be too surprised to start seeing some of the GT cars come down pit road. I really doubt there's going to be any driver changes this soon into the race. You really, ideally, if you're going to double stint tires, which is what you want to do, saves you about 40 seconds each and every time you come down pit road and don't change tires. You want to let that driver stay out there to double stint those tires. You never want to go out there and someone else's used tires. It's one of the weirdest feelings in the world. It's kind of when you're, at a football game, you go sit down in someone's seat in the bleachers and it's warm, it's just, it feels gross.
We're looking at the 292 car. There's a battle for 17th. Well down the order, but still very exciting.
Yeah, well down the order, but Soup, as time goes on, these guys are all going to have their own individual battles, and you can see the first digit of both these car numbers. They both start with 2, so even though they're well down the order, they're pretty far up in the order for both their respective classes. This, of course, being the GT-AM category. So they're really going at it, trying to chase each other down. Absolutely love the look of that Mercedes just ahead.
It's Precision Racing Esports versus the Mad Sim Racing.
Just behind both these cars is one of the LMP2s. That's that area of the track where the LMP2 is basically forced to bide his time and just sit in behind all those GT cars as now he goes to the outside, passes both those guys, making it look easy, and that's ideally where these LMP2 cars want to pass the GT cars. They have a lot more speed in the corners, but they have a ton more speed down the straightaways.
That was the Almo getting through, and now they let the other LMP2 car through as well, driven by Michael Nichols. Here comes the pass, though. I think he's got a run. We're talking about Beeman. He couldn't pull out. He had to wait for the LMP2 to go by. I think he might have made a run, but he knew that Crum was coming.
Well, he thought about it, but sometimes, too, it's all up to what Bradley Beeman wants to do. If he wants to pit a lap early or try to conserve some fuel with this draft here, it's a good opportunity for Bradley. Whoa, he has to go super wide there to allow the LMP to go by just on the inside. He's not going to be too pleased about that. You can see the flashing from the LMP2 car, just trying to warn the Mercedes up ahead that, hey, I'm coming through. I'm going to take the inside here whether you like it or not.
Got a nice battle we have on screen now. He ducks in. Nope, not this time.
And not this time. He tried to make a move there, but thought better of it. That was Lance Loomis on Tommy Joe Valenzuela. Doing a really good job here. Excuse me, this is Josh Wolf, I believe, P4, hotly contested.
See Valenzuela and Loomis going at it.
Yeah, this is that area again. These guys are going to have a lot of dirty air on the front ends of their cars. Now they're going to be able to open up the wheel. Oh, man, that was Tommy Joe getting pretty loose there. Has to take evasive action to make sure he doesn't wreck the car. Much rather have the car in one piece and lose a spot than wreck the car trying to hold on to that spot and lose all the positions down the field. They're going to have some GT3 traffic here, but should be able to clear this guy before they get down into the fast left-right chicane at the bottom.
Have Valenzuela and Loomis still. Gap, almost 2 seconds. Austin, let's go take a peek at the leader.
Yeah, Johan
Kinda quiet.
Shirazi in that Blue Chew GT black car. He's been doing a really good job to make sure he hits his marks each and every time here, but the car just behind him, that twin-turn sim racing car, the Porsche just back there, 2 Porsches up at the front of this field, one being the Pro car, one being the AM car. These two guys pretty similar in terms of lap times. Again, sometimes as the GT3 car, you're kind of just forced to bide your time and go to the outside, pretty much miss the apex completely if the LMP2 car to your inside wants to grab that apex. Getting word here that some of the GT cars are pitting this time by. We're going to see what Johan does here in just a second. Looks like he's going to be a little bit wide here to pit. No, he is going to make the drive down pit road. So this is the first stop for the GT3 cars. This is the leader now coming down onto pit road.
And following suit is the car in second. The twin-turn sim racing machine driven by Michael Marlowe. He also comes in. In fact, Austin, they're all coming.
Oh, yeah, this is
First
pretty
three.
much their edge of their pit window here. 50 minutes looks like the longest these GT3 cars can go on a tank of fuel. It really just depends how much they're on throttle around the lap here. And you're on throttle a considerable amount here at Road Atlanta. So, it's easy to see why these guys are coming down onto pit road at the 50-minute mark instead of the hour mark. See, well, one car, that Ferrari in the back, I think he flew by his pit box. Yeah, didn't expect to be that soon as he came down onto pit road. Oh, better watch out that you don't go back too far, though. That'll be a disqualification.
What? I believe every GT3. I don't think did any GT3 stay in? I don't think so. I think they all followed the leader in.
I don't think so. We're going to get a really good idea here as all the cars cycle around iRacing. Yeah, Shirazi still being scored as the leader right here. Marlowe still second. You got Thomas in third in that quality control car. So, yeah, I don't think a single GT car has stayed out.
Austin, what's your take on that? Do you think that's a case of following the leader, or did they run it as far as they could?
I think it's just a case of following the leader, and at some point the leader can choose to stay out as long as possible. If you're one of those GT cars, ideally you want to come down pit road before the caution is called, because you can pretty much get a free opportunity, to pass everyone else because you pit first, and when the caution car does come out, you'll be the first car behind them in your category. But Soup, I want to take a second here from the driver's perspective to talk about pit road entry and exit. Pit road here is such a bore to get onto and off of, especially onto, because again, let's ride with Michael Marlowe here from a driver's perspective, and you're going to see just what I'm talking about in terms of the difficulty when they have to come down pit road. So this is through that fast left-right chicane. This is 10A right here, left, and 10B, excuse me, to the right. They're going to crest this hill, and as soon as they have that, you don't know where you're going. You have to make a super hard right turn there. Take a look to the right. It's a super weird chicane, and when you navigate through that chicane, you also have the unloading going on, and you hit the bottom of that area right there, the car gets loaded up, and then you have to just really sharply turn the car back to the right. It's super hard to hit your marks. I've had the opportunity to commentate a couple different series here, and there's a lot of time to be lost and gained. And when I say gained, maybe a second. When I say lost, it's like a minute or two, because if you hit the wall going too hard, too fast, you're going to be on pit road for a while. As we see David Michael Nichols sideways on the track in his LMP2 car.
We'll take a look at this one. I think he was all by himself when it happened.
Yeah, so this is coming up the hill. He just came out of turn 7 there, that fast left-hander. He's going to make a dive here down to the inside. No, he's going to wait. He's going to think better of it. This is about where he spun out. Oh, he just got on the brakes a little bit too hard, trying to avoid the GT car ahead of him.
A little bit of a self-sacrifice there. Rather than take out another driver, he locked it up and lost a little time. No harm done.
Yeah, I mean, driver code there, very gentlemanly of him, sportsmanlike out of David there to just go ahead and make sure he doesn't take out his competitor just ahead of him. And did a really good job of locking the car down, not making that problem any worse than he did. This 68 car, 068, excuse me, still really clean, so he hasn't lost any kind of performance. His pride's been hurt. The tires are maybe a little bit warmer right now than they should be, but, there's still 5 hours and 11 minutes left in this race.
Drop down a little bit here into a P10 battle in the GT3s.
Got the Composite Performance 91 car, trying to see if he can prevent an overtake here by the Torque Sim Sport car of Daniel Guggenberger. To make the dive here into 10A and 10B. This is a lot of GT3 cars, just pretty much all under a giant blanket here.
There we see Thomas able to get around the slower car.
Yeah, an overtake here, and it's especially hard when you go to overtake a car that's in your own class because the speed difference between either one of you. Now, granted, that Ferrari on the outside there, that's that car we saw spin out going into 10A at the top of the broadcast. So he was doing a really good job to kind of make sure he checked up to let the leaders in his class go by. Very sportsmanlike out of him. You see the Satellite Racing red car coming up the way. Sorry, that was the blue car.
Oh, and that was David Williams working his way in the LMP through there.
Yeah, I tell you what, David did a really good job making sure he minimized the time lost, and I don't see any of those cars really complaining about how they got past. So there's a lot of clean racing here. But look at all four of these GT cars, Soup.
1, 2, 3 in a row. 4 in a row.
Yeah, they're not all battling for a position. The position you see on your screen, this is the 191 Composite Performance car and the 290 car Torque SimSport. Even though, again, these guys are Pro and Am categories respectively, they still want to minimize the time behind one because if you catch a guy, you're more than likely faster than him by at least a tenth or two of a second, but you really have to be about 3 or 4 tenths faster over a running lap here to see if you can't get by someone.
You're looking at 4 cars in a row. I believe, Austin, the battle for position, those between the middle 2 cars, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. You see the Mercedes, that yellow one in the back. He's not with these guys. And then you see a Beamer up in front. He's also out of this battle. But you can see, even though these cars are a lap down around them, they're not really making any sort of gains or losses to them.
Let's stay on this one until they come around to the chicane. I just got a hunch we're going to see some action here.
I think so too, and taking a bird's eye look at this overall battle here, there is not an LMP2 car in sight, so this is just going to be these GT cars. Oh man, you can see the car just ahead of Daniel there, Eric Thomas. He was dancing all over as he got his right foot back to the throttle.
Watch Guggenberger there, the 3rd car in line. If he can have anything for Thomas, maybe not. Maybe he's just happy to put in the miles right now.
Well, he's going to try to get this draft here, but boy, these cars are trimmed out. He's going to look to the inside just to get in his opponent's rearview mirror. He's going to stick the car down there, but he's not going to make a lunge for it. I like that move, is just to kind of say, hey, I'm here. If you make a mistake, I'm going to take it. And sometimes the guy ahead, he'll just pull out of your way. He'll say, you know what, we've still got 5 hours to go. I'm not going to race you too hard for this spot. You can have it right now. I'll see if I can draft him behind you. Just ahead on the track, though, battle for 5th in the LMP2 category.
Jump into that one. We're looking at Joey Attenberry being chased by Carter Kundinger. Every time I look at Kundinger, he's looking to get another position. I don't know if I look at timing and scoring, he's up any, but boy, oh no! And they lose it right in front of him. That is Mark Nister got loose. Oh, and I think made some contact. Yep.
Yeah, this is Carter's day of competition pretty much done. Oh, he's got to watch out here. All the cars got by him just clean. This is going to be a replay of what happened. This is going into turn 1. That's that Lamborghini way up ahead.
Atterbury got into him. Kundinger took evasive action through the grass. And I don't know if his LMP2s don't like to go through the grass, but I think Atterbury might have got the worst of that.
Yeah, he certainly did. He doesn't have any kind of rear fascia. His wing is completely gone. I was looking at him from a bird's eye view. Yeah, we're going to get a decent view here. Yeah, he just clips him. I think that might have been a whole lot of net code. I didn't think he expected the Lamborghini there to drift out just as wide as he did. This is that rejoin. He rejoined pretty clean. We cut just before you saw this happen. All 3 cars, though, able to get around him clean. And, whoa, yeah, even more content there. I take that back.
Yeah, he is having a hard time bringing it back.
Yeah, Adam, if we could ride along here. Yeah, keep your eye on Joey Atterbury. He has absolutely no rear downforce on the car. He has spun out every single corner he has approached. He's learned those lessons. He has absolutely no rear downforce on this thing. He pretty much just has to rely on tire grip alone, not really being forced into the ground here by that giant wing on the rear end. He is going to make the hard right turn down pit road.
He may actually have trouble through the chicane you talked about here.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be really rough to make sure the rear end grips. And, yeah, you can tell he overslowed going into that corner.
Well, he's got 5 hours to recover.
Man, that was a real shame for Joey. He did nothing wrong. I think he maybe could have left that Lamborghini on the inside just a tad bit more room. But so we've got another battle here. This is in the GT field.
Man, there is traffic going on there. We're looking at Hageman and Gamble going at it.
Yeah, Gamble doing a really good job to try and stay with that BRT Heimdall car. Doing a pretty good job, navigating each other and even navigating the LMP2 cars as they come by. And just behind him, right in the middle of this battle, I believe that is the Blue Chew GT Black car of Johan Shirizi.
See, Loomis gets through.
Yeah, not only do you have to deal with the rest of the cars around you, you also have to make sure that you don't, take out the leader in your category or the overall leaders. It's super hard, Sue. This is Jonathan Stinton just on the rear end here of Russell Burton. These two cars, this is a battle in class. It's between, these guys are both in the GT-AM category. You see Russell trying to go to the inside here down this back straightaway. Oh, watch out for the LMP2 car, splitting them. Whew. That was a really good overtake there. That was the LMP2 car in 4th position. Jonathan, currently, as it stands right now, I believe he is 6th overall in his class, in the GT class. So that's going to move him up to 5th position.
Oh, the car spun right in front of him.
Ahead.
That was Russell Burton. Got loose.
Boy, Johnson, he had
nowhere to go. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, he tried to take evasive action, but unfortunately for him, if he goes too wide and into the grass, he's going to keep careening further and further out there. And there's no safer barrier out there. There's no tires. That's just pure concrete wall. This is a replay. Thank you, Adam.
Maybe if we can another look when it's all said and done, maybe on board with car number 212 of Franco Margarelli. He made a move to get around this one.
So just up the road there, you're going to see this Porsche clips the inside. Yeah, he just went over that barrier, upset the car too much, got him loose. And, oh, man, Jonathan Stinton had nowhere to go.
All right, you be the driver. Go right, go left. Get a good view of it.
Yes, this is going into turn 1 here. You're going to see the Porsche go sideways. Boy, Franco's just going to say, I want no part of this. He's going to go in the grass. He did a great job of getting the car slowed down enough that he still had somewhat control before he rejoined it. It's super sketchy. Franco did a really good job to stay as far to the left as he could just to make sure he didn't get in anyone else's way.
His racing partner was watching that one and said, thank you very much for keeping the car clean when you turn it over.
Yep, and they still, they've got 5 hours left before the end of this race. So to go ahead and damage your car right now, it really just hurts the morale of everyone else. And basically for the rest of this race, I'm not going to say it's not as fun, because at that point you can say, well, the car's already damaged. We're just going to go out and have fun for the rest of this. There's kind of less pressure, but it is always more fun to have a car that handles just a bit better because you haven't gotten it all smashed up.
All right, let's take a second. As we look at our leader here, I'll run down the top 5 in the LMP2s, then we'll go run down the top 5, Austin, for you in the GTs. We're looking at the man who's been out front for 47 of the 48 laps. He lost 1 lap in the lead to Michael Bott during the pit cycle. And, of course, it's the Satellite Racing Red Machine of Alex Gall. He's got himself about a 12-second lead if we look at car number 2. The Blue Chew Black, number 14. That's Nathan Jew. Had a nice quiet run, started in second, still racing a second. In 3rd position, Satellite Racing Blue Machine. This is David Williams. We've seen him work his way through traffic. He's got about 12 seconds to get up to 2nd position and about, oh my goodness, quite a few back, about 25 seconds back to the driver in 4th. The O's 43 Machine. We talked a little bit about Joshua Wolf. This is the Grizzly Racing TFR Sunrise team. As we're looking at Joshua Howell and Wolf getting his way around Alexander Kush and Zane Smith there. And then finally, rounding out your top 5. Well, he's really had an exciting run. It's the 13 car. I should mention also Grizzly Racing from 12th position up into 4th, up 8 spots. Now we're looking here at 5th position. This is Composite Performance, the number 13 car of Carter Kundinger. Seems like every time I look at Carter, he's got himself a handful of problems, and it's no difference on our run-through as he works his way through some GT3s. Austin, what about those GTs?
Yeah, well, the leader right now in the GT category, he is the pro driver. This is Johan Shirizi. He's driving the Blue Chew GT Black car, giving that number 02 car a really good run for its money right now. He continues to eke away from the rest of the field. P2 overall in the GT category is Twin Turn Sim Racing. Got Michael Marlowe currently in the hot seat right now for that Porsche. Going back to 3rd overall, this is P2. In the AM category, this is the Penguin RC car driven by Ray Kingsbury. Ray's been doing a great job to kind of have himself a quiet, consistent race. Much better off than his other Penguin RC teammate. That other Penguin car, though, back in the race, doing a pretty good job to see if they could salvage this run. We go now back to 4th position overall in the GT class. This is P2 for the pro category. Oh, he just got a handful of damage. Adam, I wonder if he just got into an accident. Yeah, he must have hit something hard going up the hill, because I have him going into turn 6 and 7. He has a hood on his car. Coming out of turn 7, there is nothing on the front end of that car. Oh, he got all sorts of squirrely going up the hill. He was forced to go through the sand, and he just smacked that tire barrier. Yeah, this is a replay. Yep, I've done it so many times. He just didn't straighten up the wheel enough going into that corner. Had a little bit of a bobble there, some opposite locks, slid into the corner, and that's going to be his day of competition pretty much done before the end here. Yeah, so now Jack Hedgecox moves into P4 overall. Jack, of course, in that the Gowan Racing Amethyst car, so that moves him now up onto the podium for that AM category in the GT3 class. And we talk about going through the rest of the field. Franco Margiela, the guy that made that fantastic move to the outside to make sure his car wasn't damaged. And we talked about that big old kerfluffle, as DJ Clark would say, going into turn 1. He's currently P5 and overall, and P4 in the GT AM category, Sue.
All right. Well, we're at the top of the hour, so let's take a breath. We'll take a short break. You guys can go over to the refrigerator, get yourself a nice little snack. We'll be back here in a few minutes, and we'll bring you the second hour of this event. From Road Atlanta, welcome back to the Global SimRacing Channel's opening round coverage of the Major Teams Endurance Championship. 1.25 hours in, 4.75 hours left, if I did the math right. And the leader so far, this race has been dominated in the LMP2s by Alex Gal, racing for Satellite Racing Red. And in the GTs, it's been Johan Shirazi.
That's right, Soup. And just behind them for the LMP2 car, for the M category in that, it's been all this entire race just the same as Alex Gull has been dominating that. Joshua Wolf, he started in 14th. He's gained 8 positions since the drop of the green flag. He has been dominating. Just absolutely like Jimmy Johnson at Dover. He's been in command of this race for the LMP2 M category. Johan Shirazi has been doing the exact same thing for the Pro category in the GT cars. And then the twin-turn sim racing car of Michael Marlowe. He's been dominating this from the GT AM perspective as well.
Got to give a tip of the hat to what Marlowe has done in that 226, the twin-turn sim racing machine.
Oh boy,
second overall in class,
yeah,
second in class.
Yeah, Michael Marlowe finally pops back into view here. He was off my screen for a second too, so I was really worried that he might have had some problem there.
Let's watch a little bit of him there as we see the LMP2 car of Kurt Krummis get through.
Yeah, so the car ahead of him isn't for position. That's Jeff Evans in the Precision Racing Esports black car. So he is going to make a look to the inside here. Yeah, I would have expected Jeff to just kind of back out of really. These guys aren't racing for position. Jeff is a lap down from Michael Marlowe, so he's going to let him on by. Good sportsmanship there, move from Jeff.
Looking at a battle for 5th position in LMP2.
Yeah, currently Carter Kundiger has been slowly but surely reeling in the Grizzly TFR Sunrise car. He was in the lead for the M category of Joshua Wolf. Yeah, he called that howling earlier in the broadcast, Soup, and I think that's what he's been doing. That engine certainly up underneath the bonnet of his car, as it were, or maybe trunk, because these cars are rear/mid-engine. But yeah, Joshua's been doing a good job. He's been slowing down the last couple laps, but to be honest, Soup, both these cars are not really, even though they're on track in the same car, and this is the position overall. Go ahead.
Can we get a replay of Kundinger? My goodness, he almost got into it. It just happened. It was with the... he was trying to go around the slower car, and boy, he got squeezed onto the grass. Watch this.
So this is coming out of the last corner on the circuit. Now you see those GT cars up ahead. This is Carter going into turn 1 here.
Looks like there's room.
Oh, geez. I can't fault Carter for going there. I don't know why that Mercedes was so far to the right coming out of that corner. Usually you expect that car to kind of open up the wheel and go all the way out to the boundary of the track. So I don't know why that happened, but Carter did an absolute whale of a job making sure he didn't wreck that thing. I've seen so many times you talk about it. I believe it was one of the Corvette drivers in IMSA competition coming off pit road there. Got all squirrely, nosed into the wall.
Didn't slow him down, though, did it, Austin?
No, it certainly didn't. To be honest, Carter's been flying this last lap. I don't know if it's just how he's been catching the traffic, but boy, for Joshua Wolf, he had a pretty slow lap this last time by. This is riding on board Carter right here. They're going up the hill. No pass going to go on right here. This is where the dirty air hurts the car the most. We're going to see both these guys as they make this hard left turn on turn 7 up the hill. Flawless job by both. Joshua has to take a little bit of a compromised exit there. Oh, which way is he going to go? That's always the tricky part of when you're in a faster class car, the GT3 car up ahead. You always tell those drivers, just hold your line. I'll find my way around. And sometimes you both try to zig when the other should have zagged.
Jamie Scott tried to keep the car going straight. It's tough to hold your line when you're right in the middle of the road, but nice job. They good communication. Now they work around the GT of Bradley Beeman.
Yeah, good heads-up driving there. Bradley's doing a really nice job of staying in between these two cars. You're going to see Carter cut to the inside over the hill here. Both clean racing for these guys, and luckily for us, Soup, and these guys are going to be thanking their lucky stars. There's not a GT car in sight for at least a couple of corners.
Yeah, well, Carter Kundinger can take a second to catch his breath. I don't know if his race has been as exciting as I think it had, but every time I turn to him, man, there's something going on. So give him a second. He tries to run down Joshua Wolf.
Yeah, ever since Joshua got more of that clean air, he has been doing a pretty good job to pull away. There's some GT cars up ahead. We'll have to see who gets through them the cleanest. This is the two right-handers at the top of the track. The first one's super fast. It's a very open, flowing corner. The second one off camber. It's a lot tighter than you think. Both cars get through there very well. Luckily for both of them, the GT cars are only going to be caught and passed down the straightaway.
Austin, we've had a few incidents, but you and I have seen enough sim racing to know I'm calling this a relatively clean event so far.
Yeah, I think so. We've had a couple incidents and pileups, but in iRacing that is sort of inevitable. I think half of these are just basic netcode stuff. But I want to take a minute here to talk about Alex Gall. Alex Gall, he has just been on fire this entire race. We're going to go ahead and keep the camera at least close to the battle for P3 in the LMP2 category. But yeah, Alex has been doing a great job. We've got a battle here. This is for a couple of GT3 cars. Both of these guys GT3 AM category.
For fifth position. You know, Austin, with Road America, $5 more. Yeah, I'm $10 into this now. With Road Atlanta being a relatively short track, boy, man, it's hard to catch your breath if we continue to look at this battle.
Yeah, really the only time you have the opportunity to breathe here is going down this back stretch. It's, you have a little bit of an opportunity going down the front straightaway after you cross the start-finish line, and just a little bit between turns 7 and 8. But boy, we see this battle here. This is the P5 in the GT class. The battle we're just looking at from P3 in the LMP2 category continues to get hotter and hotter. Carter is all the way up right now on the rear bumper of Josh.
There, we jump to it. Looking over the right shoulder of Pendinger.
Yeah, lots of traffic for these guys to have to navigate. You see the Lamborghini there on the inside, both of them having to take evasive action there. Lots of dirty air for both these guys. Compromised entrances and exits for a lot of these corners. There's an LMP2 just up the road that is not for position. You see the Ferrari just going a little bit wide there, trying to make sure he leaves room down the inside. Oh boy, Josh is taking huge advantage. Watch out! Huge contact there for Carter Kundiger. Whoa, a Lamborghini in the background, throwing it into the tire barrier for good measure.
That was Mark Nist who came up on it too fast and just sacrificed himself.
Yeah, this is a replay of what happened. We saw it live. Thank you, Adam, for that fantastic camera angle. You might want to look into getting a crystal ball for yourself, buddy. So you can see the LMP2 car on the outside. He took a little bit of a compromised exit and tried to just, hit the car hard on the brakes, get that thing rotated as soon as he was halfway through the corner. He didn't really expect for Carter to come up there. And Carter, it was a pretty late send, but, he's trying to take every opportunity he can. It's so hard to pass here. You got to pounce on these opportunities.
No. Going to go back now, take a peek at the 78. My dad used to say, Carter's had an exciting race. You can only dance in a china shop so long until you break some porcelain, and that's eventually one of those bullets you've been dodging is going to find you. And so,
oh boy, yeah,
Carter.
Handful of opposite lock there. Pretty hard contact there. It was a hard lick for Mark. Looks like he'll be able to keep going. Carter Kundiger is going as well. We'll have to see these next couple of laps what his lap times are. This last lap was a 1:22 because he went off track there. So hopefully he's still got a lot of speed in that car. We've seen a couple drivers now do their driver swaps, and Super getting pretty close here to the LMP2 cars pitting once more.
As we look at our leader, you got to wonder now, he's double stinted it. He's got a 14-second lead. Again, I talk about those bonus points for the halfway mark, and they are significant bonus points. I know this is the opening round of the season, and you really don't look down the road, but you don't want to, points you earn in the first race are worth just as much as points you earn in the last race. So my point is, I wonder if Gal will stay out there and try to get it to the halfway mark. I got to think he's coming in.
I've just gotten word here. The 074 car for Koala T-Control Racing, Tristan Teresiano, they just got a black flag possibly for unsafe rejoin. So that car down on pit road, you hate being stopped for more than you need to. It's so aggravating as a driver. But you know what? These guys at MTEC, they have to put their foot down to make sure that, nothing, I'm going to say horseplay goes awry.
Little nonsense.
Boy, on pit road too, you see that Mercedes just behind him. We caught that just as he careened off into the wall. You see the P2 car, that Blue Chew black car down pit road. I expect this is a regular stop for them. Yeah, Dan Neese now getting into the car.
Austin, you talk about the unsafe entry. That is an acquired skill. That's from experience where you just the first thing you want to do is get back out there, but that's not the attitude you want to have.
Yeah, the first thing in your mind as soon as you go off the track is, I have to get back to it. I have to get back in the race to minimize my lost time, but you have to be very careful about when you rejoin the track. You can say, oh, I stayed off to one side just as well as I could, but sometimes, the cars don't see you coming up, of course, and they're trying to open up the wheel and go as fast as they can, so you really have to be mindful of what cars are coming up behind you. Leader Alex Gale comes down pit road this time with his Satellite Racing red car. I expect a driver change to go on here, Soup.
I'm saying no. I'm saying he's on a roll. I'm saying he's staying out there. Let's see who.
It wouldn't be unheard of, but boy, if it were me, I'd be begging to get out of that car.
You're thinking race strategy. I'm thinking ego. Man, it's just we'll see what happens there, and I believe there will be still not showing up yet.
To be honest, Soup, just from a mathematical time perspective, Alex could certainly, he can double stint this, give it off to his teammate, and then get back in the car for that halfway point in the race. I don't think these guys need to drive for 3 hours. Of course, it just depends, what your teammates want to do. Alex Gale now coming off of pit road, trying to navigate his way around the Mercedes just behind him. The car behind him right here on track, that's not for position overall.
Well, our director's doing the whole 6 hours, so Gal says, if Adam Lindgren can do 6 hours in the director's chair, I can triple stint this. My goodness, he came out in a mix. And of course, remember, the max he can go is 65% of this 6 hour race. So I guess he could one stint. He could go until he runs out of time and then turn it over, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, his teammate, Gabriel Roos, whoa, a little bit of argy-bargy right there. This is the LMP2 behind him. He's got a lot less fuel in the car, so he is going to be faster in a straight line and, of course, over the entireness of the lap. And this is probably the first time Alex Gale has been passed by any car on track whatsoever.
Well, look at this.
What happened right there?
Yeah, I almost want to tell Alex he's got to be coming in for a stop here pretty soon, I assume. But he makes the pass and would like to leave him behind. It's funny, I asked you earlier what you like better, an old car with on light fuel with old tires. Well, certainly in a straight line, you like the car with less fuel, huh?
Oh, yeah. At Daytona, that's worth at least about a good second over the course of a lap because you're on wide open throttle there for so long. And boy, that heavy fuel out there for Alex Gale, almost getting him into a little bit of trouble. And boy, Dan gets in the car, and right off the bat, he's already in a battle here with Tommy Joe just up ahead. Tommy Joe went in the pits, though.
Look at GT3 6th position. Boy, we had a car going really slow there on the...
Yeah, he just got off a bit wide. As soon as you go in the grass, you just kind of back off on both the pedals. No input there. You're just kind of dancing around with the wheels, see if you can't navigate that car back onto the fast stuff. Yeah, that was Eric Thomas. So this is Eric here in that black Porsche.
We can't seem to find it. Oh, there we go. I think we got him.
Yeah, sometimes it's really difficult here, Soup. And in real life, they don't have, this disadvantage that we do where, we have to graphically process all 60 cars here around an entire lap. This is riding on board with Eric here as he's going through turns 1 and 2. So right up here, he's going to go through this fast S chicane stuff, and then just over here at turn 7, I think he's going to go pretty wide and get the grass. Oh yeah, big time. Yep, went pretty wide, is forced to back out of the throttle. I think there was a portion just ahead that did that same exact thing, but just a little bit worse off than Eric.
Maybe a little bit of target fixation there, but did a good job of keeping the car straight.
Yeah, it's not easy to bring that car back under control there, especially when you dip the right side tires off into the grass. Well, Soup, we're about an hour and a half into this race. Why don't you say we go through the field one more time?
I'll take the top. Pit stops are completed, second round of stops for the LMP2s, and there's really no change. He's led all but one lap, and I'm talking about Alex Gall. He's triple stinted this in the Satellite Racing Red machine. 67 laps out front. He's got himself 23 seconds on the Kolatai Control Racing car. Nope, let me correct myself there.
Yeah, that was a very fast position change. I'm not sure what would have happened between those two cars, Soup.
Yeah, it's do I have a swap in position? I'm showing now the second position now is the Satellite Racing blue car. Is that what you're seeing, Austin?
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. Same thing on my screen. I believe the Quality Control Racing car might have had a lot of difficulties. He just got run down and passed it rather quickly by that Satellite Racing blue car. So move the Satellite Racing cars 1-2.
Indeed, it is red and blue 1-2, and of course we're talking about the blue car driven by David Williams. So then if we drop down to third position I'm looking at car number 14. And this is the Blue Chew Black machine of Dan Neese. Then we go to car 043. This is the top AM driver in this class. Started in 12th, up 8 spots. For Grizzly TFR Sunrise, Joshua Howlin' Wolf. And then the first car one lap down in this field, in this class, that's the Kolatai Control Racing, the 079 machine. CJ White now behind the wheel.
Soup, in the GT field, it's still Johan Shirazi on point in his Porsche for the Blue Chew GT Black. Just behind him, the leader, second place overall for the GT cars. It's the leader of the GT AM category. That's the twin-turn sim racing car, still being piloted by Michael Marlowe. I expect these cars to come down pit road in about 15 minutes here. And then I do expect some driver change for the majority of the field. Third place overall in the GT class. Second place for the AM category is the Penguin RC car, currently being piloted by Ray Kingsbury. Ray having himself a very quiet, consistent day here, rounding out the podium overall. Second place for his category. Fourth place overall in the GT field is the last person on the podium for the AM category of the GT cars. That's the Gowan Racing Amethyst car, Jack Hagskotch in that car right now. Fifth place to round out the top 5 in the GT field. Fourth overall in the AM category, Daniel Guggenberger.
Austin?
Yes, sir.
Curbs here are tough at Road Atlanta, right?
Yeah, some of them are relatively flat, like you're seeing Daniel go over right here. These flat ones, those are nice, easy curbs to go over. You don't really mind hitting those, but some of these things are kind of more sausage-like, and if you end up hitting those, you do give yourself some splitter damage. And yeah, Adam pointed that out. There's a lot of cars out there with some splitter damage, and it's really easy to get that on these cars, especially if you hit a curb wrong. One of those being that curb right there in turn 2 to the inside. We're riding on board with Daniel right here. We're going to go through all the curbs that you can hit, really mess up your car. If you hit this one right here too hard, it smashes you into that curb on the inside. That'll upset your car really bad here too. These next couple curbs are pretty easy to do, but boy, this turn 9 curb Soup, really rough. You don't want to hit this, but it's super easy to do because you're just trying to hack that car down to the inside right there. If you hit that too hard, it'll upset the front end of the car.
Is that a repairable
No,
damage?
no, it's not. Not in a GT car.
Yikes, could make for a long 4.5 hours.
Yes, sir. This is a battle for 8th overall in the LMP2 category. You got Tommy Joe trying to see if he can't stay ahead here of Alvaro Martinez. LMP2s here all in a row. The battle for 8th position is this car, Alvaro's machine. Just up ahead is Tommy Joe, and then ahead of whoa, Tommy Joe, handful of opposite lock, almost wrecks the car.
Commentators first again. He does keep it straight.
Yeah, he did a well of a job saving that car. This is a replay. I'll be really interested to see what part of the corner. Oh man, he just hits the inside there, upsets the car a lot. Look at how fast his hands are moving all over the shop. That was like a full, whoa, one car off the track hard in the inside retaining wall there, just at turn 7. That was Lars Wheel in the M-Flower car number 200.
We'll take a peek at this one. I think we found
Yeah,
it.
so this is just after Tommy Joe had his big incident. This is just behind that by, I don't know, maybe 10 or so seconds. So this is Lars. This is him going through the first couple of corners here. This is him approaching turn 7. Oh, he blinked out just before. Yeah, he blinked out just before, got all sorts of opposite lock. I had Lars loaded on my screen, so he just got the car upset. And unfortunately for Lars, he couldn't save the car as well as Tommy Joe did. He had to nose into the tire barrier. He's got a lot of damage on that beamer.
You hate to blink away when you're on the screen, but if it's ever going to happen, I always like it to happen right before I put the car in the wall. So,
oh yeah,
well-timed blinking. Yeah.
Yeah, so Lars bringing that beamer down on pit road. We still have this battle in LMP2. This is for 8th position. Alvaro did a great job by putting his car where he needed to get by Tommy Joe. Tommy Joe, I don't think I've ever seen a more impressive save at turning the wheel. Whoa, look out for Alvaro.
Oh man, we are killing these guys.
They're making it easy for one another to overtake.
Camera is on them, and we misses again, and the pass now is made. You see him, he just locks it up, and then in the left-hand part of the chicane.
Yeah, Soup, I'm getting word that the 074, the LMP2 car, was caught up in a wreck. Wasn't their fault. They're unfortunately back in the pit for repairs. So we right on board with Alvaro Del Olmo. Goes for a little bit of a spin. And yeah, really unfortunate for that quality control racing car. That is 2 bad accidents for them, pretty much back to back. So they had that unsafe rejoin and then involved in an accident not of their doing. But there's a pretty hotly contested battle here between, I just had it pulled up on my screen, car 281 and 298. These cars super close to one another. Oh, so you see one car smoking.
It is the car of Saul Sanchez Flores. We can get you that number. Car number 115. As he brings it into pit lane.
It's hard to tell just what that car was. I think that was a BMW. Yeah, you can see him smoking as they go down onto pit road. Yeah, heavy contact. That's probably day done for that car, at least probably an hour on pit road. Due to the way these cars are loaded into iRacing, it's really hard to get all the cars at the same time, so technical limitations prevent us from showing you the replay of what went on right there. But we do have this battle that's been really heating up over the last couple laps. You got Giancarlo Schuler. Look at Zane Smith just ahead. As you see an LMP car just scoop to the inside right on by.
This is one we were keeping an eye on before we saw the smoking machine.
Getting word right now that the 079 car hit the 115 at turn 4 ended his day, so that the 079 car done for now.
Starting to thin the herd a little bit.
Yeah, boy, the quality control guys just cannot catch a break today, Soup.
Indeed.
115 car is out as well. So very unfortunate for the collision between those two cars. And boy, the 115, I mean, they were having a solid day. I'm not going to say it was the best day possible. The World of Sim Racing car, boy, Saul Sanchez Flores, yeah, he's probably out for today.
Remember, there are yellow flags. We're not sure when one will come. We expect one to come, and that's kind of the beauty of the system.
Yeah, I want to real quickly correct my call earlier. The 079 car, as soon as the 115 went around, the 079 hit him, but it must have been some weird sort of netcode because there was absolutely no damage on the front of CJ White's number 79 car. Big ol' bagel going on here, Soup.
Boy, it is a flock of machines out there right now. Love that camera shot from Dougie Beard as they come right at you. There's the pass. He tucks it out through the chicane on the inside. Now on the outside. Now the little dipsy-doo, hokey-doke, up and under. Side by side. See all those bathtubs into the final corner. Not for position, but darn exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this is just how difficult it is to pass here. You got lead lap guys trying to pass lap guys, not for position overall, but still, that's just how fast these LMP2 cars can go, and that's really just a true testament to these cars can get fixed completely and go back out there onto the track. Soup, in about 7 minutes here, I really do expect to see a lot of the GT cars coming down pit road. There's a 1/10 of a second currently separating first and second overall in the GT category, though. Yeah, the Blue Chew GT black car came down pit road. They did a driver swap, so the Shirizo got out of the car. Now his teammate Camilo Lenando is in the machine. Yeah, and a driver change as well for the P2 car, the twin-turn sim racing machine. Dominic Eisenberg now in that Porsche.
And Austin, the GT3's all pitted on the same lap the first round, and the front three looked like they did the same.
Yeah, they went to about 50 minutes for that first stint. They're going to pit at about 45 minutes for right now. Another 15 minutes will put them at 4 hours and 20 minutes left in the race. So I think some of these guys, it's a great opportunity to kind of realize, hey, we'd be going a lot faster if we were to come down pit road and change our tires. And sometimes, too, it's just, dude, there's a lot of LMP2s behind you right now. Let's come down pit road so we can get out there and maybe see if we can gamble with some clean track.
Things settling down a little bit. Let's highlight a nice run from car number 068 in the LMP2. This is the Satellite Racing. This is the white team. As we look at this battle on screen, we get that taken care of. Satellite Racing white. Lockhart Brownlee in the car right now. Started in 20th position, up 9 spots. Sometime doing a nice job staying out of trouble. Didn't get a lot of screen time so far. I'd like to give a tip of the hat to the guys that are able to do that.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you're at this point more than an hour and a half into this race, and the commentators really haven't mentioned you a whole lot because you're just out there putting down the laps time, just doing everything that you need to do to make sure that you're going to be around at the end of this race. Again, there's 4.5 hours left. You don't need to be out there burning down the barn at this point. You can see a pretty nice move there at the last corner of the lap, cutting to the inside of those two GT cars.
With that done, let's do the same thing with the driver right behind him in the 018 machine. This is the Sim Republic team. Garrett Wilburn in this one. Now he's 3 laps behind the leader. Started in 21st, racing in 12th position.
Yeah, I mean, for him being down 3 laps, he was one of the cars that we saw have some earlier issues in the race. But this Sim Republic car, they've really rallied back. I mean, you see, I mean, they're up at 9 positions
Yeah.
on the day, so doing a really good job. And that's the quiet consistency you need in these long endurance races, Soup. Especially with other cars, you're bound to have some bad luck at some point in the race. But it's what you do after you have that happen that really defines where you finish.
And then the final big mover in 5th position, we talked about him a little bit, the 079 machine. This is the Koldetai Control Racing, the 079. CJ White currently behind the wheel. They started in 17th and worked their way up into the top 5.
Yeah, 12 spot gain for them on the day. And there's a lot of cars up here in the LMP2 category that have gained a ton of spots. And for LMP2, it's really easy to see their kind of, the deficiencies of where they started and where they are right now because they're the fastest cars on the track. You start to get into this GT category and you look at Blue Chew GT Black. They started 23rd, currently running in 15th. You say, oh, wow, they gained 8 positions. Well, overall, that's basically LMP2 cars being wrecked out of the race and they make their way on through. So you can see right now, just riding above Camilo Londano. He's currently piloting that Blue Chew GT Black car. You might be wondering, why am I just now hearing his name if they've been in the lead the entire time? They just came down pit road about 5 minutes ago and changed out their drivers. For P9 in the LMP2 category, you've got a really good battle going here between the World of Sim Racing team and the Scuderia slot car, driven by Brandon Frick. He's riding on board with Brandon as he goes, look at all this, just a kerfluffle, an absolute gaggle ahead of him.
On LMP2 is a lap down, he gets through. Brandon Hageman does a good job of keeping his GT car to the left. Now here's a pass. This is not for position.
Oh, that
my
car.
goodness.
He stopped on the brake, just worrying about the car to his left. He didn't realize there was a car right behind him. And boy, Brandon did a really good job to, sort of start looking over there and kind of anticipate that move because, boy, that was really close to just a rear end situation.
Now they got some clear track ahead of them. Boy, look at the closing right there from Fick in the 20 machine.
Yeah, the draft of these LMP2 cars is serious, Soup.
I think
these things are downforce machines, so anytime you have the opportunity in a straight line to get all that air off your car, you're going to love it.
Oh, he gets a little bit loose. Look at him fight that machine.
Yeah, Alvaro got loose, and
Alamo.
Brandon's not going to be close enough to think about it right here. He really has to make sure he gets through this turn 8 clean, and then turn 9, he's going to have to swing out wide and try to tuck the car back in to see if he can get a good run off. He got a good run off. It's all going to be about the straight line speed between these two cars. There's going to be some gamesmanship being played. Gets the draft, looks to the inside, outside as they go now down the straightaway. They're going to be side by side as they start to put the anchors out. It's going to be who's the last of the late breakers.
Boy, they are dead even now. The braking on the outside first. Oh, the closing rate from the car number 074 almost got into him. Way to keep it straight.
Yeah, I was pretty sure Brandon was going to try to go for the old crossover, the over-under there, and I think he just got caught up.
Here he comes.
What run he's going to get using that lap car as a pick. That was awesome stuff right there by Brandon Frick. That was textbook Soup.
Indeed. Let's stay on this a bit longer because I'm a little worried about the car that is several laps down. That's not him. He's 3 laps behind these guys. And I'm talking about Tristan Taracasino back there in the 074.
Whoa, look out. Oh, my goodness. He got super loose there just in front of Tristan. He's going to allow him to get side by side. Now he's going to get passed by the lap car, that being the Satellite Racing white car, I believe. Oh, the leader was black.
Uh-oh, we have news now. The black flag to the leader. Alex Gal has gotten the black flag. Austin, what's going on?
I have no idea. I'm going to have to go check with the timing and scoring the official stand here to see what's going on. being reported for car contact at the moment. Not seeing any kind of move for that yet. We're going to have to keep our eyes on this battle, though.
So what that does, it put David Williams in the Satellite Racing blue machine out in front now, as his teammate in the red shaded flavor is now sitting in 4th.
So, yeah, this is really odd here. Trying to see if I can't get the page up where the officials are posting all the reviews here. You know, I had it up, but I'd like to thank Google Chrome for removing that tab.
We're looking at a battle for 5th position in the GT3s. The 290 and the 265.
Yeah, so not able to find anything on why the leader was just black flag there. That's really going to upset the drive for the 64 car. They're still, I mean, they're a lap down now because of that unfortunate extra pit stop for them, but I'm sure there's still a lot of time in this race.
Oh, they were so dominant. Boy, this is really a nice battle here. So what we're looking at, I believe it's the car that is second, as I'm pulling out of the way now, is the Torque Sim Sports machine.
Yeah, this is a car in the top 5 here in the.
Oh!
Look at that! There was an LMP2 car that scythed his way just in between them. This is the leaders in the LMP2 category, just making their way down here.
Patrick McDonald behind the wheel of the 024 knew exactly how short and long his car was.
I'm not sure. He's either really lucky or really good. I don't know which to do. Maybe a little bit of both.
So he gets through, and now, as Austin said, the leader, our new leader, that's David Williams. Makes quick work.
Yeah, luckily for the Satellite Racing team, you know, their one car was black flag, but they still held that blue car currently in the lead. And boy, you know, that blue chew black car right now 10 seconds behind them. They just got that free position there. Look at this Satellite Racing car just behind him.
Well, that'll give you a reason to stay tuned for this. And oh man, we're looking.
Well, it was a 10-second gap. Now it's only 6 seconds. There must have been something happened to David Williams. I've got him pulled up on my screen here. I have to look to see what went on. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary, Soup.
Started the lap with a 10-second lead. Now it's down to just a tick over 7. Oh, there you see it at 6. And dropping.
Are forced to go a little bit higher. There's a Lamborghini.
Ron Williams now as he stocks a car that is 4 laps down. That is the blue machine of Patrick McDaniel that Williams is trying to get around. And now he's got the gap back up a little bit, the healthy gap as it climbs.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting word now that the reason the leader had a stop and go penalty, that was for car contact with another machine. So again, these MTEC guys, they have to put their foot down.
How about putting the foot down on the guy who is dominating the race? That's just goes to show you that they're, oh my goodness, boy, that yellow car almost got into Williams. That was driven by Eugen Koffolk.
Yeah, it looks like the 64 car tried to pass on the grass over the 200 car. It was already visibly committed to the corner there, so that's why they had to put their foot down and call that a penalty.
I like it. I like it indeed. Bad news is he got the penalty. Good news is he's got 4 hours and 9 minutes to make it up. And the way he was dominating wouldn't surprise me. Uh-oh!
Whoa, Daniel Dennison facing the wrong direction by pit road. This might have been him coming down pit road for another stop here. Looks like he's going to go wide, so I don't think he was maybe committed to pit road.
Yeah, just got wide coming out of that the final right-hander out of the chicane, and then he just looped it around.
There's another car off track there.
Here we go.
Ferrari make a move to the inside there on Daniel. Textbook pass that Daniel might have checked up to help orchestrate that dealio.
So he does the left. Now coming here.
Oh, he just got loose. He just put the left rear tire on the grass, and that just, of course, is going to spin the car out and forces him into the inside wall there of the bridge. Heavy damage to that Porsche.
Sliding like a trombone on a toboggan. Couldn't get it wound up, and good news is he's real close to pit entrance.
Yeah, he was close, but he decided to do another lap. At that point, you don't want to cross a live racetrack. You don't know what cars are coming by. You have to rely on your teammate. And it's really hard when the cars, I mean, they're doing a better part of about 120 mile an hour cresting that hill.
Boy, there you go. That's another bit of experience there where an inexperienced drivers like yours truly would have pointed it right to the pits. But well done.
P8 in the LMP2 category, Tommy Joe under investigation. We'll have to keep our eyes on that one. Looks like he had a unsafe rejoin. Car contact, that's my bad, car contact. LMP2 went for a pass into the S's. We'll have to see, keep our eyes on the form responses here in the live Google Sheet. Finally got a live one of those, thank you, Joe. He's riding on board here with Ryan Robertson. This battle, whoa, look at all, ooh. Boy, Ryan really had to stab the brakes before he went ahead and got into the Lamborghini just ahead of him. LMP2 car just sneaking its way down to the inside soup. These guys continue to get closer and closer to one another.
Looking at the 265, who's several cars back from who he's racing with there, and the 290
car.
Yeah.
And just ahead the Torque Sim Sport car, currently being driven by Hannes Reinerman.
The car in between is the class leader, if I'm correct. That's the Luchu GT Black machine.
Yeah, Camilo giving this car the same kind of ride that his teammate did. Absolutely just out there. I mean, he is putting down, he's hauling the mail right now, Soup. The closest car to these guys in class, it's like 10 cars behind till you get to another car that starts with a 1. That is the Tin Top Motorsports car. They're a whopping 16 places or more down the road, and they're like 5 laps back. So these guys currently dominating their class overall by a ton. Yeah, Camilo has lapped his competitors in the GT field. He's lapped all of them up to 5th position in class.
I'm gonna peek in on Dan Neese. Up. Let's make that our overall leader with David Williams. Three cars on the lead lap, and that may not be for long, as lap times are about just a touch under a minute 10. It's a 53-second gap between the leader and the driver in 3rd place, the Grizzly Sunrise machine of Joshua Wolf. Wolf has been out there the entire race so far.
Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to what I expect to be another round of pit cycles here for the LMP2 cars. I expect them to come in at just about, they first came down pit road about the 40-minute mark. That, of course, puts them at an hour 20. So at the 2-hour mark, I expect all these guys to come down pit road. That's about 10 minutes from now.
Leader of the LMP2s, David Williams, doing a triple stint. Alan Wolf having trouble third position LMP2. What'd you see, Austin?
I was just going to say, I think Alex Gale made a stop down pit road because he continues to chop through the field. So I hope for, at least for his sake, he came down pit road. Oh, there was some timing and scoring going on, some issues there. So Josh Wolf just got held up pretty big time there by the car behind him. Now he's got an LMP2 car on the back end of himself.
All right, Austin, I got to ask you, I've never driven one of the LMP2s before. I was watching the in-car camera of Wolf. His windshield wiper came on. What is that? What's that all about?
You know, Sue, I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I have no idea. The GT cars, they've been doing that for the last couple of months. I don't know why they turn on. I haven't seen a button to do that.
Oh.
Things can sometimes move, and I don't know what forces them to do that, but it's just something iRacing has them doing. We're looking at Lance Limas right here. This is for, riding aboard with Kurt Crump. He's trying to see if he can't get around Lance Limas just ahead of him.
Love this onboard shot.
Josh Wolf just came down into the pits. He has dropped a good couple positions here, the Grizzly TFR Sunrise machine.
We're working our way to the top of the hour. We'll stay with you for just a bit longer to see if those LMPs are actually going to come in.
One car off to the side there between these LMP2 machines. Lance Limas still trying to hunt down. This is, I believe, David Nelson. He got really wide there on the exit of turn 7. Was forced to go almost all the way across the track. He did a well of a job to save that car to make sure he didn't make any contact with the inside tire barrier there. This is a replay here. This is at Lamborghini, the blue car in question. It's going through the S's. Oh, wow, he just got all sorts of slideways. Did a good job to lock it down. Got some assistance there by the LMP2. I believe that was the Grizzly car.
Take one more look at it.
Yeah, David just, he hits the, yeah, he was already loose before he'd even hit the inside curb. So I think, yeah, he just lit up that right rear. That was actually the 024 car that hit Daniel, so that was my bad. So yeah, just, I mean, there was really nowhere for him to go right there on the LMP2 car's part. Yeah, the old Blue Shoe Blue car driven by Peter Huston. He has made his way down pit road, so he's sitting there right now. You see a couple of the satellite racing cars near one another on the track. Looking at David Williams here. He's currently your leader overall and in class. He's got his teammate Lockhart Brownlee just behind him. He is currently 2 laps down. So these cars not racing one another on the track for position, but they are racing around each other, trying to see if they can't work their way through this LMP2 traffic. The LMP2 car just ahead is Gary Thomas. He's currently being scored 16th position overall. They make their way around that Porsche there in the GT category. They've got now 2 LMP2 cars just ahead that are both a couple laps down each respectively.
As we look at that battle, I just want to make a point. If you're watching at home, get out your clipboards, maybe mark this down here as we get to the 2-hour mark. Satellite Racing Red, and that still has Alex Gall in the car. They're 1 minute and 15 back of the leader, so that's a lap and 7, 8, 9 seconds or so. It's a long way to go, but the way these guys were racing, they had opened up about a 20-second lead as it was, so there's still time.
Yeah, this is looking at Alex Galsup, and to your point, he's about 5 or 6 seconds. The leaders right now going through the, they're going to cross this start-finish line right about now. That's the kind of distance he has back to them, plus an entire lap. So he's got a lot of ground to make up, but he's still got a lot of race left, and I think the 2 cars ahead of him, they've got new tires. He's still on the original tires he started the race with. After the 3rd stint, the tires are still kind of there, you know, once the fuel burns off, but you still, I don't really know if this is going to hurt him too much. Oh, Tommy Joe, I'm getting word he has a stop-and-go penalty. This is that thing we were talking about, that thing that was under review a couple minutes ago. Car contact for him, so the MTEC officials have made their mind up, and they're going to give him a stop-and-go penalty.
So, Austin, where are we in the pit cycle here for the LMP2? Are they done, or in my schedule, I see one coming up pretty soon, right?
Yeah, in about 3 minutes, I expect to see a lot of the LMP2 drivers down onto pit road. For the GT3 cars, they've still got a couple laps before I'd expect them to come back down onto pit road personally. Wow, my gosh. Gary Thomas, big old gaggle of cars here, turn 10A and 10B. Look at the car 225 here. He's smack dab in the middle of this gaggle. There's LMP2 cars betwixt these drivers. Oh my gosh, tons of battles here. A battle between the 298 and the 22 car. He's just up ahead. There's tons of cars all over this track. This is that big old gaggle of cars I was talking about.
Now they settle down into a little bit more behaved.
Yeah, Daniel Dennison, he's been doing a pretty good job here to stay, I mean, I'm not going to say under the radar. We've talked about him a couple times, but he's doing a pretty solid job here just keeping his car clean. He's got a bunch of GT cars around him. These guys, they're really settling into their run. For them, I think they've got about 20 or 30 minutes before they're due to come down pit road one more time. Get a word here that the number 14, the Blue Chew black car, the second place LMP2 car, just came down pit road and left. I don't know if that was them getting their service. I expect it would be pretty fast pit stop for them. They just have to come down and get a full tank of fuel. David A. Williams in Soup.
So our leader finally pulls in for the Satellite Racing blue machine. He's been out there from the beginning. I would expect to see his relief driver coming in for him. As we have just crossed the 2-hour mark.
Soup, I believe these GT cars, they're due to about coming to pit road, and I'm going to say about 30 minutes for them. They've been pitting every 50 minutes. So look at them, 50 minutes on the clock, then you got an hour and 40, so 2.5 hours into this race. So I think 30 minutes from now, we'll see those GT cars start to trickle down onto pit road.
So we can watch the action on the track. Williams comes out. Williams stays in.
Yeah, not too surprised there, Soup. This will be his second stint in the car. He's got to double stint these tires. And I really think in order to win the race or do very well, you're going to have to stay out there as you see Joshua Wolf in the Grizzly TFR Sunrise car come down pit road here. I expect Joshua to stay in the car, but we'll see what happens. Alex got. Oh, yeah, we are going to get a Grizzly driver switch. You got Nicholas Davis coming in here. So new tires on that machine for Davis, I would hope, for his sake. I mean, you can go a long distance on these older tires. They're just a lot easier to heat up, and they're a lot harder to cool back down as time goes on.
We wait for the pit cycles of sort through, and then we'll take a short break. Our leader's back out there. The GTs are due to pit here pretty soon. We'll get a break in and come back for that stop. So at 5 after the hour, let's go ahead and do that right now. We'll take a short break here on the Global SimRacing Channel. Don't go far. We'll be back to bring you the final 55 minutes before we turn it over to the back half of the GSRC team. Back in a few. From Road Atlanta, welcome back to the Global SimRacing Channel's opening round coverage of the Majors Team Endurance Championship. Austin, while we were away, we had some major incident.
Yeah, we did. You're looking at here David Williams. He was racing with the second place car at the time, the Blue Chew Black machine. They went side by side into turns 10A and 10B. On the exit, the cars kind of just net coated together, got demon dragged into the bridge embankment. You saw David go flipping through the air, barrel rolling as it were. Then he stopped just before he went to the pit road. He tried to get going again. It was a safe rejoin, but there was an LMP2 car that just, it's so hard to see over that hill as you crest going from turn 10B to 11. He crested that hill, and immediately he was met by a 1-0-67 car, sent him flipping once more, barrel rolling, and pretty much I think this is the end of the 67 car's race here. He might be able to get that car repaired, but golly, that was a whole lot of damage. He was forced to pretty much wait there for a minute as cars cleared, and then he just went straight back to pit road. So you see another car, he just got onto pit road, sitting in the pits.
Yes, that one will be hard to come back from. So we look at a battle for the lead here in the GT3s.
Two cars got into it with one another. It looked like it was the Multi-21 racing car, number 240 machine, driven by Jürgen Kalfub, and the car just ahead of him looks like Brandon Hageman driving that machine. The two cars got together in turns 10A and 10B.
You can see the...
Yeah, this is the battle for the lead here overall in the GT category. These cars aren't racing against one another for points, but it would be awesome to see if an AM category car won the race over all the pro categories.
Always love it when that happens.
Good old underdog story. Man, I tell you what, Dominic has given this thing the ride of its lifetime. He's got Camilo just behind him right here, but boy, this twin-turn sim racing car has been doing a wonderful job all day. They haven't been in the limelight for the longest time, but they've really come on strong here as soon as Dominic got in the car. I don't think Dominic's going any slower than his teammate. I think right now that just the conditions on track really favoring that twin-turn sim racing car.
That's settling down a little bit.
Yeah, and Soup, talking about those conditions, thank you, Adam, for popping them up on the screen. The air temp has only dropped a single degree in Fahrenheit, but the track temp, it's fallen a whopping 13 degrees. It was 95 at the top of the race, the top of the show. Broadcast, it's dropped 13 degrees, so the track's getting a lot cooler. Going to start to see those times drop more and more, but these cars handle differently, Soup, and it's really hard to tell. It's not always, is it going to be tighter or looser? It just depends on which axle of the car continues to grip up more and more as the night becomes closer and closer.
We continue to watch this battle. As soon as it's done, I want to go ahead and talk about what's going on at the top of the LMP2s with the accident to Williams and his machine.
I mean, essentially, Soup, there's not a whole lot to talk about other than the Satellite Racing Red car has a lap lead over the Quality Control Racing car, number 079. So, you saw that pretty much we had three cars in contention with speed for the win. Two of them got together, and they weren't even racing for position at that point, which is the worst part about it.
So here we are. So we look at these as we watch this battle still going on. I'm going to talk about the Satellite Racing Red, the 64 of Alex Gall, who's been out there the entire time. He's back out in front. Remember, Austin, he had that penalty to serve, right? And then I said, well, he was as far as a lap and then a handful of seconds down. He's back out in front, but he does need to make a pit stop pretty soon. The question is, will he be able to get in and out and still hold the lead?
Yeah, Soup, real quickly, I'll answer your question just in a second. I want to correct myself. Those two, because they were racing for the overall lead. The Satellite Racing blue car, and I believe the Blue Chew black car, they're racing each other for the lead, so obviously tempers kind of flaring. We still got, 3 and some change hours to go, closer to 4 hours, but yeah, those two cars making heavy contact with one another. I still have yet to see any kind of incident called out here on the sheet. Maybe we can try to keep you folks at home apprised of what's going on there. But essentially, Alex Gall had everything taken away from him, and now Gall has the opportunity to win the race again.
I'll tell you, what more can you ask for here as we continue to watch this battle for the lead in the GT3s? To be, about 2 hours and 20 minutes into an event, and here you have guys nose to tail. That's not all you can ask for in an endurance race that they come at you.
Yeah, separated between the two of them less than a half a second. You see Dominic Eisenberg currently in the lead here in the GT category. He's got Camilo, though, breathing down his neck. I feel like Dominic is faster for right now. It's all just going to depend on when these guys come up to the slower traffic ahead of him, and also that LMP2 car just now rearing its head behind him in their rear view mirrors.
Now, if I look at my timing and scoring, though, and I look at the stint, these guys are both on the exact same pit strategy, so they'll be coming in at the same time.
Yeah, all the GT cars are pretty close in terms of pit strategy. They've all been pitting about 50 minutes between their stints. And Soup, you called it perfectly at the top of the broadcast, 50 minutes in. Every single GT car came at the exact same lap. They did that again at the 1 hour and 40-minute mark. I expect to see them both down pit road here in about 16 minutes. Oh, Tristan Martz was black flagged. I have to see what the cause for concern of that was here. I believe it was the 278 car.
Yet to see a yellow flag, and there's been a lot of incidents and some serious incidents, so that random number for the collection, the total number of incidents must be, they must have spun the marble, spin the wheel, and it must have come up really high because we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Soup. It's been a while since we've seen anything happen here. Getting some more incidents here for some black flags. Looks like it's all between LMP2s for right now. Oh yeah, this is the deal between the 67 car and the 14, both the AM category cars. I think they're pro. I don't know why it's entered like that.
Well, I think it's kind of academic maybe for the 67 as I penalize him all you want, but he's gone.
They're talking about car contact, forcing one another off a track, and then another car has gone ahead and tried to call out the car 67 for an unsafe rejoin. I don't feel like that was an unsafe rejoin on his part. He was off as far as he could be. I don't think that'll be a penalty personally. And then there's some more stuff here. The other team, yeah, it's, they're both teams right now are going into the Google sheet here.
Well, you got to give the race stewards credit for being active. I mean, they're not they're earning their money.
Yeah, they certainly are today.
Onboard camera. You know, I hate that blimp. I'm driving on. I look up the blimp. Next thing I'm in the wall. I wish they'd take the blimp away. That's probably just a driving flaw on my part.
Or at least a higher helicopter. Yeah. Something for more view. Regardless, they're riding aboard here with Dominic Eisenberg, trying to. He's currently. Excuse me. This is riding aboard with Camilo. He's got Dominic Eisenberg just ahead. As much as I thought Dominic was faster, he's been having a very difficult time pulling away from Camilo just behind him. So you see the LMP2 cars just kind of side their way in between them.
You know, Austin, I've heard of a lot of sim race broadcasting before, but I've never heard a commentator mention not to look at the blimp while you're driving. That's just the kind of deep dive you're going to get with me behind the mic here.
We've got a battle for P10 here. This is in the LMP2 category. This is Nicholas Davis trying to see if he can hunt down Flynn Lazier. And boy, Flynn, he is really on it again. I talk about this Penguin RC Simulations car. They got out of the running here earlier into the race, multiple laps down to go ahead and start the thing off. By about an hour in, they were 4 laps down. They're out there, though. They got the hammer down. Still in a battle for position, though, with the Grizzly TFR Sunrise machine.
Penguin team started in 4th, down into 10th now, lost those spots.
Yeah, they were one of the cars with problems earlier on. You saw a handful of cars go a little bit wide to start things off, and oh my goodness, look out, there's a Mercedes here on the inside of 10A and 10B. You're gonna see him right there, that yellow car. Went a little bit deep there into 10A. Fortunately, though, for him, safe rejoin, and for the rest of the field, lots of sportsmanship there.
That's James Whitehouse, did a good job of keeping the car straight. Now he holds his line. And he lets the LMP2 get around him of Eric Mickey.
Well, Soup, we got about 12 minutes before the GT3 cars come in to the pit road. Why don't we go through the field one more time?
And you know, it is interesting, as we have our new leader now, we think Gal's going to have to come in pretty soon, but sure enough, it's Satellite Racing Red. He's led 94 laps. He had some problems, got that penalty, fell back, then there were some incidents in front of him, and he's back out in the lead. Not sure how long he's going to hold it as he continues to work his way through traffic. He's got a lap lead on the Quality Control Racing, the 079 machine, with CJ White behind the wheel. CJ doing a good job, again, working his way through traffic. We've mentioned it before. It's Brandon Fick in the 20 machine, racing in third. Every time we put the camera on one of these LMP2s, they're having to deal with traffic. Let's stay on him a little bit. He's got another LMP ahead of him there, but he's going to hold off a little bit. So let's drop down to fourth position. Have not talked much about this team. Whoop. And we'll cut away because the leader that I just talked about in the 64, sure enough, he's come in. So if we can, as he comes in for a stop, can we pick up the 079? They are currently going through the chicane.
Yeah, going through the 10A, 10B chicane. He's now going to go out onto the front stretch here. You're going to see him get past in just a couple seconds here. This is CJ White in the 079 car. That's him right there. You're going to see where Gal would be on pit road. Easy pass there. So that's going to put him on the lead lap.
But is that for the lead lap, or is that, yeah, but he's still behind them, correct? Yeah,
still behind by almost a lap.
So he's got to go all the way around.
And I think CJ still has to make his next pit stop as well.
And Gal's rolling, so sure enough.
He's going to stay in the car. And this will put him through, Soup. If he stays in the car the 40 minutes that he needs to, he'll be in the car at the halfway mark. And if he's a leader, you talked about that multiple times during the broadcast, he's going to get those extra bonus points for leading at the halfway.
Man, he muscled it, and it did not look good. Okay, so with that, we'll go down into what will be fourth position now, car number 2. We talked about him before. This is Lance Loomis now racing in fourth. He's got some clear track ahead of him there as he works his way down to the back straight. And finally, racing in fifth spot, mention his name again, he's not that far behind fourth, is Eric Mickey and the BRT Odin team. Austin, what do you got in the GTs?
Yeah, Soup, in the GT category, the Blue Chew GT black car currently being piloted by Camilo Lopez Landonano. He took the lead back from Dominic Eisenberg. So he's, sorry? Oh, it switched back again this last time by. That's my timing and scoring is a little bit behind. So Dominic Eisenberg currently P1 in the GT category, and P2 it's the Blue Chew GT Racing Black machine, currently being piloted by Camilo. And then just behind them in third place in the GT category is Taylor Carroll in the Penguin RC car. Fourth place overall, third place in the AM category is Jack Hegscotch in the Gowan Racing Amethyst car. And then rounding out the top 5 for the GT category, fourth place in the AM, BRT Thor Racing machine. Currently that I have that being scored as down pit road. Yeah, Ryan Carwile, the next driver to hop in that machine.
And then Blue Chew made a pit stop. Okay, Austin, so let me drill down a little bit on this pit strategy again. You say they can go about 50 minutes, right? We're talking about the GT3s. So that puts about 10 behind the hour, 20 behind the hour. Well, there's got to be another one coming up here in a few minutes, right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, in about 8 minutes, I expect these guys to have to come up pit road. That's why you're seeing a couple guys down there right now.
Okay. We have a yellow flag. That's why our leader has slowed down. They've called the yellow flag. Oh my goodness, Austin, this is right before the pit window opens for the GTs. I believe Alex now, we're looking at our leader. He's slowed down. I believe he's
leading.
pacing the field is what he's doing right now.
Alex is leading right now. If you're curious at home, he was still in the lead. He got done with his pit stop before the quality control racing car came back around one more time to go ahead and take that position back. So this might be a free stop for some of the LMP2 machines, Soup.
Indeed, he got his stop in. I think he would have preferred if it was going to stop. I would think he might have been able to keep his lap lead if he would have been able to pit under yellow. He missed it by just a bit.
Yeah, he missed it here by about 10 minutes or so, unfortunately for Gal. Fortunately for the rest of the field, they're all going to get a free pit stop. If I were Alex, I would consider coming down pit road if my other LMP2 cars haven't already. Looking at the quality control racing car just to make sure that they haven't already pit. Yeah, they haven't been down pit road since lap 100. So that was 18 laps ago. So they were going to be due to come in at about 12 laps from here. But yeah, if I were Gale, I think I'd stay out personally. Oh, no, you come in. They're all going to come in. You should come in too, Alex.
All right. So here's what's going to happen. This is, again, this is Cat's trying to assemble your Kia computer desk. But here's what they're going to line up behind Alex Gal. He's in control. Then what's going to happen, in theory, anybody who is trapped behind Gal but ahead of their class leader will get the wave around. They'll get to come all the way around behind the line. And then, I think then and only then, they'll bring out the actual pace car and they'll open up pit lane. And then pit stops can be made. And that gets you through the first section. And then after that, there's more housekeeping to be done. But so far, Austin, this looks okay.
Yeah, this looks all right for a lot of the drivers. I really love, again, how the Major Series does this. It's so incredible that they have a way to officiate a caution coming out, and it's still kind of randomized, just like you'd see in real life. You're starting to see all the cars kind of pack up right here, and this is Alex Gal pacing the field. And yeah, I really expect for everyone to come down pit road. The LMP2 cars are going to need it in about 12 laps from here. That would be about 15 minutes. The GT3 cars, they were due to come down the pit road in about 5 minutes from now.
So you're thinking, even though Gal just pitted 7, 8, 10 minutes ago, that he might as well, he's out in front, he's going to be no worse than out in front again because he knows everybody else has to come in for a pit stop. So he might as well come in, right?
Oh, yeah. So this is all the wave around Soup. So basically what this is, if the leader in the class is behind you and you have the overall leader in front of you, you get to get your lap back. Not all of them, but one of them at least.
This is the most dreaded part of the event whenever I'm in it, because if I'm a wave around guy, then the pressure is on me to hustle around. I've crashed my car more time on a wave around because of pure pressure than just from racing out there trying to go fast. So they get around now. So Alex will continue to pace the field. They'll come around. Then they'll bring out the real pace car. And then they'll open the pits.
So again, this is more wave around. You're seeing Alex Gal. He's on the left-hand side of your screen, pulled all the way over to the right part of the track, and he's doing a really good job of going as slow as possible with all the LMP2 cars behind him to make sure that all these wave around cars have the opportunity to catch back up to this line here.
Lucky for race control, this fell no later than it did because we were getting close to the GT3s needed to come in, and if they had to have to come in when the pits were closed because they were out of fuel, we got, I think, lucky here.
Yeah, boy, there were a ton of cars in between the GT leader and the leader overall of Alex Gal. And Soup, I think at this point it's much smarter for Gal to pit, even though he's been out there, a lot less time than all of his competitors. Yeah. If he were to come down pit road right now, it's basically a free stop. He gets to come down pit road. He's not going to change tires. He's going to get to take less fuel. So unless someone else wants to make a bone call move, he should really ideally have the lead coming off the pit cycle here.
What that did do, though, the yellow flag took a little bit of the drama out of the battle we were looking for in the lead of the GT3s there, as they were nose to tail at a pit stop coming up. I actually think a battle off pit lane was going to be what decided that, but I guess it still will now. It's just going to happen under yellow. All right. As they work their way through the track, with this good opportunity for us to take another break. Don't go far. We'll be back to bring you more of this exciting event. Back in a few. From Rhode Island, and welcome back to the Global SimRacing Channel's opening round coverage of the Majors Team Endurance Championship. Okay, the people at GSRC pay Austin and myself big money to give you insightful pit stop strategy. We thought we had it figured out, but maybe we're going to get a pay cut because Austin, after all of our talk, the top 2 LMP2 drivers didn't come in.
Soup, the move boggles my mind because essentially they would have had a free pit stop. The only advantage I can see this giving them is they're going to be faster than everyone else with their light fuel load. And to be fair, they're still on cycle, to pit every 40 minutes unless another caution comes out. I don't really see this playing in being a big factor for them later in the race. But if I were them, I would have come in, but they're not me.
All right, well, in honesty, according to my timing and scoring, that the Satellite Racing Red and Quality Control Racing, they'd only been out there for a little while.
Quality Control car went down pit road. Yeah.
So now...
Might have been a bait and trick.
They're going to sort it out. They're going to get wave around, so I don't think it's going to matter that much when it's all said and done. I don't know the advantage. I think he's going to lose a spot because Scudera came in. And so they're certainly going to be in second position when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you're an LMP2 car that isn't the 64 car, you're basically more than halfway through your stint. Even when the caution first came out, they were on lap 18, and usually the stints for the LMP2 cars last about 30 laps. So they really should have come in under this caution. You see them doing that now. If I were the 64, though, I think I would have made a dive down pit road as well, just because it's essentially a free stop, and now you're on the same pit strategy as everyone else, guaranteed to make it to the rest of the race, at least the halfway point.
And Quality Control has a change of driver. They bring back Michael Bott. Is going to return.
Super. You know what? Good sort of insight here. Maybe for the drive time, if Gale stays in the car right here, his stint time might not line up well to do the 65% of the race. It might put him either really under or just a tick over, and I'm sure he'd rather just get that money right on the mark. So that could be the only possible other thing I have to think of.
You come up with that on your own, or does someone whisper that in your ear?
No, that was
okay. That's darn insightful.
Yeah, I've never had to deal with that drive time thing before. So you know what? That's a fantastic point to make.
They're trying to figure out exactly when he has to come in to hit that limit, and they are smarter than us. Let's look in on the GT3s now. Where there was that battle, and when it was all said and done, it looks like Twin Turn Racing is going to be out in front.
Yep, Dominic Eisenberg. He's been in the lead of this thing for quite some time. Really been on the pace with that Londano car just behind him. Lots of the GT3 cars have been pretty even on pace. You're going to see an LMP2 car just barely go through them. And this is really going to do a big, kind of reset for all the track position here. The LMP2 cars are going to have a lot of clean air for a while. I think right now, if I'm Dominic, I want to stay closer to the LMP2 cars. Than what was left there by Johan on the initial start, but I don't want to be too close because if there's any kind of mayhem like we saw in the initial start, you're pretty much right there with nowhere to go.
Well, let's look at those GT3s for a minute, because once they sort everything out, they're going to be nose to tail, I believe. They'll sort them out, then they'll put them to the back. And I think you got 6 cars still on the lead lap. We'll run through them real quick. Twin Turn Racing is there. Blue Chew Dici, the black team, is there. Penguin. Then you have Gowan Racing, you have Torque Sim Sport, and then the last one, Satellite Racing. All those cars still on the lead lap. I think they're going to be nose to tail. It's going to be good news for our second half crew coming in. They're going to get some good battles to watch in that GT class.
Yeah, they will. Lots of good battles all the way up and down through the field. You got a lot of the pro drivers intermingled with the AM drivers. In GT categories, it's mostly the lead is right now being hotly contested by Twin Turn Sim Racing and Blue Chew GT Black. You've got a lot of the AM cars though up mixing up. There's only a single pro car in the entirety of the top 10 for the GT field, at least in the LMP2 category. So though, Soup, you've got a little bit more differentiation between the two classes.
You do indeed. Quality Racing, they're sitting in third. They're an AM. And you know, there's good news for those guys, because you got to be thinking, my gosh, Alex Gall has just had this field locked down. No one's going to catch him, but he's almost done. We're not going to be seeing a lot of that Gall, much more. And these guys are going to be able to race a different driver.
Yep, and you see the lights out atop the iRacing Porsche pace car as they head down the back straightaway. You see that 74 car eagerly kind of weaving his tires back and forth. That's that quality control racing car, currently 14th in class and overall for the LMP2 category. Boy, Soup, it continues to get darker and darker. Adam, can we get another look at the current track conditions here? The air temp isn't going to be a whole lot lower, but yeah, look at the track temp. It continues to dip further and further as the race goes on.
I know it's getting darker because the race cars have their lights on. Oh, a battle as we go green. There is a battle back there. Is that for position? No, it is not, because they're not quite lined up nose to tail. Satellite Racing red, and it is Alex Gall. He's been into the whole time. He's led 103 laps of the 124 that have been put down. He's looking to get to the halfway mark. Oh, man, he is fighting with the car. Cold tires, I guess, huh?
Yeah, cold tires. These cars need about 2 or 3 laps before their tires are up to optimal temperature and pressure. That's when the car is going to feel its best for Gall. Looking at Dominic Eisenberg here, leader of the GT field. He stayed a lot closer to the LMP2 cars. You see all the GT3 cars right now going up through the S's. That's Dominic right there. He's got a pretty big advantage here to the next car in his class.
It's 1-2 nose to tail in that one. Then there's some lapped cars between them before you get back. Let's go ahead and look at the Penguin Racing. The 201 car is in a battle right now. Holy moly, they are side by side. Now, that's not for position. That's the 201 driven by Taylor Carroll.
Well, look at a bunch of cars, Soup, having to take evasive action. They're cutting the backstretch chicane. 068 car of Lockhart Browning having to take evasive action there. He's currently being scored in the 8th position. He was a lot further up the field before he took that excursion off the track. Oh, another car getting pretty friendly, though, with that grass and dirt on the exit of turn 1.
Okay, I'm going to jump you to car 209. I got a great battle going on right now. This is for 3rd position. I really think something's going to happen here. This is Gowan Racing. Jack Hedgecock's in the machine, being chased, hounded by Taylor Carroll. Got Taylor surrendered that position, trying to get it back.
Yeah, and of course, just behind these guys, you got Robertson. He's not too far off this battle either. If either one of these guys slips up too much, Robert's going to be up there easily.
So a battle going on there for 2nd. In that class, little more spread out in the LMP2s.
Yeah, there's a battle for 1st position in the GT category. You got the Twin Turn Sim Racing car of Dominic Eisenberg, and then you've got the Blue Chew GT Black machine currently being piloted by Camilo Landano. So there's a battle for 1st right now in class, and again, another battle as you look further down through the field for 3rd.
Yeah, the action is in the slower class right now.
Yeah, big time. I mean, to be out of the Satellite Racing red car of Gall, he's got about a 10-second lead over the Quality Control Racing car behind him.
No, the battle in LMP2 is more of a battle in math about how far is 65% of my stint, how long can I go, and see if they can get that all sorted out.
I will say, though, Soup, the Scuderia slot car, number 20 machine, is really close to the rear end of the 79 car for the quality control guys. So that battle is getting closer and closer as time goes on. About a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds between them. You see him right there coming out of turn 9 now, going down the hill.
Yellow Flags did a good job of tightening up the field, but then also letting everybody catch their breath.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. I haven't had the experience to do one of these. I wish the iRacing official races would have some yellow flags, but there'd be a lot of complaining on both sides.
Probably the most important battle. And I use the term battle loosely here because I've been watching these guys. I think these are two guys who are equally paced and know that there's still 3.5 hours of racing to go, or 3 hours and 10 minutes of racing to go, that nothing's going to be decided right now.
Certainly is. These guys, there's about still a half a second between Eisenberg to Londano. Then you've got Hedcox an additional second behind. So the top 4 cars getting closer and closer as time goes on. I'll be interested to see what happens as we get closer to this hour mark here, this halfway point. You're going to see the tension start to arise. The pay window doesn't open for about 3 hours and 17 minutes, but there's kind of a half pay window in the middle of this race, Soup.
Indeed. And they're thinking points already, and that's why we talked about it. Alex Gall is out there the entire stint. He's the fastest driver on the team, and they're gonna use him up early. I don't know who's gonna bring it home. Maybe he'll have a little bit of time left to do a closing stint. Those two drivers in the GT3, though, they've been 3 car lengths apart for the last hour.
Yeah, they've been super close pretty much all race, Soup. It's been really interesting to see all these guys. And you're going to have drivers that haven't driven against one another, but these teams are going to start to become more and more familiar with one another as time goes on.
But what is interesting, Austin, and I think you mentioned, is that the drivers in 3rd and 4th have worked their way around the lap cars, and now they are running 1, 2, 3, 4. And maybe the guy you got to watch is the Gowan Racing driver, Amethyst, there, of Jack Hedgecox. He's really flying. He's closing in on these guys. And he doesn't know. I don't think he got the memo that to play nice. I think he's hungry.
No, he's definitely hungry. He wants these points at halfway, Soup. I think Jack's been the fastest car these last couple laps. He's done a good job to kind of distance himself from Carroll. It's going to be really hard to see what Jack does in terms of passing both Camilo and Dominic up to the front of the field. But hey, you know what? I'm all for it. You got to turn up the wick here in the middle of this race and then settle back down until the end.
Indeed. Boy, he is coming. And what's interesting is, because we just went green, these guys get to race amongst themselves. They don't have to worry about the nonsense of any LMP2s coming through.
Not for a couple laps. I think in about a good lap 2, maybe 3, you're going to see those LMP2 cars start to come up and kind of haggle these guys.
Keep your eye on the car in 3rd. 3rd in line. Coming over. 1, 2, 3. That is the Ferrari, right? Am I looking at it?
Taking a look down to the inside here as they go into 10A and 10B. Put his foot on the brake really hard. Is forced to take a kind of a compromised entry and exit. So go ahead and move there. Camilo up to the front. Dominic falling back to 2nd. Now he's being hounded there by the car of Jack.
Yeah, this won't be long until the Ferrari gets around that.
He's going to make a
trailing Porsche. Here he comes.
Yeah, takes a dive, look into the inside, makes that move stick. Does he clear him? He's going to do just that.
So he gets 1.
Back up into 2nd place.
Yeah, that maybe wasn't the one that he thought.
Now Jack's going to set his sights here on Camilo.
And while that's going on, Eisenberg's got to worry about the car behind catching him.
Yeah, he's going to have to worry about Taylor Carroll just behind him to see what those 2 Porsches can do versus one another. Looking at Jack here, it continues to get closer and closer. Looking at the interval, 0.4 of a second. I think that Ferrari is the fastest out of all 4 of these cars for the moment. Boy, poor exit there off of turn 9. That's going to hurt him down the straight. He's going to catch with the draft. That's one thing he's got going for him, but he really has to start making these next couple of laps count. I think we are going to see the LMP2 cars before the hour mark, though, Soup, at the very least.
Pass for 3rd. Is he going to force it? No, Carroll decides to wait. The battle settled down a little bit for the lead of GT3, so we'll drop back to the battle for 3rd because, man, Eisenberg was sitting pretty just a little while ago out in front, had the world was an oyster, and now that's gone. Uh-oh. P5 acting hidden up.
Yeah, P5 back in the GT category still. We're going to keep, that's where all the action is. Look at those LMP2 cars. They're up at the front of this field, at the front of this pack. They're now trying to run down the leaders. Look at them all. They're 2x2.
big line of cars through there as they work their way through the twisty section.
Yep, kind of lock and step. You see an LMP2 kind of just slot himself in right there, trying to see what he can do to catch up to his class leaders. 2 seconds between the second and third place LMP2 cars. You can see them on your screen.
And they're working his way through Eric Mickey.
Eric doing a really nice job to make sure he doesn't make contact with the other cars on the track.
Boy, what a great shot. Look at that. There's action everywhere down the straight. Weaving and bobbing, looking left,
Yeah,
looking
they're
right.
too wide all the way
Yeah.
down the straightaway. Oh man, a bunch of cars are getting pretty sideways trying to cut that corner as much as they can. Soup, these LMP2 cars are going to start to run down our leaders. We've actually had a pass for the lead. You've got to Hedgecox. It's made his way around Londano.
Yeah, we thought that was coming, and sure enough, he got that done before the LMP2s got there.
Yep.
Sixth position in the LMP2s have a nice battle going on. '51 machine.
He's trying to see if he can't hunt down Lockhart Brownlee as they go through all these lap cars. Whoa, he has to go to the inside here. Was going to try to go to the outside and then cuts back down to the inside. We'll see if he shoves it up here on this AMG. He's not going to do that. Smart move by Eicher's part.
Boy, more action, Austin, in the
Yep, look at these
GT3s.
LMP2 cars now spicing it up with these leader of the GT3 category.
That yellow flag really shook things up.
Start to see the leader in the LMP2 category. Gal, he's coming up to put the GT3 leader another lap down here. He's going to get right up to the back bumper of Hedgecox here. Nothing doing, though. He's forced to follow him. That's them on the bottom of your screen. You can see that Porsche just behind them. That's that Blue Chew GT black car. They were leading the race pretty much all day here up to this point.
Leader versus leader, they get that sorted out. And Austin, you had it. Once that Gowan racing machine got to the front, it pulled away. You could clearly see they were the quickest.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty easy to tell there Jack was a bunch faster than his competition these last couple laps. I don't know if this is him turning up the wick or if this is the car just really coming into its own kind of just battle here in speed all in of itself.
Boy, the gap between the leaders and the LMP2, we don't need to go there, but it's 18 seconds. Man, he's really...
Well, I mean, to be honest, Soup, Gal had the advantage of that lighter fuel load because he didn't come down pit road. He's also just one of the fastest people out there on track. Looking here, this is P2 in the GT racing class. You see P1 just barely get overtaken by that LMP1. Or 2, excuse me.
Starting to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, especially the top 4 in this GT category.
Now, we talked about the gap between Gal and the next guys in line, but there's a little bit of a battle going on here. At least these guys are in shouting distance of each other, and we're talking about Michael Bott racing in the second position, and then there's a few cars between him and the 20 team of Zach Price now behind the wheel.
Yeah, Price has been doing a pretty good job here to make sure he's at least, within an earshot, kind of an eye viewing distance of the car ahead of him. He's got Bott just ahead. A couple cars in between him. He's going to have to navigate this traffic before he can get up there and overtake him for a position, but this is the closest LMP2 battle we've got, on the track at this time.
Glad that you're with us here on this Saturday. Global SimRacing's coverage
So we've got about 8 minutes before we're supposed to hand it over to our booth mates here for the second half of the race. What do you say we don't go through the running order for at least the top 5, maybe do a top 3 in each class before we head to break?
I'm scared. Last time we've jinxed them, but let's go ahead. We'll do 3. Now leading for the Satellite, the LMP2's leading for Satellite Racing. It's the red team. He's been out there the entire time. It's Alex Gal. He's going to take it to the halfway mark. He's going to pick up those bonus points for his team. And then he's used up just about all of his allotted racing time, so he'll have to take a break. Maybe we'll see him again to close this thing out. In second, it's Quality Control Racing. It's the 079. He opened up racing, he took a little break, and now he's back. We're talking about Michael Bott. He's about 22 seconds behind the leader, but it's only 4 seconds back to the Scuderia slot car team, Zach Price. Zach has some clean air in front of him now as he's got around most of this up. The only driver he's trying to run down is the Quality team. Austin, what do you got in the GT3s?
Soup currently in the lead of the GT racing category is Glauin Racing Amethyst, currently being piloted by Jack Hexkotch. That's the Ferrari we saw really just come on to full speed here, really onto the scene after this most recent caution. They have continued to pull away from the field behind them. You can see them putting down some of the best laps all session. The lap time's going to get faster and faster as the day transitions into night while the track continues to get cooler and cooler. Just behind him, you've got the Blue Chew GT Black car currently being piloted by Camilo Landano. He's been giving this 102 car a pretty good ride after his teammate Johan got out of the car. He still stayed pretty consistent, kept this car in the lead, but he's now since then fallen back to P2. I expect for them to come back onto fighting form after this halfway point. Third place in the GT racing category is Penguin RC. Taylor Carroll has taken over driving responsibilities for that machine. He's the second car in the AM category for the GT class. That Blue Chew Racing car, P2 overall for the GTs, P1 in the Pro category. Moving on to P4 overall for the GT class, you've got Twin Term Sim Racing. Dominic Eisenberg, he was the leader when we came back from caution. My, how far he's fallen back into the 4th position. Just kind of biding his time right here. He's got an LMP2 behind him. Rounding out the top 5, P4 for the AM category is the Torque Sim Sport car. You got Hannes Reiterman in the driver's seat for that BMW machine.
And Austin, I've been here for 3 hours. I'm getting a little loopy because of my age. But when I think amateur pro, when I look at the GT3s, am I looking at 4 out of the top 5 are amateurs?
Yeah, so 4 out of the top 5 are the amateurs, and also only 1 in the top 10, maybe make that more like 15, are the amateurs as well. It is crazy stuff going on down there in the GT category.
That's what we like to see. Top of the hour. We are 3 hours into this one. We are at the halfway point, and sure enough, Satellite Racing, I'm assuming we are at the half. Well, we got about 10 seconds to go according to my timing here. It looks like Alex Gal is going to do the whole first stint and pick up significant bonus points. GSRC is going to bring you 4 of these endurance races this season. I believe there are, I should have checked, 8 to 10 races on the schedule, but only 4 of them are these extra long 6-hour races. There's a special point system for these. We're going to bring them all to you.
Yeah, I absolutely love these feel of these races. You have the multi-class endurance racing, and then there's, of course, the cautions to help split up the racing, too. And you got super... Whoa, look at this track going down the back straightaway. Oh, that's Alex Gale.
He went right under him, I think.
I don't know how he net-coded through that. You got Chip Michaels currently on his side and the Ferrari in the fence. This is a replay of what happened just in front of the Satellite Racing red car. You got the 2 GT3 cars. This is them coming out of turn 9 here, going down the backstretch.
You never know. You're never safe. Watch it here.
It's kind of waiting here. Oh, yeah, that was Chip.
Now here comes your leader.
Yeah,
can we get
it? You might be lucky luck boy.
One more look at it from Gal's point of view. Is that if that's doable? I don't stay in my lane, start calling the shots, but
black flag for Patrick Stein. That might have been him being a penalty for what just occurred. Looking at the front end of Gal's machine, I don't think he has any damage. This is what Gal saw in that incident.
Keep going. By 1
Got behind the car for that draft and cast. Wow.
It's kind of like Hunt for Red October, where they turn the submarine into the direction of the torpedo, so they hit it before the torpedo has time to arm. I think that's kind of what happened there. He got there so quick. He kind of made his way through. Phew!
Back live here, we've got 2 minutes to go before the halfway point. It's still Alex Gall out front. That incident you saw in the backstretch, it might have slowed him down maybe a tenth or two, but he's still putting down some solid 1:09, 1:10s.
That is a bullet dodged. That was a race-ending event that he was able to escape.
Yeah, not a whole lot of damage, if any at all, to the front end of that Alex Gall machine. And Soup, luckily for him, though, if he does get in any trouble, he can just kind of swap out that front end if it's badly damaged enough when he comes down onto pit road. But he's got 2 minutes left. He has a whopping 23-second lead over the second place Quality Control Racing 79 car.
But as you can just tell, he's 24 laps into his stint. You're never safe. He was that close to
It's the
not being there.
Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta always provides some absolute crazy races for the IMSA WeatherTech Series. It's proving to do that once more here in this Majors Endurance Cup as well.
This is the battle really to watch here. GT3s, this battle for P2. Stretched out a little bit.
Tell you what, Soup, these last couple laps, Camilo has been getting under more and more pressure from Taylor Carroll just behind him. He continues to get closer and closer. He's going to have to deal with this LMP2 traffic behind him. And it's the worst thing when you know you're faster than the guy ahead of you, but you continue to lose time because the LMP2 cars just get to your inside right before you can hit the apex.
Wondering how far halfway is as well as far as laps go. It's 141 laps. Just about at that mark.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go before we hit that half out of the half race distance. Alex Gall's still out front. He's got an entire lap left before he hits that halfway mark and gets those extra bonus points. And same thing here for the Gowan Racing Machine, the Jack Hedgecocks.
He's led 121 laps. There's a few lap leaders that have been sprinkled around behind him, but basically it's been all him. But the guys that are going to be coming in, led by Craig King, they're not going to see a lot of Alex Gallus. He's been out there the whole time. He's used up his allotted driving time.
Boy, Taylor is all over the rear end here of Camilo. This is going up the hill into turns 8 and 9. Two right-handers. The first one super fast. The second one very disorienting. Oh, popped the curb there a little bit, did Taylor. That's going to hurt his straight line speed. He'll have to rely on the draft here. I don't think he's going to get close enough, though, soon.
No, but he's watching.
Yeah, but part of it is just staying in that guy's rearview mirror until he makes a mistake. Sometimes you can force him into one. Sometimes he'll make an unforced error. Sometimes you just get faster and maybe an LMP2 comes up and he's forced to check out for them. And you can just go ahead and follow the LMP2 on by.
Well, it looks like that's settling down a little bit. So what we're going to do right now on the Global SimRacing Channel is take a short break. We're going to bring in Craig King and his staff to take you for the last 3 hours all the way to the checkered flag and interviews. Looks like we have an exciting race ahead of us. He's fighting going on throughout the field. You don't want to miss it. Thanks for watching. We'll take a short break. Don't go away. We'll be back for the second half.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Majors Series MTEC, the Majors Team Endurance Championship. I am Craig King with Joey Atterbury and Cy Andra in the race. You haven't missed a lot at the moment. Has been some battles in the GT3s, but apart from that, it has been all quiet on the Western front as we hit that halfway mark. Satellite Racing do indeed get all those bonus points. Alex Gal will be coming out of that car very soon, which really gives me a chance to hand over to Cy, because Cy knows quite a lot about the Satellite Racing. 34-second lead over Quality. What do you think's going to go through their head now?
If I know Alex Gal, he is definitely the most, I wouldn't say sedate, but definitely the most controlled and cautious through traffic. And as you can see, that's netted him a big lead compared to the other two satellite entries in the LMP2 field. Besides that, I would say, since the first caution has already kind of finished up, they don't expect another caution for a little bit, maybe for another hour or two. We might sneak in a caution at the very end, so that's something to keep an eye out for. So any lead that they get now will kind of be nullified if that does happen. That being said, I think it will be a straight shot to the end for Gal, trying to give his teammate as big of a lead as possible.
Yeah, set up the victory for them, set them up in a good position where you don't have to be on the edge all the time, but enough just to be able to be clear. As we see Gal going through the traffic right there. He's actually coming up to Dominic Isenberg. He's just overtaken him, and in front is another car. It's the Bluetooth GT Black, who they are technically battling overall in the GT, but they are on different classes for the Pro and the Pro-Am. Now, I don't know if you've been keeping an eye out, Joey, but these GTs, they have been keeping close together, but it's not exactly been enough to make any moves, and it is really just a patience game.
Yeah, I know that the GT battle really second, third kind of is our closest battle up front that we've got right now, as it looks like we're watching the 20th place number 102 car and the number 224 car battle it out here going through turn 5 here at Road Atlanta. Got to stay off of those exit curbs. It gets so bumpy, and over the course of the race, you know, we get a lot of rubber buildup, but lots of different varying lines as we see a prototype also trying to sneak his way through this GT battle and manages to do so, but that really opens the door and lets this Porsche right on by.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of an LMP2 making that move there. I don't know about you guys, but it does change up the strategy there with that little move, and you start to see it just spreads people away, taking that different line. I mean, Cy will probably say, he'd probably come on right now and say, yeah, I'll make that move any day of the week as we see more people going on. So you are going to say that you'd make that move into turn 7 any day of the week.
If you look at it from the LMP2 point of view, it is faster for them, and that's all they care about. I'll be honest with you. It is faster for the LMP2, and you're right, it does leave a bad taste of the GT3, in the mouth of the GT3, but sometimes you're just not there to make friends.
No, I've got, oh, hello, we've seen Camillo going off there for the Bluetooth GT Black. just going wide there. I think he may have heard the call of there's a car coming out the pit lane, because the line you would take around up turn 2 usually does intersect with any car coming out of the pit lane there. So losing that position, but still, we're going to have a replay very quickly of that. But as we're just waiting for this replay, just a reminder, as it's the 102, it is still the lead pro car in the GTs. Everybody else is pro-ams. We're just going to see what happens here to Camillo. And it just looks like they just... Would you agree, Joey? It looks like they just got spooked by a car coming out the pit lane.
Yeah, it actually looks like he might have tagged the apex curb there at turn 1, which ultimately gave him a big wiggle, but I'm going to give a shout out to some car control to save that. Turn 1 is very, very fast, and if the car gets out from under you, it's not always the prettiest sight, and you end up in the wall out there. So great job keeping it out of the wall, keeping it out of other competitors, and rejoining safely, as it looks like he's going to be on the charge and get that position right back.
Yeah, he actually is going to get that position back, because it looks like the Penguin, the Penguin RC car is in the pits right now. That is Taylor Hamble coming. It's Taylor Carroll, sorry. If I had my glasses on, I'd be able to tell you, and I do have my glasses on. They're going to go for a driver swap, so Ray Kingsbury comes into the car for them. And of course, at this stage of the race, it's 26 Celsius. It's 79 Fahrenheit. So fresh cars, fresh tires, fresh driver. Tell me, so what is it like when you're at this stage of the race, especially when we're in kind of the golden hour with the sunset now? What is it like being the fresh driver with fresh tires getting into a car, especially when they are P2?
You know, I think the biggest thing right now is look at the sun. The sun is starting to set. Shadows are starting to come onto the racetrack, and this driver getting in the car right now is going to have to adapt to changing conditions. Not only that, but you got guys that are already up on the wick with hot tires behind you. So it's all about adapting to conditions, as you see a huge check up there coming out of 10B. And you just have to stay in front of your own race car. That's the key to staying safe out here.
Yeah, it is one of those tracks that they call it one of the most challenging endurance races, just because of the size of the track. Look how narrow some of these corners are. There is overtaking opportunities. As we see the Go-In Racing Amethyst car, you do see opportunities to make overtakes, but just here, this is your last chance here. If you see an LMP2, LMP2 can't go by here now, and that is the challenge, Joey, around here. You've actually been in the race as well, though. That's the challenge, is you've got to look for the right opportunities here without losing all the time.
Yeah, it's lots of ebb and flow. The easiest way to think about it is an accordion. You know, the accordion stretches out quite a bit, but it can also compress and shrink down. And those accordion effects can oftentimes catch people out, as a car coming out of the pits almost got his nose chopped off there. That is the Satellite Racing Alex Gal out there. Looks like, I'm pretty sure they have changed drivers. We're just waiting for timing and scoring to register the new driver. But yes, you're right. There's a lot going on out there. And I think in terms of getting into the car, just adapt to these new conditions, be aware, keep your head on a swivel.
I can confirm that Alex Gallo has stayed in the car. It is not a timing and scoring error. He has stayed in the car for one more stint. I'm looking at the lap times right now. I'm looking at the length of the pit stops. It looks like he might be on the last stint of a triple. So that will be very interesting to see if he can pull this off, especially as the track is cooling down. Those tires will tend to last longer, and hopefully we'll see some interesting calls after this.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, a triple, that's something that not a lot of drivers will attempt in these conditions. Yes, it's 26 Celsius, but you've got to remember one stint in an LMP2 is near enough 40 minutes. So you do a double stint, that's an hour and 20 basically. You do a triple, that's almost 2 hours. That is a tough ask for anybody, as Zach Price now in the Scuderia Slots car comes in for his pit stop. So will we see a change there? I don't think so. Those 40 minutes can add up, and especially when you think about it, those 40 minutes turn into almost 33 to 34 laps. It is full concentration on that lap. You see there isn't anything going there. So it's a 4-hour maximum driver time, what we believe as well. So very close for Alex Gal. If I'm the teammate, Joe, I don't know about you, I'd be going, let me in, please let me in.
I think, you know, it really is all about the feel and what's going on within that team. But right now, we've got a great battle for 6th place in GT3 as we ride along with, it looks like, Zane Smith as he just hounds this back bumper of the Porsche. I don't think you can get any closer than that.
I think you can get a little bit closer, but then your bumpers are intertwining. And Zane Smith for the Aerokinetics Green Team, taking on the BRT4. He has to run, but there's not a lot of overlap. It'll have to be a late braking here into the chicane. He's made it. Has he overcooked it a little bit at the curb? I think he's got away with it. That's a textbook little overtake. And then the LMP2 comes alongside him, just gives him that little gap there. That is how you would love to draw it upside.
He got a great draft coming down the back straightaway. He set his car up in the perfect position. Then he just barely outbraked enough to get the position. Yeah, like you said, a textbook threshold outbraking move.
And then unfortunately, though, he did lose a little bit of time with a LMP2 coming out of the pit lane. So again, having to work on that. Dominic Isenberg as well, just making his pit stop. It's chaos when you come out the pit lane. So, I mean, I know myself when I've been in the LMP2, you come out the pit lane and you've got to keep all eyes on what's coming there. But just one mistake and that's your race could be over by somebody who's not out the pit lane.
I think the most important part is to pay attention on all 4 corners, right? You got to pay attention to what's coming up behind you. If anybody's exiting the pits behind you, you have to have your eyes in front of you just in case there's slower GT traffic side by side. And then you also have to be looking out your left side, which you can't see out of at all for the cars coming up through turn 1. It can be a very busy place coming out of pit road exit. It can be a very busy place going into turn 3. And it's lots of give and take from all parties involved if it does get busy.
We are just seeing a few other battles. I noticed the Satellite Racing GT3, they have made a driver swap as well. I don't know if Sai can give us some insight on Ryan G. Walker for the Satellite Racing GT3 team. It looks like he started the race for them, and it looks like he's keeping it very steady for them in P4.
Ryan is absolutely a very, very much a steady driver. He's very consistent, very steady. He doesn't take a lot of risks, and he's very aware of traffic behind him, so to speak. Especially around here, that's a great skill to have, I'll tell you that much. LMP2s kind of appear out of nowhere for GT3 cars.
Yeah, especially when you were just talking about just making that move into turn 7. I mean, even my teammate would say, no, it's a fair move there. You see Michael Bott making that move. I was just saying, behind Ryan there with a little battle between Zane Smith and Ryan Carwile, but that gap has just spread out a little bit as the LMP2s have come by. We are in a pit window. I don't know about you, Joey. Do you keep tabs on the pit windows? Because especially at this stage of an endurance race, people are going to be off the pit schedule because of incidents and having to take repairs. So do you try and keep an eye on the pit window right now?
I think if you're a competitor, you have to focus on your own race, but it actually looks like we had an issue for P2 in GT there in turn 5. Looks like this Ferrari and an LMP2 coming down the S's just can't quite figure out who wants to take position, and unfortunately, Jack Hedgecock's there and the LMP2 both got forced off a track, and once again, this is for P2 in GT. Looks like he was able to escape with only minor injuries on that one, thankfully.
That is not a place you want to go off, because one mistake, as we know, just there at turn 5, and there's not a lot of runoff, and both cars really doing well with the LMP2 using the, I call it the national layout, as it's a European term, but it's more of the short layout part there, was able to use that just to get themselves going. But for Jack, losing a bit of time, and the key thing is, behind him now is Dominic Isenberg. He's only 3 seconds behind. You could just see him there in the background. That is going to be a little bit of a concern after it was quite a bit of time lost there. 5 seconds lost of what was almost a 10-second lead, now reduced to about 3 seconds overall. So the 209, there is I'm just being told there's a wreck at the chicane. Sai, what can you let us know?
Well, it's another LMP2 and GT kerfuffle, I'll say that much. I think it was a little bit of a case of two GTs going into there, and then I think one of them just outbraked themselves and spun. Looks like a self-spin, but they did get tagged, and a couple of LMP2s had to take through the grass. But it
Yeah,
looks
I think
like
it was, you were saying it was the
Michelle
147, wasn't it? The 147 Tintos.
Mitchell Hooten.
Yeah, we're just going to see it. I think we're unable to see it at the moment. It's a bit of a... It is hard, especially with iRacing. You get a lot of cars on the track and you do lose out, but that is not a place you want at the chicane. The chicane is not... it's tight. You've got to make that move going very quickly. And that's the name we're used to. That's the Grizzly TFR guy, Sunrise, and behind, in front of them is Tristan Martz as well, the 018. And then behind, of course, you've got Christian right behind. Christian Chevrolet, who's a few behind, but this is Nicholas David trying to take on Tristan Martz. This is for position. We go on board, going around. Joey, where's his best bet to make a move here?
I think right now he's actually got a run going into turn 1. He's going to poke the nose down, but not take this opportunity. He's going to tuck it back in line. Maybe hope for a better run coming out of turn 7, which is all the way onto the back straight. But right here through turn 3, it's such a rhythm section, which really sets you up all the way down through these S's. And the next focus point here is coming up turn 5. It can get really bouncy if you abuse these curves, as it looks like he gets a great run. And this is going to set him up to just drive right on by going into turn 6.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Most drivers, they love using the straight down to the chicane out of turn 7. When I asked a lot of the top drivers, they said that is why we love the track. It is a draft track. So for Nicholas, he's got a little bit of a problem now because it allows Tristan in that 018 Sim Republic car to get a little bit of a move on here to see if he can use that slipstream. But with traffic up ahead, you have to be very careful making these moves. So he'll just hold on. Maybe even use it for fuel saving. Just getting held up by GT. Going into the pits does Nicholas. And Scythe, if you're Tristan right now, you're not really in a battle until the final hour. Would you just be using this for fuel saving? I know you've done that yourself before in previous races with drafting like this. So would you say this is about the time to be looking at fuel saving? Don't have Sai at the moment. I mean, there we go.
Just, I just fumbled the mute button there. I apologize. I was looking at Tristan's timing and scoring just now, and I noticed that he just came out of the pits a couple laps ago. He has fresh tires, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that he might just be getting used to them now in the colder conditions. They might be taking a little bit longer for those front tires to come up to temperature. That's why he might be losing a little bit of time now. But in terms of fuel saving, I think now would be the time to push, get a lot of lap time out of these fresh tires, and then save later in the stint towards the end while the tires are sort of falling off, and especially in the beginning of the second stint, because all the LMP2s will be doing at least 2 stints on their tires.
Yeah, we're talking about people near the end of their stint. This is Eric Mick in P6 taking on Darian Roy. So that's the number 2 car there, PRE Blue, and the BRT Odin car for Eric. Eric pitted lap 135, and he's on lap 160 at the moment, so he is coming to the end of his stint. So he's going to be on the lighter fuel right now. He'll come out of turn 7. Look how close he gets to Darian right there, and this is prime opportunity for him to take this run down the straight. And now he's thinking, where do I go? Do I take the left? Do I take the right? Have I got the speed? We're onto the wing cam here. Is he going to make a move? I don't even think Darian is going to fight this, because the speed difference and that fuel difference, he does make him fight for it. That is just so easy there. I don't know about you, Joey, but I've noticed last weekend when doing this race that the fuel loads at the end of the stints, they were coming in more crucial than you expect. There was almost, would you say, about a second on on empty tank compared to full tank?
I think that's about right. You know,
we got a wreck! Oh,
yeah,
sorry. Just in front of them, there were 2 cars just taking each other out. Sorry. That could have been very hard, and that is a couple of cars. It was at the BRT, and they're just trying to get themselves going. I think they're not even... I think there was just an accident there. I did see there were 3 GTs there going ahead. It was Eisenberg, actually. Eisenberg. So that is quite big. Sorry, Joey. You were going to be saying about the fuel load.
Yeah, well, one thing that I talked about earlier was the sun and the shadows, and it's starting to go down. And now if we look at this racetrack, it is completely covered in shadows. We still have daylight out here. It looks like we're going to get a replay of this turn 1 incident. It looks like just this gaggle of GT cars right here is battling through turn 1. A little bit of minor contact happens and just chaos ensues. Then up comes the P2 battle, and thankfully, for the most part, it looks like everybody got through there clean except for the one BMW who nosed into the wall a little bit there. But anyways, to get back to that fuel thing, yes, the cars are getting faster, the sun is going down, the track is getting cooler, the ambient is coming down. I think I'm with you that it's time to push, and if you got something in the tank, I think you can really set this track on fire right now.
We know that we have that. We know we do have that when it comes to the Alex Gals of the world, who manages to basically just run ahead there with some of the pace there. And some of these drivers also running ahead. This is for P6, the 298 of Daniel Dennison in the Aerokinetics green. We just saw one of the Aerokinetics cars. And the 281 of Ryan Carwile in the 281 BRT4. They're continuing to have their little battle. You start to see now as the light starts to dip down, not a lot of sunset. In fact, no sunlight anymore on the front stretch, which will give them a very nice run down into the corners. And when there's no sun, that means there's no heat going onto the track side. So correct me if I'm wrong, if the track's colder, that means better braking, more grip, and even more later braking.
You're right, and what that means is more on throttle time and more fuel consumption. So the teams will have to work that into their calculations.
Yeah, of course, that is important, the throttle calculations. That's why sometimes you do see some drivers, when in the draft, they won't go full throttle. It is currently 6:41 p.m. sim time. Don't worry, I'm not confusing anybody with real world time there. It's 6:41 sim time, and we know the sim is going to be sunset at 7:04. So they've got 20 minutes before all this natural light just becomes nothing. So they're going to get a shock in a minute when the floodlights turn on the sim, as we're going to see Ryan. Is he going to make a move here? He decides against it. Both these cars came out at the same time, so they're going to be on the same type of strategy. I am going to be wondering right now, Joey, you know, are they just going to go hell-bent for leather? Are they going to use the advantage? You know, is 281 going to use that advantage right now for fuel saving? It is an endurance race, 2.5 hours left. Surely, all signs point to the longer you can go, the better.
I know that whenever I'm in the car and in a battle, especially in an endurance race, your mind is always on fuel saving. From when you roll off of the grid, you're driving it like a minivan type of thing, tall gears. And so if you have pace on these cars that you're battling with, and you can hang out in that draft and use minimum fuel, use minimum throttle, you're just going to set yourself up at an advantage when the pit stop comes. And to explain that a little bit more, even though you might still pit at the same lap as the car that you've been drafting and following, your pit stop time is actually going to be less because you've saved more fuel. Therefore, there's less fuel that you're going to have to take in the pit stop and can probably leapfrog them on pit road.
Now, we did see a little bit of news while that was happening. The 102 here, the Camilo Lopez Lodondo, in that lead Pro GT car, has a black flag, so we'll have to come in and serve that penalty. We're trying to find out what that penalty was for, but when you say the next Pro car is 4 laps behind, it would have to be quite a big penalty for them to lose that lead at the Pro. However, at the penalty, that means you can't take any fuel, you can't take any tires, you have to sit in that pit lane, and then you have to come back out again and do more. You sit in that lane, the tires, they just start to cool down a little bit, and that's the dangerous side, because if they cool down, you may actually risk just making a mistake because the temperatures are not there.
Absolutely, a cold tire is a dangerous tire, I'll say that much. And even if you're just taking a fuel stop, that 20 to 30 seconds you're stationary for in the pit stop and just rolling down pit lane at low speed will suck a lot of heat out of the tire. And it can take at least a lap or two, and this is sort of compounded with the extra weight of the fuel in the car. It'll take 2, maybe 3 laps sometimes for the car to come back to you and get everything nice and sticky again. So you see a lot of people sort of miss braking points, lock up wheels, or just, make mistakes. It's so much easier to do once the tires have cooled off.
I want to jump in here and say that's a great point, that even though you see these guys double stint or triple stint and they just came in and only got fuel, you think, well, how much is going to change? But that extra fuel load can totally throw off braking markers, turn-in points, and like you said, it can cause a lot of simple accidents.
I would never know who would make such a simple accident on fuel. No idea. Never done it. Seriously, never. It has happened, though. You do see it. Even on exits, the first lap out, you always see a driver just make a mistake. And again, we talk about that turn 5 and how it's quite dangerous with the bumps. If I had a pound or $1 for every time I've seen a driver just lose it on cold tires coming out of turn 5, well, I wouldn't be rich, but I think I'd have enough to start considering getting myself a new rim for my rig. As we see the Drive SVR guys, they are coming in for their pit stop. Blue Chew did indeed now in for that drive-through. We're just getting the news that it was car contact earlier in the race, and they did appeal it, so it's a delayed black flag. And we wait and see. I believe that Drive SVR, did they tow? I can't see it, but they might have towed. In fact, there is another car that I've just seen towed on the start-finish line. It's the Penguin RC car. And the Penguin car in P2 in the GTs has just towed. I have no idea what happened. And P3 is right behind them. What has happened here? And we're gonna try and get the replay. Oh, the engine blown! The engine blown! Oh no! Now what has happened here? Have they hit a wall or something coming around the final turn? Oh, the back's just gone. The back's just gone.
He just got He got too wide coming down, letting that LMP2 car through, and as you see, he's way offline, gets off in the grass, and around it goes.
Doesn't explain the. Oh, that explains the engine death. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but I was like, that doesn't explain why the engine's gone. It's a Porsche. It's a rear-wheeled end. That explains it.
And let me tell you, there's actual real-world footage of accidents like this. These cars are hauling the mail coming down into the front straight well over 100 miles an hour. And if there is a car stopped right there, you have no idea. And that's exactly what happened, and unfortunately just collected another car.
That is just absolutely chaotic. We're going to quickly go back to that P6 battle in the GTEs. GT3 going to be a bit different now with those cars in the pits and also towing. And Carwile does make that stop. Looks like he's not going for the fuel save. He has just decided this is the way to go. He is going to make a move. I see another black flag as well for the 278. I'm not sure about that. It was an unsafe rejoin. So they are going to get a black flag. And it's just one thing I was thinking about. I know we got this battle right now. Sai definitely knows about this. The mental lapses not you personally, but you know what I mean when I mean the mental lapses. We are now we're almost 4.5 hours into this race. There's going to be that mental fatigue now.
I think it's definitely more of a case of you get a little bit lazy in your decision making. Early on in the race, it's keep the car clean at all costs. I don't care if I lose a spot here. I want to make it to the end. Midway through the race, you were kind of feeling a little bit of pressure now. Oh, and I think we just saw that accident there. That was Ryan Carwile of BTT Thor, the number 281, spinning out there. Looking now, it looks like he may have just spun on his own. The rear end came out. Speaking of lapses in concentration, that it looks like it was a lucky miss for everybody involved. No contact, but a couple of people had to take to the grass.
Yeah, a couple had to take to the grass, and he's also now 5 seconds behind Daniel Dennison in that 298. So, unfortunately, that battle has gone, but also that fuel-saving opportunity has gone, which, of course, is... They don't talk about it a lot, but I love to talk about it because it is such a vital part of this race, especially at that stage. So, that allows us to go elsewhere with the 226 there. Dominic Isenberg, as he's currently just leading the way. He's about to lap P3 in the race, which is actually the Blue Chews car, so may not be able to do that, but such is the way. If we do get a full course caution and we do get all these cars, as there we go, the lights are finally on, it could change everything. But if you're one of these cars now, Joey, there's 4.5 hours left. You see the leaders basically lapped every car. What is your mindset now? Because, yeah.
It's rough. I know I prefer to be in that lead car's position. And if I was in that lead car, the way that my attitude would be is I'm seeing all these other cars and I'm going to line them up and knock them out. You know, if I can knock each one of these cars out of the race, meaning put them a lap down, that just gives us room for error. And as you know, in endurance racing, anything can happen. We saw our first place car coming down the back straightaway before we came on just have a GT pileup right in front of them. So you need margin for error if you can do it.
Margin of error is well, and we see that Alex Gao is in the pits. And we will just see. I'm pretty sure that's going to be it. I think Sai's just going to be giving him a little salute and saying, well done, Alex. That is you done. And now, I don't think Sai's going to be giving him the drinks bottle and giving him the celebration yet, but half the job is done. Well, 3/4 of the job is done now for that satellite team, Sai.
And I will point out, that wasn't the full stint. That was only about 22 laps. This car can do 33, 34 laps on a tank. So a little bit of strategy here. I think they're playing with the driver limit or the drive time limit here. You're only allowed to do 4 hours max of the 6-hour race by one driver. So he's swapping out, letting Gabriel Roos back into the car to finish out the race. And I think Gabriel's been pretty quick from the iRacing Petit Le Mans. He ended up finishing P5 in Split 2, so he definitely has some pace. And well, we'll have to see how he takes traffic as he leaves the pit lane.
Yeah, just seeing that the pace as well. We're just seeing Dennison overtaking Jake Rule, the 209, and just seeing that Ferrari almost get to the back there, giving the position and then almost fighting it back. So that is the Go-In Racing Amethyst car getting overtaken by that aerokinetic screen. Even with a bit of, I'm pretty sure that's it's not on my end, but that little bit of wing damage to that Porsche, just seeing it isn't affecting him as much as that Ferrari is still going on. The Ferrari is just really having moments. I was going to say, Joey, you were saying about the crashes that you just can't see crashes here. I don't know if you saw that DTM crash in the real world from last weekend. We talk about the Porsche getting rear-ended and the engine blown. It hit the wall and the engine just came out hitting the wall. So you say anything can happen. Absolutely crazy. Also, the 200 car just getting black flagged. Is that them done? I believe that is that them. That is for... No, I'm trying to work that one out. I think that might be them done. But I was going to say, yeah, these rear-engine cars, Joey, they're not exactly as strong as you think.
Well, I think they are plenty strong and plenty safe to drive out there. However, the crash damage, and you're right, to go to that GT3 crash, I believe at Hockenheim is what you're talking about, yeah? Where it was kind of multiple cars. There was actually 2 different wrecks that happened at the same spot that had 2 different crash trajectories. And then you also had a third car come in and impact the rest of them. As it looks like we've got a little bit of side-by-side between this Lamborghini of DeMarco here and a BMW coming out of 10A, 10B. They're going to go 2 wide all the way through the start-finish line here down the front straightaway. They're going to battle it. Oh, looks like they're going to settle it out here before turn 1. But I think I've seen lots of engines come out of Porsches on rear impacts, and it really depends on where the car impacts, how hard it impacts, and I would much rather have an engine fall out of the car and dissipate energy than have it transferred into the tub and into the driver.
Yeah, there's one good thing about it as well. While that was happening, I just wanted to point out, we may be able to get a replay of it. Car 51, the World of Sim Racing team, they had a moment on the start line, as in they missed. We're going to see this replay. I'm pretty sure we can get it. They missed the final corner and decided that it would be wise for them to take a different pit lane. I think, Joey, you might be a little bit familiar with this pit lane, because it's the support race pit lane, as I call it, is just have, basically just making a mistake, coming out of the final corner, and then they basically went into the, as I call it, I don't know if it is true, the support pit lane, is that right? And we can't get a replay of it, but yeah, they lost control there. Correct me if I'm wrong, that is the support pit lane on the left of the track.
You're talking drivers left coming up over the hill?
Yes.
Yes, that would be the support paddock. That's what's used for like Michelin Challenge, TCR, GT4 on the weekends, is that pit lane off on driver's left.
Yeah, so yeah, they did, unfortunately, they missed their way, but realizing that the best way to go was to use all of that track. Wouldn't want to do that in the real world. I know there wouldn't be any vehicles there if it was race day and they're not using that pit lane, but that's not exactly the safest place for them to go. But always a little collision there. Now the 209 just had a bit of an off there and has lost position. I'm going to see, might get a replay on this, but Ryan Carwile is back into P5. Jake Rule goes down in the 209. So, what do we see here? I don't know if you were keeping eyes on this.
Well, it looks like just a classic case of understeer at the apex. I think that a little bit of nose damage wasn't helping him any. That splitter really creates a lot of downforce, and if it's bent and broken like that, it can really cause understeer, especially on worn tires. I think Joey knows more about the GT aero thing than I do.
I think you're looking at a few different things. In that front right fender is pretty banged up. The front nose is pretty banged up. So I think that if his car, it looks like he's diving down a pit lane here as Jake Roll. If he's got an already pushy car, all of that damage is not helping him.
Yeah, it looks like he's serving a black flag, so... Yeah, if you can... I've always say, if you can see the wheel over the fender, I think you're in a little bit of trouble, regardless of the vehicle. So that might be them in for a little bit of time, which is a bit of a shame, but it's always nice just talking about those aero packets. And I gotta say, it's nice that we've got Joey that knows a bit more about the GTs, and we've got Sai that knows more about the LMP2s. I'm just the guy that sits there and just sits in a cockpit all day and goes, I'm driving on sim racing like everybody else. These guys do it well more in the real life than me, so it's great to have this knowledge with Michael Bott right now, taking away and taking the lead. The quality guys leading away, but they will have to pit, and when they pit, they will lose that lead, which is only 6 seconds to the Satellite Racing, and then it's 5 seconds behind at the Scuderia. But the key thing, the quality, is they are 34 seconds ahead the Satellite Racing White, which we haven't talked about side. That's P2 in the Pro-Ams, and again, that's another one of your cars.
Absolutely. Lockhart is definitely one of our newer drivers in the sense of running in these league events, and looks like he's been doing a pretty good job. He's been partnered up, again, with another one of our drivers, a little bit more experienced, but it looks like I think he's lost a little bit of time, but nothing too big. And like you said, he is leading the AM category, rather second in the AM category.
I'll ask you as well while we're at it as well. Is this is mainly for him as well? Is just dipping his feet in, because it looks like, especially when they are the Pro-Am, they're not one of the in the pro category. So it's the Pro-Am category for the Satellite guys. But is this more him just getting to grips with the whole team race, with not just team racing per se, but racing in the team for team racing? Is this more of it for him, just dipping his toes in and getting him accustomed to the team?
It's that, and also running in a league and running in an event where it's stewarded, you have black flags, you have safety cars. It's very different, and it's definitely a bit of a mindset change as well compared to the iRacing special events, which are basically 6-hour hot lap events for certain. Because in series like these, you have to think about the overall championship. You have to think about, for example, mid-race points that we have here, what to do in a full course yellow, driving time limits and stuff like that. So it is a mindset change for sure, and that's something we want to have him start to learn in these kind of events.
Yeah, I mean, especially like Joey will probably get also an answer from the other side, because whereas the likes of Lockhart would basically be the case of a driver that's used to iRacing officials going into a league format, which is almost like real world racing. For Joey, it's real world racing going into iRacing, which for some of it is a little bit restricted. So what is it? Oh, hang on, we just heard the car's just gone off there. That's a 271. I just saw that. It's nothing. It's just going off at the lead. But for Joey, how is that difference, from going real world to the sim? What is it like?
I'll tell you the truth, because I always like to speak what's on my mind, and it's quite funny and humorous to me in that real world, let's say we're sitting on pre-grid or getting ready to go out on track for practice or whatever it is. I'm calm, cool, collected. I'll take a nap inside the race car. You know, it's just a nice place to be. Meanwhile, while I'm on pre-grid for a sim race, my anxiety is through the roof. My heart is racing. I have no idea what's about to go down, and I know it's going to be wild out there. So it is totally different mindset between real racing, where I'm in complete control, calm, collected. You know, I know exactly what's happening, exactly what's going on, versus a completely unknown here in this virtual world, and it can get wild really fast.
I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you, because I get that same anxiety. I'm kind of glad, unfortunately I wasn't there for the start of our endurance race last weekend when we were here, but I remember last year, and even not being in the car, I was still anxious, and getting in the car full stop, I'm anxious, even if it's a 40-minute race or a race, you know, one of those races, and it's just absolutely chaos. So I totally get that anxiety factor there, as we just a couple of twos going by. I wouldn't want to be doing that in the real world. If my anxiety is that high in sim racing, I think I might have a heart attack getting in the real world car. So I'll stay back from that if you don't mind. I'll leave that to you, Joey.
I think one of the best things that we're talking about right now, though, is the emotion. And even though we're comparing real world to the sim world, there is emotion in both. And trust me, what you are feeling in these virtual races, in these sim races, is the exact same thing that you would be feeling out on the racetrack. So yes, it is doing the same thing. The emotions are real, the feelings are real, and the frustration is very real out there.
Yeah, and talking about frustration, I think Cy picked it up. The 209, the Go-In Racing Amethyst, it's a little bit more frustrating for them. They had a little moment at the chicane site.
Yeah, it looks like they just went in a little bit too deep as we watch here on the replay. Again, I think they've, just went in way too deep, missed their braking Luckily on the rejoin, that LMP2 of the Drive SVR managed, again, more traffic there, but again, heads up driving by the LMP2s. One of them had to take through the grass, and the other one just had to check up. I don't think they lost a place. I'm not sure that LMP2 was for position, but heads up driving and, you know, keeps the car clean for another lap.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that you kind of need a spotter, like it is when it comes to the oval racing side. You know, you have a spotter. You kind of need a spotter when it comes to sim racing, and that would have been one of the things they would call the car just gone off. Just pay attention to there. I don't think, Joey, you have it in the real world when it comes to this type of racing, do you? You don't have a spotter per se. You just get the heads-up call on the radio if someone sees it on the TV. Am I right?
I think it depends on the team. You know, each team has different resources and assets. You know, one of my best friends is a professional spotter and strategist in IMSA, and not all teams are able to afford something like that. But I think once you get into the weather tech arena, it's probably about 80% of them will have a spotter out there. Now, it's not NASCAR where they can view the whole track. They'll oftentimes put a spotter, you know, maybe up at turn 3, so that way he can see the exit of 1 all the way down through the S's, or maybe put somebody down there at turn 5 so they can see somebody all the way down through the S's and maybe make a pass into turn 6. And then maybe you'd have somebody here in the chicane to watch there in 10A, 10B. So it's not necessarily one guy that's watching the whole racetrack. It can be a couple.
Yeah, I do know. I think one of the someone from iRacing, I remember, did do spotting at Watkins Glen this year for one of the NASCAR teams, and when asked where he was actually at what I call the bus stop at the inner loop, and was able to see all the way down the S's at Watkins Glen and turn 1 and up there, which is great. And of course, you think about it, if you're at COTA, you've got that massive tower where you can basically just get one person who just goes across in a whole circle to go and do the spotting there. They don't do it like that, but that is such the view here. We are looking, though, at this little battle going on. It is a battle. 2 seconds to me on this course constitutes a battle. It's Michael Bott just in that 079 quality, and he is getting chased but down by Gabriel in the satellite racing. Now, Sai's probably going to agree with me here, but on a track this small, when you see 2 seconds, that to me, it sounds like that's close enough to constitute a proper battle.
Oh yeah, 2 seconds will be gone in a flash. If you get held up in the chicane, that's a second and a half gone right there. You get held up in turn 6, that's another second gone right there. So if you're just even a little bit unlucky, those 2 seconds are, well, they can come and go. You can have a 2 second gap one second. You nose the tail the next lap. and then because of traffic, you can have another 2-second gap the next lap. That's just how it is at Road Atlanta.
You see, it looks like a slow car. It's a 281. Ryan Carwile coming just out of the S's there. They had a moment, and he is very slow, and hopefully he gets away. Is he going to be slow enough, or is he going to hold up Gabriel when he comes by, get back up to speed? You just hear, that is the car there, very, very slow. Not sure what has happened. Oh, just pulls to the inside. Not my third line there, but I think he may have just had a small moment going down the S. He is very slow.
I wonder if he might have a little bit of suspension damage, and he might just be trying to stay out of everybody's way, because you're right, he is way off pace.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, yes.
And I think that he might just be trying to limp it back to pit road and do the right thing, but sometimes that can be hard to do.
Well, we're hearing the 074 was the one involved. I wonder if we can get a replay on that, as we're just seeing him come by. And it looks like, with the way the steering wheel is, that is quite a bit of damage to the 074. And we'll just get a check on that. Here we go now. Here comes... Are we going to see the incident there? Oh, wow. You can just see the aftermath there. There's one car going off. We're not looking at that car. Here comes the 074. Comes around turn 3. That is one of the quality cars, I believe, coming down the S's. A little bit of a twitch. Oh, his 2 cars already gone off. His 2 cars gone off, and he's got nowhere to go. That is not the place, especially with that camber. More cars coming by, and they all get by, but that is such a weird one. Is it just a clip of the curb here? These curves, they're very raised, Joe, and it might have been what caused... Oh! No, it isn't. I tell a lie. It wasn't a curb. It was avoiding another car, and that's kind of not easy to change your line there.
No, you are committed coming down the S's there, and it looked like there was a Ferrari that had already lost it, and Ryan Carwile just really had nowhere to go. He took evasive action, which then lost control, and then the car behind also did the same thing, and it was one big old wreck down there in turn 5 at the end of the S's.
I've seen a fair share of incidents down the S's. I don't like seeing a fair share of incidents down the S's. It's not a nice place. I was saying earlier, Si, about it's very narrow. You can't really go too wide. That was the go-win car that Ferrari, by the way, was with that spun. Si, what is your mindset if you see an incident like that up ahead when you're down the S's? Because as you saw with that LMP, there's not a lot of places you can go. Off track is one of them, but it's very risky.
That's basically the checklist. Is like, A, can I scoot by? So the checklist in my head would be, 1, is that car moving or is it stationary? If it's moving, go in the opposite direction that it's moving. And 2, if it's parked on the racing line, if I can't slow down, just throw it into the grass and pray, because that's honestly the better outcome versus running 100 miles an hour into another car.
Yeah, I would take the chance of the grass there, but you've got to make sure that you don't have too much speed, because the grass, it's not a lot of control there. You've got to be careful. But we've got to go back to that lead battle, and now Gabriel has managed to catch up to the back of Michael Bott. They are going to get some lap traffic here, and it's going to be punching here. Is either of them going to make that move? There's not going to be a move here. Where is that late move? Michael was thinking about it. He will not go for that. They get held up in the S's. They come out of the S's, and now don't expect a move here. This, to me, is prime consideration for a move down into turn 7, but you've got to be careful with the lap traffic. Is this a bookmarking opportunity, as I call it? No, I gotta just clarify before I hand it off to Joey, because he'll be saying it. A bookmark is something I coin. You put that slow car in between you and the guy you're battling, and you give yourself some time. And that's what you want to be looking for right now. And it may happen here at the end of the straight here if Gabriel gets held up by Mitchell. Not Michael, sorry.
I always have to smile at these prototype cars drafting the GT cars down the straightaway, trying to get the last little tenth of speed. And that's sim racing out here being as aggressive as they can, as we're watching this lead battle between Michael Bott and Gabriel Roos here. I know that this satellite car has really dominated the whole front half of this race, and it looks like they have the speed to be out front once again. And I think if I'm Gabriel right now, you just got to be patient. You got to mind your time out there. You realize you already have a fast car. You've already caught this P1. I think if you're more patient than not, you're just going to get by him if that car makes a mistake. You don't have to be too aggressive out there.
I would ask Sai, but I think he's basically just biting his nails, making sure that Gabriel doesn't make a mistake at the moment, doesn't do anything silly. But I think with the next GT car 4 seconds up the road, I think Sai, you can breathe a sigh of relief. I think Gabriel might make this move this corner.
He's definitely in the tow. He has a run. He is closing in. Now the question is whether Michael will defend or not. He looks like he is going defensive. Gabriel's going down the outside. Let's see who's brave on the brakes. Oh, they're still side by side. This is dangerous here. Oh, a little tap there maybe. That looked that I don't know.
I think
might have been a tap.
It looked pretty clean to me. You know, Gabriel was doing some really heads-up driving through the GT field, and if there was a little bit of tap, it's tough to place two prototypes through that chicane down there, and there has to be a little bit of give and take, as it looks like, yeah, that car just got a little bit of a hip check and off into the marbles, lost a little bit of time.
Yeah, nothing intentional, of course. They were both just making their way by, but unfortunately does lose a little bit of time there, does the 79. The 024, by the way, the Blue Chews car is in to serve a is going to be in to serve a black flag due to an incident. I think that was some car contact. There's one of the 068 Satellite Racing is in. And we also know that the Scuderia slot car, one thing that we've got to be nice to talk about as well, if we're looking at Christian Chandler in that Blue Tube car. The number 20, Tom Abramatis, iRacing staff member, in the car now for Scuderia slot car, and we'll see what he can do. And I'm pretty sure, being a member of iRacing, I'm pretty sure he can be very nifty on that car, so we'll wait to see what he does. We're almost coming to the 2 hour mark, and I mean, Joey and Sai will probably agree with me here. You can't tell where you are in a race until you get down to that last 90 minutes, because you know there's only going to be 1 or 2 pit stops left, and that's when you can then assess exactly where you are. Because at the moment, if I'm in this situation, I'm just driving around until I know who I'm battling. I don't know if either of you would counterclaim me on that one, as you've got more information than I do.
So I think sim racing is a very interesting sport, and even though we're in a teams race out here, these guys don't necessarily have all of the information that a real-world pit box would have, so they have to assume more responsibilities and roles themselves. So really, the driver has to do more than just drive out there, which is a very interesting aspect of sim racing. While in real racing, I just rely on that guy on the box. He's got way more info from me. I'm just listening to him.
So as we come down... Here. Sorry, go on, Si. Sorry.
Well, Joey is absolutely right that in sim racing you don't get the same amount of info that you get in the pit box. But I will say I have done everything in my power to change that and give myself the amount of info I would be getting on the pit box in a real life race that I would be used to. And so I have spreadsheets up on my second monitor. I am keeping track of the competitors' sort of stint lengths and try to predict what they're going to do for tires and fuel. But like you said, it is more difficult, and it's hard to predict until the last 3, maybe 4 stints on a stretch.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but that was a huge wiggle out of turn 5 from our race leader right there. Was able to save the car before it got off track. Drivers left. You're going to see just this GT car kind of check him up. He gets up on the gas, and look at this save that he has. Whoop, wheel spin and almost off drivers left there.
Well, that is a hand in the heart moment, or whatever the analogy is. I can never remember it. But as we come to the 2 hour mark, I'll have some other stories to talk about when it comes to team crew chiefing. But we come to the top of the hour mark. Gabriel Roos for Satellite Racing Red is leading the charge overall, and of course in the pro. And then you've got the Quality 079 currently in P2, leading that Pro-Am. And then Scuderia slot car, we were just talking about, the number 20, they are in. I was just saying that, as we were saying, that Quality is in the pit, but they will still keep that top 5 as they come in for their scheduled pit stop. Scuderia slot car will take P3 in the LMP2s. There we go with Tom Abravantis. And then it is Satellite Racing White in P4, keeping everything for them. And then the BRT Odin, the number 88 car. Just make sure that 068 doesn't get caught out in this move. And yeah, they're going to be safe side by side. Let's not have a crash before we go off to the break, gentlemen. We're all good. We're all good. So the 068 there, James Visa taking it, and then the 88 right there in the BRT Odin, leading the leading the rest of the field in P5. And as we come to the ever contested GTs, it is Twin Turn Sim Racing, the 226, leading them off. And then it's another satellite. Stop me if you've heard it too many times. Satellite Racing GT3 AM, the 265 in P2. And then we've got the 102 Bluetooth GT Black leading the pros and also P3 overall. There is the 102. And then rounding in fourth, we've got the 298 Aerokinetics Green. And of course, behind them is the 222 Aerokinetics Purple. That is also P5 for them. So that is the rundown with 2 hours to go. We are going to take ourselves a quick break as the number 3, Tom Arabansis, is just there in the grass. He'll make it out, no worries. Don't you get stuck in the grass. We'll be back very shortly for the rest of the race. Welcome back to the Majors Team Endurance Championship, the MTEC. You're watching this battle between the 102, the Blue Choose GT Black, and the Twin Turn Sim Racing. Myself, Joey, and Sai with you for the next 2 hours. Well, 1 hour and 54 minutes and, some change. We're just watching this battle as we've been getting ourselves ready. It has been pretty close, especially when you think that 226 has just gone into the pits in the last 3 minutes. So, Joey, if he's on a full tank, I don't think he'll be able to keep up with this 102 for a while. Would you agree?
I think it all depends on how aggressive people are. We've seen a lot of traffic affect battles earlier. We talked about how quickly just 2 seconds can evaporate in a P2 battle. The same thing can happen in a GT battle if you get side by side with somebody. Or how many times have we seen cars just really fast approach a wreck?
I mean, let's not see another one of those incidents again. I think we've seen a couple cars going in the air tonight, or today, sorry, it's tonight for me. Well, it is getting nighttime now in the sim, as you can see, the sun is setting, so we don't really want to see that, but aggression is the name of the game. You start to see as they're just trying to weave their way through, really taking these tires a full stint here. We're just going to go for a quick replay here of that looks to be one of the cars. Look at this in the cockpit. They're coming down here. This is Brian Son. The Drive SVR tries to make that move. That is going to be late. That is going to be late. And the GT, is that Sai? Would you say is that the car moving under braking? That's what it looks like to me with that GT.
It looks like the GT car braked earlier than the LMP2 really expected him to, and just chopped his nose. Coming from a P2 driver, it's always the GT car fault. I'll say that much. But it does look like a late move, and I think the GT car didn't really leave him any room there, as you can see. Just unfortunate. Looks like both of them got away without too much damage. So
some of my favorite iRacing conversations are post-race between the GT drivers and the P2 drivers and their different point of view. And if you guys have never witnessed something like that, it is a great time to hop in the Discords, post-race and listen to them get after each other. As we see, there can be lots of accordion effects, and P2 drivers can really send it up the inside of GTs when they're not expecting, and also vice versa, where we just saw a GT car really close the door on a P2 that wasn't expecting it. It can go both ways out there.
I've got a funny story from earlier in the week where that's a similar situation, because some GT drivers in the heat of the moment will take the blame, will give the faster car the blame. Start of the race, an LMP2, lost it out of turn 5, locked the tires down, kept the car on the left side of the track with no issue. The GT car, not knowing the car was there, swung to the left to try and make an overtake on a GT out of turn 5, didn't see the car. And then the LMP2, me coming up, didn't realize that the GT just swerved to avoid him, hit that car, came to a complete stop. I went into the back of him, and he went, "Stupid LMP2, why are you in the middle of the track?"
There's always 2 points of view to every story out there, isn't it?
There's always 2 points of view, and in the heat of the moment, we say things we don't, we regret. And that is the best thing, is that sometimes you can just come back and be like, no, you're right, I was wrong. And if you, and that is a lot of what you see nowadays, is some people, they will just hold off. We don't really want to see any brawls, do we, Si? I mean, I don't think you've been near one, but, let's not have any brawls. We don't see it in the racetrack. We don't really want to see it on the sim.
I mean, when you're in the car, like you said, there are two views. I mean, there's the right view, and then there's the GT3 view.
Yeah, a little bit fun. Yeah, and you know what, Craig, I'm going to go ahead and argue with you as well, because I think that iRacing could use that paddock feature, almost like a GTA feature, where you can hop out, walk on down to that garage stall, and meet him face to face.
Okay. It reminds me of an ice hockey game once before in the past, where they basically just put a fighter game inside it, having the brawls. Is that what we're going to? Then let's not sign this up. We're not exactly WWE or insert any other wrestling promotion here. let's keep it there. I don't want to start putting on my Hulk Hogan impersonation when I'm in the car and telling someone, "Let me tell you something, brother. I had the right of way, brother. That you take your prayers and take your vitamins, and Hulkamania is gonna run." I'm not gonna be doing that when I have an incident. I'm just saying.
Well, I'll say this much. I know iRacing could fund all of its like track scanning, car scanning, like employee like payroll. It could fund it all for the next 10 years if it let people pay to gesture inside the car at other people.
That would be a great one. Maybe put some variety of horns on these cars that you could beep on your way around.
Look. That would bring me to another bit. We've got this. That's Gabriel leading, and behind us the lead battle for the GTs. Gabriel's going by everybody. I don't want to see horns. It's bad enough that I flashed the lights on them in an LMP2 to let people know they're going. And I know some people don't like the flashing of the lights. I've actually had that debate on this channel before with some of the other guys who they're in the slower cars and will say I don't like the flashing. And I'm like, I'm the faster car. We've got a bit of a slide and a crash at the hairpin. And that is Brian Son taking out, I believe that was Jeff Evans. We're just having a look right now, and that was, I gotta just check that. I've lost the numbers.
I think it might
be
the
O25. The O25, sorry. Did he take the leader out? Or is the leader coming into the pits? Yeah, the leader. That was Bluetooth Black getting taken out as well. I think Joey got that. It looked like that was just a lockup on the brakes.
I think the 102, the 226 was also involved in that. The 226 stays out on the racetrack right now. As we're looking at a replay, looks like the 25 just got in deep, and it's just a kind of a chain reaction. A little bit of a lockup, and then wiggled out into the GT car out on the outside line. And then I think it collected more after that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Sai might know as well. There's that tap. Sai, it looks like the grass sent him back to the right. He was already turning left and just clipping that inside grass. Did it look like, would you say that just brought him over to the right?
Yeah, it looked like he had a little bit of rear locking on the downshift coming into the corner. That put him over the apex grass, and you're right. It swung him back around into the racing line, and I think he was just a passenger after that.
So we've got the leader in the pits in both categories, but it's technically not both categories anymore because that 102 had a meatball from that incident. So the leader is in the pits. No idea how long that's going to be. Remember, they've served a drive-through. They've had to come in before. They are now in danger of losing the overall lead of the pro category. Remember, because they are a 1-0 car. That is the lead category, and it all depends how much time they are in that pit lane, and just a little bit of hammering down on the side of the panels. Joey, what is it like knowing that you're going to be in that pit lane for quite a while if you've got damage? Because that's got to be, even in the lead, that's got to be heartbreaking regardless that you know you're now going to be staying in the pits.
I think the only thing worse than sitting and having your crew jump over the wall and just beat on a broken race car is the penalty box. The penalty box lasts forever. It's an eternity over there. But you're right. When you're sitting there in a broken race car on pit road and your guys are doing everything they can to get the car back out on the race, it's just a deflating feeling.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you say the guys coming over the wall and hitting. I've just got that image from Le Mans this year of the teams just kicking the car in the pit lane. I don't know if anyone's seen that gif of the team just literally just hitting the bumper of the GTE just to get it in place and in intolerance. So it is one of those things, but it is such a shame, especially when you realize, as many people may have noticed, remember the pros for the GTs are the cars that start with the 100 numbers on our overlays, and of course the Pro-Ams are the 200. As you see, it's all Pro-Ams that basically leading the field. So you got to think to yourself then, if you're that pro car, what do? You want to fight for that overall lead, but you don't want to go too hard there. So it's going to be a very tough one, especially I think Sai's been noticing that with the Pro-Ams currently leading the way. If you're a pro driver, Sai, and you know you're not leading the field, is that demoralizing?
Well, I think it depends on who's in the car. If the pros started the race, yeah, I could see a pro car in the lead, but it's been over 4 hours now. If the AM driver is still leading, that's definitely Oh, and I think the leader, the overall leader is sideways out of turn 7.
Overall leader is sideways. He is sideways, and that's Gabriel. He's taken a lot of damage. Now, what has happened here? He has taken a lot of damage. The rear of that car is drooping. Has he got steering damage? This could be major. This could be implications to the race. Coming out here on the cockpit with you here. Comes into turn 3, down into the Essie. He'll start going. He's already got a lot of dirty air there from that LMP2 in front of him. But hopefully he comes into turn 5. He's not going to get that. Breaks into turn 5, comes across. I see bouncing the steering wheel. He's trying to fight it. And he's not going to get hit. He's going to get hit. He's going to get hit, isn't he? Because that's... No. Oh, no.
Looks
no.
Like he might have reversed a little bit.
No. Oh!
That's a really tough spot. It's a really tough spot to be in. And if you guys are unfamiliar, these cars have traction control, so you can't just stand on the gas and spin it around as easy as what you would think. These other cars are coming up. It's blind up over the crest. It is a really bad spot to be right there.
And also, as well, some of those cars won't get the notice that the car's slow on the left. You've got to wait a bit for that trigger to come in to say car slow on the left. So that is, again, as Sai would tell you, in sim racing, you do get spotters, and that is heartache for the Satellite Racing Red. They were leading the way for so long, and was that just the car bottoming outside? It looked it that way. That's what it looked like to me more than anything. I know the car was going I know the steering wheel wasn't straight, but it just looked like he bottomed out.
Yeah, I would say a combination of that and hitting either the entry or the apex curb wrong, it can really bounce you out wide. And once you're in the gravel, the suspension on this car doesn't have a lot of travel. So you're either bottoming out the chassis or you're bottoming out the suspension. And that shock load can easily send the car around, as Joey said, over the crest. So the car is light, your suspension's bottomed out. You basically have, you're basically a passenger at that point.
Yeah, and I'm guessing as well, because you were on about the dive planes as well. The dive planes, it wouldn't make an incident there, because dive planes are on the side of the car. But then you are technically, you're sideways, you basically have no arrows. So you could see he was trying to hold that, and he did a really good job holding it, but you there are kind of just a sitting duck trying to get that turned around. There is a TC off button on these cars, but not many people do have that equipped, because like some people, they may only have about 6 to 10 buttons to play with on their wheel, and if you've only got a few buttons, you need to make sure you can use all of those buttons up. It's different if you're in that car in the real world. You've got a whole panel beside you, but not everyone's got that luxury in sim racing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you from experience, even then, traction control in real life, you can spin up the motor, drop the clutch, and there is enough wheel slip that you can spin the car around. In iRacing, it's a little bit more difficult, especially with trying to get the traction control turned off momentarily and then get turned back on. It's just a lot more going on.
Well, unfortunately, that is the leader, and we're going to see exactly how bad it is. I'm going to guess Sai is probably going to go investigating and seeing how much damage there is there. He's probably got the first call there. He needs to get that information, but we'll leave them be at the moment. We're watching this battle though for P9 overall. Tristan Martz, in the 018 Sim Republic, in the Grizzly TFR Sunrise. There, the 043, as the dogs just invaded my capacity. Apologies for that. As we see this battle going on, again, it's that giraffe battle, and just look at the traffic, especially at nighttime. This has got to be a little bit precarious at nighttime. I don't know if you're used to nighttime racing in the real world, Joey, but even here, when you've got all the cars here and you've got the lights, I say that there's another spin. How did he save that? Hold on. Hang on. Did he just go sideways and just catch that? So somebody... I did see that, right?
Well, one of the fantastic things that you can do in the sim, you can do it in the real world too. You just have to be really quick with it. Looks like he just cut the corner there on 10A because he was a little bit out of shape. But what I think he did is he probably stood on the brakes, which locked it down in terms of his spin trajectory, which then allowed him just that straight shot right on over to 10B. And thankfully, he was able to save the car out of it.
This is actually a really nice save. I'm not going to lie, especially what we just saw. He almost just basically took a shortcut. A really nice little move there. So that's really impressive then that they've continued the battle. We do see another black flag going on. We'll do get that as well. Sai does have some news on that satellite racing car. Sai, how bad is that damage?
Well, it looks like from the little impromptu chat I had with my teammate, 1 minute 40 seconds of damage, which is about, I want to say, just under 2 laps.
Yes, it would be just under 2 laps. It's definitely. I would say you would say 140. Sure, somebody would go 140. Surely that's 1.5 laps. Well, no, you factor in getting back to the pits, factor getting into the pits if you want to take a tires or anything, you know. So yeah, 2 laps is a good go, and that is heartache for them. I have been there myself, to be fair. Last year in my Penny Le Mans, we had 50 seconds of repairs leading the race. It didn't cost us the race; we still lost by a lap down, but it would have made a bit of a difference. We would have been on the lead lap, so I know that pain, especially in other tracks. 1 minute 40 doesn't sound a lot, but on such a small, it's not a small track. Sorry, on such a quick lap track as Road Atlanta. I'm going to get Joey slap me at that for calling this a small track. It's not a small track. It does make a difference right here.
Yes, it does. It just means that you can get swallowed up and put a lap down very easily in comparison to somewhere like Road America, where your lap times are 2 minutes long. Gives you a lot more leeway there if you run into problems. But I am seeing that Satellite Racing red car is back out on track. It looks like they're only 1 lap down currently to the leader, as it looks like we're following along with Gabriel Roos right now as he comes up out of turn 1, making his way through a bunch of GT traffic right now. I think he's just got to focus a little bit. He's not out of this race. As we mentioned earlier, there might be another yellow flag later. We still have 1 hour and 37 minutes remaining. He knows he's the fastest car out on track as he does the exact same thing and noses it into the tire wall. Driver's left this time. Doesn't have to go full Austin Powers on the backup, and off he goes on track. But that's another mistake out of Gabriel Roos.
Let's just watch it again. Sai, talk us through this one.
This is painful to look at. But if you watch here, if you look at the way the left side of the car bounces, yeah, look at that. There's nothing you can do past that point.
Did Gabriel take tires there on that last stop?
Let me take a quick look.
Because I wonder, I know that when you're warming these cars up and you don't have full tire temperature, when you bounce over the curbs like that, the car just doesn't grip how you want to. And it looks like once the car started bouncing, it just continued to push out to the right, and he was along for the ride.
Well, you might be onto something. The last time Gabriel pitted was lap 203, and it looks like that was for fuel only. And his accident was on lap 204. So basically, right on his first flying lap coming out of the pits is where that happened. So you might be onto something.
Well, I know how easy it is with those cold tires, you know, and I think it just caught him out. But thankfully, that second spin didn't seem to affect him in the damage areas nearly as much as that first one.
I do see a little bit of body work, a little bit of a bend just over the tire, so just over the fender. So there is going to be a little bit, but when we're talking about the LMP2 here, we're going to be talking about 20 seconds, not 1 minute 40. So there still might be some repairs they'll have to get there, but he's a very lucky boy to get away with that, because that is one of those. And be really interesting to check if it was a new tires, because like I said, the number of times I've seen people on fresh tires, even me in practice, going to turn 5 and just hitting that is a problem. Of course, the car bouncing does not help there, because some drivers, they do like to clip those curves just before braking going into turn 5, and then some cars do want to go as we get another incident. There are 2 cars off the 222 of Bruce Jackson, and I want to check that that's the 024 of Peter Hudson off at turn 3. Not sure what's happened to those cars. It looks like they got together at turn 3. Peter Hudson does get going again, and also the 222 of Bruce Jackson. That was P4 Bruce Jackson in the GTs. They're going to come together. It's just a moment. Here we go. This is Peter Hudson. He's going to come up into turn 1. There's the GT. This looks like a miscommunication, Joey. Yep, that's a miscommunication.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to have to put that one on the GT car. You know, there's more room drivers left there. You can't be aggressive going into the corner driver's right. There's a prototype there, and it's really hard to make those decisions sometimes while everything is happening. And it's also really hard to swallow that pill when you know you're going to get held up. But swallowing that pill is a lot better than a car in the wall, as we see.
Now, Sai's going to love you for saying that's on the GT. I'm only having a bit of a laugh, but look at that cockpit, Sai. I mean, some people do run triples monitors, some people run ultra wide, but you can see there, you've got no vision there. You just have to trust your spotter there.
Yeah, and even if you did have triples and ultra wides or any other combination, VR for example, that A pillar is massive. That can easily like cover up a car if it's in exactly the wrong spot and the wrong distance. So sometimes you got to place your car where you know you're going to leave a car width and change if the car next to you runs their line exactly as you expect them to. And they don't sometimes, either because they're blind coming over the hill or they don't spot their turning point correctly, whatever it may be. That trust can cause accidents sometimes. It might not be the fault or neither driver intended it to happen, but just because of the way the visibility is in these things.
You touch on that. Yeah, to touch on that topic, Sai, I know that I was doing practice for this race with a bunch of teammates, and one thing that's very confusing about Turn 3 is there's not a whole lot of visual reference markers as we see these cars come up over the curb, you know, and really have to dive into that apex. And if the car in front of you is wildly inconsistent, it puts a lot of pressure on trying to pick out those markers, and it can get even more difficult to hit your marks if the car in front of you is inconsistent.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that in everything here, I've caused an incident as LMP2 in turn 3. In a similar situation there, I've turned in too much to get round the corner. And I've also caused those incidents where you're not fully aware of the car in front of you, and you just get into the back of them. And sometimes it's you for not doing the right thing, and sometimes it's them for just being that unpredictable. You do have to play it carefully there. So as we're just watching this battle now between the what looks to be, well, it's a 7-second battle. Try and say that a few times, and you can see the Satellite Racing White trying to now race for the pride of Satellite Racing. Now Red is, and there's a wreck in front of him, and that's again, it's just, it looks again miscommunication. That's Dan. Is that Dan Neese there in the blue shoes black? I believe that is, and that was one of the incidents. This is not a good one to look at here. Over the hill. Again, are we just seeing this lapse in concentration we were talking about earlier in the race?
Looking at that incident as we come to the apex of turn 1 here, it looks like the World of Sim Racing team car takes a very shallow line. There's no way he was making that apex, and Nathan just assumed he was going to hug the inside and couldn't make the corner. Well, I'll put that all down to the car on the inside there, unfortunately.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. He was very optimistic. It looked like Dan Neese got a little checked up between some GT cars, but he was doing the right thing there, and that car on the inside just wasn't able to keep it down. You know, we don't see all of the camera angles here, but it just looked like that car to the inside forced the issue of pretty aggressively there, and both of them ended up worse off.
Well, the World of Sim Racing, the 51 that we saw there, unfortunately did have to have the meatball flag, so they're going to have to come in to the pits. And these guys as well, Roy and Pinto in the 025, they just came in for a stop and hold, a 60-second stop and hold for that car contact we saw. I believe that was the car contact we saw at the chicane. So that puts them down a few places. Also, other penalties coming in. The recycled NRG car, the 019, they're having a 30-second stop and hold as we hit the 1 hour 30 remaining mark. So this is the 90 minutes that we were talking about. Well, I personally was talking about, and the others were agreeing. This is now where we start to look at really who's in which position to take control of this race. And you look at the top 3 in the LMP2s, 22 seconds separate them. They are all on similar pit stop strategy. You look at the top 3 in the GTs, they are, well, the top 2 are the only 2 on the lead lap. They are on exactly the same pit stop strategy. So makes me wonder now, Joey Sai, is this now, you know this, do you think about extending one stint just to try and get that extra fuel, or extending so you don't have to put more fuel, you put less fuel in when it comes to that final stint? Because that could be make or break right now, especially with the gaps as they are.
In terms of race strategy, you always want to work from the end of the race forwards or backwards, depending on how you look at it. You want to make sure that you have the minimum amount of fuel that you can carry that's legal at the end of the race. So, yes, here in 90 minutes, I'm going to start planning out my final couple stops there to make sure that I stop the first car, and I will be the first car also to run out of fuel once the checkered flag falls.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, sorry. You were going to come inside.
Yeah, I mean, to add to that, I mean, Joey said the exact right thing. You work backwards from the end of the race. The other thing, in a series with full course yellows, you also, the moment you can get to the end of a race on a full tank, you box that instant. Because from that point on, no matter what happens with the safety car or the full course yellow, you can make it to the end, you can stay out, you gain track position when everybody needs to pit. And that depends on how much or how long you can stretch those stints. So if you can do 35 laps a stint versus everybody else doing 33 or 34, you have that 1 lap advantage in your pocket. That's 1 lap less fuel you got to put in the car, and that's 1 lap where if you do get lucky and that yellow comes out before everybody else is pitted, you shoot straight to the top.
Well, we think there might be another safety car or full course caution. We don't know, of course, it is not predetermined. It is down to a certain number, and we just wait to see if that happens. And if it does, especially at this late of the race, anything can happen. I mean, we all know it ourselves. If you get a late safety car in any race, it just changes everything. Look at the Bathurst 1000 last weekend. Look at especially Petit Le Mans in the real world as well. Just something like that can just change the whole course of the race, because then it turns into we're cruising to okay, now we've got to do everything again, especially when it comes to safety car, because they will get where they want. So we're just looking. Now Tom is lifting, and that's interesting. He's got a car, but he's got a car in front. I think we're seeing the fuel saving, Joey. I think we're starting to see somebody taking advantage of this, because it looks like he pitted lap 185. It's lap 218 for him. He's trying to extend. You say this is, lifting here right now is a telltale sign of extending.
You're hitting the nail on the head, and if you look, all he's doing is just following in the wake of this prototype in front of him, which means he's found somebody that he can trust out there that's doing a lap time that he can kind of follow behind and use the minimum amount of throttle. Now, he's full throttle here, flat out, got to keep up down the straightaway. But once he starts getting this delta, this draft coming in, look, he'll go ahead and lift off the throttle and just maintain this pace and just kind of hang out here. And this is maximizing that fuel rate for him, and it's going to extend his stint. And then, once again, depending on when that yellow comes, or if it comes, it looks like he's going to come to pit road right now as third place is coming down pit lane.
Yeah, third place coming into pit lane. P2 also down pit lane, and Satellite Racing White comes into the pit. To be interested to see if any of these teams make any driver swaps. I don't think they have to because of the times. So James is staying in for Satellite Racing, and that will also, of course, Tom's. He's only just done one stint, so of course he would. We are seeing as well some more action going on in the GTs. Sai has been watching them. The 209 has been spun at turn 5. What do you know, Sai?
Well, amazingly, I don't know how they got to be this way, but they were too wide down the S's as we look at the replay now. Coming over the hill here into turn 3. Oh, looks like he just went wide. Goes to the grass and the club circuit. And rejoins the track. And now they're going to go side by side down the S's. It looks like he just pinched him on the curbing there. You can't really hop those curbs in the GT3 cars. So, he comes across an active track. Yeah, that was close. He was lucky not to get hit there.
Well, he's got a black flag regardless. The 209 did have a black flag. I believe that was a penalty. But they've had to come in, and it does look like they've got quite a bit of damage there. There's a telltale sign on iRacing for the Ferrari. If the glass at the back is busted, you have damage. And wouldn't be surprised if they're just carrying a little bit of damage, or my sim is a little bit out of tilter. But 124 remaining. I'm just trying to do my maths here. Sai would probably know again. Sorry to bring you back up, Sai. 124 remaining. I don't think that Satellite Racing can go again. Also, the 209, as we're just talking, another spin at turn 5. But yeah, I don't think that Satellite Racing can go to the end if it does one more stop.
Yeah, I think it would have to be a minimum of 2. Well, it depends on if they want to break it up into even stints or not. That's going to be something that they'll have to decide. I'm not privy to any of the strategy at the moment because you know, there's only so many things I can do at the same time. It's going to be a tough
multitask. I know you can't multitask. Don't worry. I was going to say you were talking earlier. This is Jake, by the way, that he had that spin at turn 5. We're talking earlier about how you can't have the same things in the sim world when it comes to being a chief or like a crew chief and you're trying to do, you know, the pit crew management. I have seen people who have setups in their on their PC with loads of monitors, kind of akin to what a cameraman would have. I'm looking at our cameraman Adam, about 5 different monitors, and they were having different things up on the screen just to basically crew chief a endurance race on iRacing, and it would be one screen with a overall map and pit exit stuff and other stuff as well and other things. So they may be having that right now and just trying to crunch the numbers in that situation, but I would not want to be able to do that. And yeah, that's I'm just saying. Adam apparently does not have 5 monitors like other people do. It's just a small operation there, but Joey would probably know what I mean when it comes to a pit lane. There's just so many monitors, and you don't get that here in the sim world.
There's lots of different sources of information that you can have in the real world. Not to mention, you can just stick your hand out there and feel what the air is and just see how the temp is. You know, what's going on out there on the racetrack? Are these guys hot or not?
Do you actually do that? Do they actually do that? They don't just look at the radar. They just put their hand out. Or
Look,
is that what you would do?
You know, it's pretty wild to me that even in F1, you can't go and take somebody off the catering team, hand them an umbrella, and say, if you use this, call us on the radio, type of thing. You know?
Yeah, counterplot. What if it's a hot day and they've got to use the umbrella to keep themselves shade? You know?
Yeah. We'll get into that, you know, another time. But what I'm actually really curious about right now, because we're kind of seeing this strategy all unfold out front, and this is the answer I'm looking for as our leader hits pit road right now. I was curious to see, he was coming up to lap the P2 car, but this is our leader, the 079, coming down pit road. CJ White, he's going to be making that first of, like we were talking about, probably 2 more stops.
Sai, I think the 079 can go with just 1 more stop. Again, we know roughly what it takes in time for a pit stop, Sai, but for laps, we're also trying to work that out. I would say there would 1 hour 21. That 079 would probably be safe to go to the end of the race now with just 1 more pit stop.
Yeah, I'm calculating around 89, 70, 78 laps, depending on how the pace is going to be. So if they do a longer stint, but it's going to be a stretch. They'll need something to happen, either a safety car, or they just run on basically run on Prius mode for the rest of the race.
Interesting you bring that up. They might be factoring in, hey, you know what? We had that yellow a little bit earlier. Let's roll the dice right now and see if we can actually jump ahead of race strategy.
I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit shocked because, you know, I'm used to it being called a Prius, not a Prius. Yeah, that's the American versus the European sayings there. But yeah, no, that's the same thing. Maybe even using the clutch as well, just to save a little bit, or just fuel saving. If CJ White in that car can just find some car that he can tandem to, he should be able to. Sai knows, I'm going to call Sai out here, he knows a lot about tandem racing. In the Majors 24 earlier this year, we had him in on an interview during my stint in the broadcast stint in the morning. He was his satellite racing was tandem drafting with Geodesic and another car. We just see this moment with 3 GTs. I'll get back to that point in a moment. They're doing a little bit of tandem, but 3 in a bed does not work. That is a slow car going by. What is happening here? Is it just a slow down the chicane? You can see see that this is just going to end up late braking. Nope. One car's going to go wide. And that is the World of Sim Racing just holding back, and there's that touch there, and that looks... nice avoidance there. What on earth happened there? I use miscommunication a lot, but that looks like one car wanted to pit, and it wasn't telegraphed.
I think the Mercedes that was falling was expecting to try and slipstream into turn 1, and I think the BMW in the front just wanted to dive down pit lane and braked a little bit before the Merc expected it to.
Yeah, I think you might be right, but they're going to come around and everything's all right there. As I was saying, I was just going to say, you know all about the slipstreaming, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're talking about you, Satellite Racing, a geodesic car, and I can't remember the other team, and the three of you were just tandem drafting all the way for a good hour and a half just by not racing or anything. How hard is it to find, especially in the heat of a race, to find that car that was probably doing the same delta as you, so you can just stay behind them and do a little bit of fuel saving?
I'll tell you this much. The messages were flying back and forth between teams. In iRacing, there is a feature where you can private message any driver in the server. And often we try to find people who aren't in the car on a different team to try to coordinate something, saying, hey, we're willing to work together, let's not fight, and let's get some time on the guys ahead of us or the pack ahead of us, because that's how it usually breaks out into at these big draft tracks like Le Mans or Daytona. You have a couple of packs of cars of 2 or 3. Let's try to gain time on the pack ahead of us just by not fighting and, locking bumpers and pushing on the straight. So we have the power of 2 cars and the drag of only 1.5, So it's a lot of coordination and communication, but sometimes it happens impromptu. It's like, hey, I want to save fuel. I'm just going to sit behind this guy, maybe give him a little bit of a push if we need a little bit more pace. And that's about it, really.
Yeah, I know myself, if I've got a car behind me that wants to fuel save, they're not telling me, and it scares the living daylight out of me. So I'm not entirely happy about it sometimes unless I know about it. Joe, I suppose really in the real world, you don't get that situation. I do remember watching some IMSA Pilot Challenge where, especially at Road America, you just had a train of Hyundai TCRs all together. That wasn't coordinated, and I'm guessing in the real world, unless you're teammates, there is no coordination like that.
No, the coordination, it can be tricky a lot of times. Most of the time, the best thing you can do for tandem or working together is running with the cars around you in for position, meaning if you're in third, running with second and the leader. When you try to mix it up with teammates or introduce other variables, things just can get a little bit jumbled up and not go very smoothly. So I think the more that you try less to do it and just have it happen naturally, the better off it is.
Yeah, that's very interesting because like I said, some people will go for that work, other drivers will decide. A little bit of a slide there by James coming out at 7. I think got a bit too early on the throttle. Yeah, it's one of those that you've just got to just go with the flow sometimes. And as I was saying, it goes back to that whole thing where, as I was saying, I get a car behind me that wants to fuel save. I don't know they're fuel saving, and it's scaring the living daylights out of me because I don't know what they're doing. And there had been a couple of times where I've been taken out by a car that decides I want to use you to fuel save. I'm not letting you know, and then they just go into the back of you. And the funny thing was, it was a teammate that did that. So we do have a car. Oh, we have a car. That's the P4 in the chat in the GT. That is Bruce Jackson there. That's the Aerokinetics purple. Sire, we're gonna say turn 3 here, the bump. I know you don't get a lot of that bump with a GT, but if there's no contact, also signs to me point to a little bit of an issue in turn 3.
If you take too much of that curb, it will, or if you land in a bad way, that exit curb will bite you. As you can see, he goes wide and just loses it over the exit curb. I don't think he hit anything per se on the track or suspension-wise. I think he just had a loose car and outbraked himself.
That is always a challenge, especially now when we're talking about the whole. We were talking earlier in the race with the track temperature. It's cooling down. You're probably expecting you're going to be able to brake a little bit later, and also he pitted lap 196, so he's got quite a bit of fuel on that car. Not sure if he took tires or not. Looking at the last pit stop, he didn't. So it wouldn't be a case of that either. It just looks to me like he's just taken almost a bit too overconfident in that situation. Overconfidence is a thing that's going on. Other things going on, I believe we do have. We have another drive-through. We did not. Stop and go for the 209 for an unsafe rejoin. That was the Go-In Racing Amethyst, and I believe they are in the pits currently serving that with 1 hour and 14 minutes to go. I know the GTs, Joey. I know that their stints are a little bit longer than these prototypes, these little spaceships, but surely that just makes it, you're a little bit more bored waiting to go out here. But surely, if you're now in one of these cars in the GT, what are you thinking with 1 hour and 13 left?
Looking at the battle in GT, really, it seems like 1, 2, 3, 4. Our top 5 are actually these amateur cars in GT, which is fantastic to see. Really, the first pro car that I'm looking at is the Blue Chew GT Black down there. So it's pretty spread out in terms of the racing. Twin Turn Sim Racing right now looks to have a full lap lead on P2 and GT3. So I'm talking to my driver. I'm making sure we're hitting our fuel number, and we're going to make sure that we nail the last stop with plenty of fuel left, because you don't want a miscalculation that can potentially cost you a lap and maybe even an easy race win because you're already a lap ahead.
Yeah, we won't point any fingers to the crew chiefs or anything like that. Every time we come over that hill, I see that orange car, that orange car
Me
that you use for the
too.
marshals, and everybody's thinking, oh, hello, that's a car. It doesn't help that I did a broadcast earlier today and there was an orange car, an orange GT car. So to me, I'm just like, oh, is that a spinner? But no. I was going to say, I'm not going to start pointing fingers at people putting the wrong fuel in, because Sai will tell you, there is the programs on iRacing that does allow you to help you, but sometimes the programs don't get it right, and sometimes you've got to just work it out on the fly yourself. How many calculators do you have, Sai, to get that right?
Well, I'll tell you, I do have a nickname in my team. I'm called Run 'em Dry Sai. I'll say that much because of my sort of tendency to have people sputter right across the line, or sometimes before the line if they're unlucky. I would say those iRacing calculators, sometimes they have an effect where they factor in things that normal people wouldn't. For example, a lap where you have a lot of traffic and you burn less fuel, and that'll all factor into their average fuel consumption. So they will recommend less fuel than you actually need sometimes. So you have to do it by, on a fast lap, how much fuel you're burning rather than just an average lap.
I gotta be honest, you bring that up. A team of us in a sprint endurance race actually had that happen to them, and we were able to beat them because of it. Because the situation is they were using one of those apps and they were fuel saving, so they came to their final stop and they're trying to work out what's the right way to go, and then they use a fuel line that is taking into the fact that they've just been fuel saving that entire stint, so they took less fuel and they had to pit. It's one of those situations that you've just got to be careful. You fuel save, you do use less fuel, but then that means everybody thinks, that computers and technology will just think, I've got to use that much, and so you do run that issue in the race. So we're hoping none of these cars have that issue, but we are seeing as well that over this time, the Satellite Racing White has clawed in the 079, the Quality Control Racing. And they have started to pull them in. We are close, though, to an hour to go, which is going to be crucial. We are going to take a phrase from the NFL. We're coming to the witching hour. And I think there's going to be a lot of groans from people when I say that, but we're coming to that moment right now where this is all eyes on the track, as we're just going to see a very quick replay of the car coming into the pits there. That's the coming out of the pits, and that is the Satellite Racing. Now, what is happening here?
That looks like a wheel disconnect to me.
You're right. That is a wheel disc. Oh, no. Is there much damage on that car? I think they got away with it, but That's Joey, can you say you've ever hit the pit wall in the real world?
No, I can't say that I've ever hit pit wall in the real life, and unfortunately, hardware malfunctions happen in the real world. Most of the time it's suspension components, shocks, springs, but here in the virtual world, we're limited to the equipment that we're using, and that can be a wheelbase, or even just a USB can come undone from your port, and all of a sudden, you're in the wall.
I've had incidents myself there. Has Scuderia just taken a drive-through? I believe they just did. Yeah, Scuderia taking a drive-through. They lose out on P3 because of it. I've had teammates that have had issues with USB, so their gear, so their shifter paddles have not been working. I've had teammates where they've had that cut. I've actually had in a race I broadcasted once before, the VR headset crashed. So they had nowhere to go. So that's, they had somewhere to go. They just didn't know where they were going, per se. So unfortunately to them, it is one of those things that does happen. I'm going to say, Joey, we're talking about the real world. What is it? PTSD, don't have to bring it up, but what was the worst failure that you had?
Worst failure that I've had? The worst failure that I've had is I had a right front hub fail on me in turn 1 at Sonoma in a Mustang GT car. So basically, I lost the whole right front assembly off of the right front of the car and up over the hill. And there's a fantastic picture that one of my good buddies, Camden Thrasher, has of me about maybe 12, 14 feet in the air in a Mustang with the front right wheel actually about 15 feet above the turn worker stand over there at turn 2 at Sonoma.
Oh, yikes.
You have to send me that picture later.
Yeah, I'm going to have to see this picture as well. That sounds like one of those perfect storm photos, an amazing photo. Now, hello, 1 second. This isn't a perfect storm. That is a car, Tin Top Motorsport, with a smoking engine. What on earth has happened here? Coming around the final corner, going up into turn 1. Please don't be a pit lane exit. Please don't be a pit lane exit. Nothing there. Comes around. Let's go wide again. Did the rear just go on him there, Si? It looks like the rear just went. Are we seeing this quite a lot now at this stage of the race?
I think he may have mounted that exit curb with his left rear and kind of jacked the car around on that curbing there. If you watch on the onboard, turns in, kind of misses the apex a little bit and gets on the curb, car goes around immediately.
So is that a case of the curb, or is that a case of the curb causing the back to go, or is it him clipping the grass?
I think it's because he was understeering from the apex off. He had so much wheel in the car that the moment that the front end either bit on the curb or the rear end sort of finally started to rotate, it was too much and the tires just kind of let go.
That is such a shame for him. And of course, hitting that hard, they took the engine out, and there goes that thing as well. We were talking earlier, the Porsche crash from earlier in the race. We saw that, it hit the wall. It's fine because the engine's in the rear, but when you've got one of these front engine cars, you hit that wall pretty hard and say goodbye to the engine and everything else in it. So very tough to see. In the Satellite Racing now catching. The gap is now 1 second. If you're that lead car and you've seen that lead dissipate, Joey, what is your mindset right now? If you're that team and you see that lead is going, are you telling the driver just don't worry? You're telling him not to look behind, because right now that car's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm thinking I'm going to start worrying.
In sim racing, as the driver, yeah, they most likely have their relative up, so they know P2 is coming. If I was on the box in real life, I would do everything in my power to shift my driver's focus to forwards. He doesn't even need to know what's behind him right now. Just let him do his thing, and that's the most important thing, because if he can get in the rhythm and turn laps, it makes P2 much harder to get around him. It's only when you start to realize that there's pressure behind you that it starts to throw you off your game a little bit.
So what's the best way to take the mind off your teammates? Because I'm just thinking here, hey, look, have some ice cream. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm thinking there's going to be a serious way. What is the best way to get them eyes forward?
I think the easiest Yeah, it definitely looks like second place there had contact between the prototype and a big wreck down the S's. Looks like the GT car and prototype had a little bit of miscommunication, and that is our second place in P2.
That is another blow for Satellite Racing. And it looks to me like it was, personally, Sai may say different, but it looks to me that the 068 there, he kind of just went for a gap that was already closing. Sai's probably going to say different, but to me, that gap is closing, and that is not a place to go.
It hurts me to say this, but you're right. It looks like James had a bit of a bad exit out of turn 3, because usually you can overtake GT3s on the outside of turn 4 before you get to the S's in an LP2. But it looks like he had a bad exit out of turn 3, got in the marbles, got all slowed up, and he still tried to make the. I think he was target fixated on the LMP2 ahead, trying to, take every apex that he could, and just, the red fog got him.
The red fog, that is the one that we've all seen. I talked about that bookmarking idea earlier in the race, and I think that was basically what he was trying to avoid. Knew that if he got behind that car, that would have been a second and a half down the acid. But he's caught back up, and he's almost come in contact with the quality car. Almost come in contact again, not realizing the situation. All of a sudden, this has got a little bit chaotic due to the classes. And James, calm down. For a moment, I thought he was going to try and split the atom there and go 3 wide. Now, Joey, how do you calm your driver down right now? Because this is, you can see that he's a little bit pacey. We know that there's going to be a penalty, a possible penalty for that incident. How do you calm the driver down right now?
I don't know how those two lead LMP2 cars stayed off of each other there in turn 5. It certainly looked like there was going to be contact, but if I'm on the box with my lead car right now, I'm giving him a lap time delta. Say, hey, you know what? This car behind us, he's going to be serving a penalty most likely. As we see him dive down into pit road to serve that penalty right now. Now, hey, just go hit 109s, or whatever your lap time needs to be. If it's a 109.5, a 109.0, whatever it needs to be, give them a goal to focus on rather than the mirror.
And this is actually a blow. This is into the pits for an incident limit penalty. You get 40-ish 45 incidents. And then after that 45 limit's done, every 10 incidents is a drive-through penalty. So let's look at this. He was so close to taking that lead. He's now looking at a possible drive-through for that incident with the GT. He's had to take a drive-through for incident limit. It's not looking good for him. He might be able to keep hold of a podium finish here. He's definitely in the Pro-Am looking at a podium finish, but an overall podium finish is what he would love to get. It's looking very tough for him right now. You see that gap? It is now behind. I'm not looking at the gap between P1 and P2. That's now 11 seconds between P2 and P3, and it's going to be going. So while we just do that, because this is getting dramatic, we're going to have to take a look into the top 5 right now as we go for our final break before the end of the race. So we've seen it all at the moment, but still, that 079, that quality control racing leading the way. Then the 068 there of the Satellite Racing White is currently in P2. P3 is the number 20, leading the pros, a Scuderia slot car for Tom Abramantis. And then in P4, the BRT Onan, the 88, followed by Satellite Racing Red. They are just a lap down after all that incident, and they are still there in P5. As we turn to the GTs, the twin-turn sim racing still leads the fold. 226 there, taking that lead, and with a lap lead over the 265 Satellite Racing GT3 AM. And they themselves almost got a lap lead to P3, which is Aerokinetics Green in the 298, and then in P4, the 222, the Aerokinetics Purple. Then the 102, Blue 2s, GT Black. They lead the Pro, the P5 overall for the GTs. That is your quick rundown of the top 5. We are going into the final hour. As once a wise man once said, you have 1 hour remaining and you've got to show your work. We're going to take a quick break. Do not miss this last hour. With everything we've just seen in the penultimate hour, anything can still happen. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed that final countdown, the final hour here, and we do have to lead in with some breaking news. Of course, we did see a little aftermath of a crash in the GTs down the S's, but as expected, Satellite Racing White does indeed have a black flag here in the Majors Team Endurance Championship as we come to the final hour here at Road Atlanta. It is no surprise if you're watching just before the hour what that is for. an incident on a GT going down the S's, and it could spell the end of their shot at victory, which is a little bit of a shame for them. Of course, if you've not been here, I am Craig King. We do have Joey with us and Sai, and I think we're going to start with Sai, really. It's such a shame, because that looked to me like that was Satellite looking like they were getting ready to get a victory there.
It is unfortunate. I guess we fumbled it twice, one with the red car and once with the white car. It is a bit heartbreaking, but that's what endurance racing is. You could drive perfectly for 5 hours, and it comes down to that one sort of bad judgment call.
The plus side, though, is the car is still drivable. The car is still there. They can still get a decent result. When it comes to the championship, because this is part of the championship standings, it's very helpful for them to keep going. That black flag will probably put them into P2, maybe, or P3, sorry, maybe P4. That is still points that you would like. And I think Joey will agree that even though that victory is now kind of out the window, it's now damage limitation. How many points can you make? Because those points could be make or break at the end of the season.
It would just be total heartbreak to put in 5+ hours of racing just to give up here in the last hour. And you're right, you can't do that no matter how hard this race can get. It looks like we might have our second place runner right now diving down to pit lane for that penalty or extra service here. This is the 068 car. But yeah, you just got to keep focus forward, and even though this might not be your night tonight, you got to swallow the pill, even though it can be tough to do. Get your points and get out of here and focus on the next one.
Yeah, you can always look ahead. You don't want to look behind, especially in a situation like this. Go forward and see what you can do. The damage limitation, it is what we believe a 30-second. As we then continue, apologies, that we then now look to see what they will do. Can they hold on? These are the leaders then. They're going to take the advantage of that. The Quality Control Racing, the 079 Pro-Am car currently leading the way in this. You can start to see the traffic they've got to weave through right there. There's one GT. Can they make another GT? Ooh, tight. Oh, that's the worst time we could have come to them. I don't really want to curse any more teams, but look at this traffic he has to go through right now. Sai, just talk us through the thought process right now in this traffic.
It's hold on for dear life. It's definitely a case of take whatever apexes you can and know that the drivers at the head of the train that you're following don't know you're there. So you have to pretend as if they have blinders on and they're only looking forward. So you got to put your car almost in front of them before they know you're there.
One thing I love about not even virtual racing, but endurance racing is look at the waves of action that happen. And we're here sitting with 50 minutes left in a 6-hour race, and the traffic is as thick as it is on I-5 going down to California right now.
Yeah, I-5, the M25 over here, enter your own little road there. It is just a traffic block that you have to find the right lane to be in, and when you're in an LMP2 car, that is not exactly the easiest thing to do. You've got to find that opportunity, as you see right here. Starlight Racing White trying to just get by. You see it. This is the time, and just look at this pit time. Look how long that took. 84 seconds in the pit lane for 107 seconds. I don't know if they can take a service, but Sai, would you say that would be the best chance now to take a service there, take fuel, maybe tires? Yes, they got to do a splash and dash, but if they know that's the situation, is it better to just then take a service and just get it over with?
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's down to the last stint, you always want to pit as early as possible if there's a safety car, if there's a possibility of a safety car. Because you never want to lose all that track position by staying out. Safety car comes out, you pit, and everybody else goes by, and then you come out behind them. Yeah, you'll have fresh tires, but at a track like Road Atlanta, track position is everything.
Yeah, track position, everyone can just going back. I just want to give a shout out here to one of the teams that is still going. We talk about the points. I think we just got to give a nice little shout out to car 278, the CMS Racing Endurance team. because they've kind of been in the pits for a couple hours to get that car fixed. And they might be officially 120 laps behind the lead GT. But they're still going to come out of this with a top 30 finish. And this is the whole nature. If you can get anything, as Joey was saying earlier, if your crew can get over that wall and just smash that car back to life, you will take everything you can get to keep that car going, no matter if it's 1 point, 2 points, or 150 points.
Points are everything, especially in such a long championship like this, and it's really neat with the MTEC series between the endurance events and the sprint events, plus the different forms of classes between the pros and the AMs, between the LMP2 and the GT3 cars. We see action all over this racetrack right now, and yeah, you gotta love it when a car has a little bit of trouble. The guys stay focused and, you know, they don't let it ruin their day. And here they are back out on the racetrack, and they may not be in a battle for position. But, guys, laps are laps. You're learning something. You might be able to take something into the next race.
Must admit, I'm just looking at it. They're actually going to get quite a few positions just by driving around. I think the cars in front of them are no longer racing. Yeah, the cars in front of them no longer racing. They might get 2, maybe 3 positions at the end of this race just by driving around. I know that's not what you want to have happen. I know some people will do that on iRacing just to keep some, just to try and salvage a little bit of iRacing, but that is fantastic to see. Of course, it's not all the end. We do see some cars trying to make some moves. Remember that satellite? Well, I know Sai knows that satellite racing red. Remember Gabriel? And he might have just lost some of that lead, but he's still there fighting for that podium, because at the moment that gap is now less than 10 seconds between him and P3, the 88 of BRT Odin.
Like I said, that pace hasn't gone anywhere. They've fixed that car up. It is quick. Remember, this is the car that put a 50-second gap to P2 only about 3 hours into the race. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to claw back some positions even after the troubles they've had.
And of course, the biggest issue they've got now is in front of them. Well, no, ignore me. No, I was about to say they've got a car who's a lap ahead of them, and they're a little bit faster than them. But no, that does not matter, as P2 Scuderia Slot's car comes into the pits, and that gap is now less than 9 seconds. And it does come back to what Joey was saying earlier. You don't want to look behind. You want to stay in front. A story from one of my races in the week, our Petit Le Mans race, was decided on the last lap by the victors overcoming a 20-second deficit. No, sorry, 11-second deficit in the last 20 minutes of the race. So never say never. And of course, Scuderia will need to do a splash and dash, because we are at lap 250, going 251 of 290-ish laps. Sai's been doing the maths. Sai is our resident LMP2 driver. That is enough for a splash and dash at the end, which is going to be an issue for them. But in the GTs, there isn't much going on. This is Joey. This is the cooldown time for these GTs. Every gap is basically a lap. Are you putting are you getting the ice cream ready?
No, I'm actually still looking at this P2 battle, because something that I saw out there was that Scuderia slot car, while he was in the pits, I saw the air jacks go up, which means that car is going to be taking tires, which was very interesting. That number 88 BRT Odin car was able to leapfrog, I believe, at least around that second place car. I don't know if he gets back onto the lead lap or if that was for position, but interesting that the number 20 took tires with only about 45 minutes left here.
That is very interesting. Maybe it's not a decision that many people would do. Sai maybe say something. It could be a case of taking fronts or rears, because maybe rears, because the rears do eat up a little bit. You don't want to take one single tire. The front left will always take a lot of a beating here. With 45 minutes to go, it does seem a bit confusing taking tires, but surely that they mustn't be able to go to the end there. Would they consider 2 tires?
It is absolutely something they would do. I'm looking at their stint sheet right now. Tom got into the car at 186, so presumably they did a tire change then. And since then, it looks to me at least, they haven't switched tires. So they've done 3 stints on the same tire from what I can see so far. That would make sense as to why they change it now.
It definitely, I'm going to agree there that triple stinting a set of tires is probably pushing it. You might be able to grab 4, but you really have to be careful out there, and great catch on that.
Of course, you think about it,
down to the cords on that left front for certain.
Oh, I was going to say, I remember the where they were last week on that left front, because this track, it really abuses that left front, and it would basically be crying out if you were, especially for a driver like myself, it would be crying out midway through that second stint almost. So, of course, if it's 0%, you get the blowout simulation on these tires nowadays. Always helpful. So, you just want to be careful on that. I must admit, the track temperature hasn't changed. That air temperature stayed as it is. So it's still 24 Celsius, 76 Fahrenheit there. Look at that air temp, it's 73 Fahrenheit, 23 Celsius. Oh, thank you, Adam, for putting up the European temperatures there for myself as well. That's very helpful. You can see humidity's not really a factor here. That air temp hasn't changed. So realistically, Joey, we're looking at, you don't need to make much adjustment. You're not putting your hand out of the pit wall to see what the weather's doing now. You're just making sure you're looking at the barometer to make sure everything's still the same.
You're right, and I know that the temperature might not have changed a whole lot in session, but I'm reading 74, 76 F here, and correct me if I'm wrong, iRacing minimum ambient temperatures are only down to 65 F, so the track is actually very, very cold in terms of iRacing standards.
It is cold. It can get a little bit colder. I have seen 18 Celsius tracks before. I've seen them like that. But for a race like this, 24, I have seen it colder at this time of the day. But you've got to remember, we've been racing for so long. That air temp has stayed as it is. So you've got to keep your eyes on that, because Sai will probably tell you, you get that idea in your head sometimes that, oh, it's nighttime, it's going to be cold. But as we see leaders in the pits, the driver change it as well. Michael Bott comes into it. But Sai, like I said, you do get that idea, don't you? That, well, it's getting dark. It's going to be absolutely colder. But as you see here, that's just not come to fruition.
It is a bit of I would say a learning curve, in the sense that the weather doesn't do what you want it to do. It never has, it never will. And if the track is hot, I wouldn't say it's hot, certainly not the 40 degrees Celsius we had towards the afternoon. The end of the race, particularly once the track is all rubbered up, there's marbles everywhere, the heat in that rubber on the track itself will affect how the tire interacts with it more than the actual heat in the track itself, if that makes sense.
Yes, I have to put my physics on there for a moment and just think about that. You are right. Don't make me use my physics. It's been too long since I've been to school, but you are right indeed. You see this battle for first, and let's just completely be honest here. It is 3 seconds. Walker has to pit there for the 88, so he will start to see. In fact, that's the first time he's seen the leader as he comes down into turn 6. That's the first time you see the leader. But he's just out of touch. He's just taking the pit stop. You've got another 10 laps. That's got to be hurtful, Joey. You can see the leader, but you know you can't touch him because you've still got to pit.
Yeah, I believe the second, third, and even 4th place car, I believe, still have to make another stop. So really, it is a battle for the podium outside of the win right now. As long as that 079 Quality Racing doesn't make a mistake, they just need to keep their head down, keep focus forward out the windshield, as we say. But I'm really curious to see how 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and really right now, we talked about that car out in front with pretty much a whole lap on everybody, but number 88 is only 2.8 seconds behind the leader right now. He might be able to get up there and make a little bit of pressure, and who knows what can happen then.
But the key thing I'm looking at here as we cross the 40-minute mark is the 88 needs one more pit stop. The 079, and Sai's got the numbers better than me. If I'm wrong, he'll tell me I'm wrong. The 079 has to pit again. The Scuderia slot car has to pit again. So that's 2 cars in the top 5 that has to do a splash and dash, let alone just, everybody else, they're in line to basically do one more pit stop and there they go, they're going. So you look at the likes of Satellite Racing, they're going to have to come in very shortly. You look at these guys, the BRT Odin. In fact, there's another car coming in. I believe that is the Sim Republic in the pits as well. No, it isn't. I beg your pardon. That is the World of Sim Racing. I'm, again, not looking at my sheets properly. Yeah, but you've got to look at this site. These splash and dashes are going to be crucial at this stage of the race.
Well, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to disagree with your assessment of the quality control racing number 79, or 079 rather. They can make it to the end. They have to do, I think, at least 35 laps, maybe 36. It's doable in this car, but you do have to lift the coast quite a bit. That being said, the end of the race is being calculated with the pace of the leader right now. So if they do slow down, they'll have to do less laps. So it's kind of a win-win for them if they can keep control of this race.
But then how fast do you want to go? And we talk about the delta. What delta do you want to go to if you're going to be doing any fuel saving here? Because most fuel saving opportunities on this track will basically be a little bit of a lift coming into the chicane, a little bit of a lift going into turn 6 maybe, and maybe the S's. It's very tough. You see James Walker, he's going to be making this move right now. He's taking that, and Michael is just going to go, take it. I don't want it. I got a fuel save. You can take it. I'm going to be a little bit faster than you because of the weight difference. But if I'm in that car right now, if I'm Michael, I'm going to say, hold on 1 second. And hold on 1 second. There we go. And Joey will tell you as well, let's just do it. Because look at that lift and coverage.
Yeah, he is in full maximum fuel save. And listening to some audio right now, it actually looks like he's using the clutch here following this now lead car of James Walker. He's doing exactly like you were talking about and trying to save the maximum amount of fuel, try to stretch this last stint, and he just needs to be smart about what he's doing. I know that he quote-unquote lost the lead, but he does not have to stop again if he can make this fuel save work. So he just has to keep his head on his shoulders. If he can't keep up with the draft of James Walker here, then he just has to realize fuel save is my #1 goal. Let's keep it clean, and we still have a whole stop ahead of these guys.
Well,
I think if he does have to take a splash and dash, it will be a very short one. You only need like maybe a couple of liters of fuel, so that's like 1 second in the box. It will cost you 20 seconds driving through the pit lane to get to the box, of course, but I think even if he does have to splash and dash, he might still be okay.
Which brings up an interesting point that if he only has to splash and dash and these other cars do have to take a full load of fuel, this isn't necessarily the optimum strategy, but if he sees that lead car dive into pit lane, he can go ahead and follow, take that extreme minimum amount of fuel, and then be right back out in the lead.
Oh, hold on 1 second. This is a little bit dicey. Are they all going to get through here? They do, but they've got a lap car, the number 2 there in front of them, the PRE blue, and then you've got these two guys coming. And at the same time, I do start to see Gabriel in the 64, the Satellite Racing Red, is starting to look himself that he's starting to be a little bit threatening. We did see, we rode on board all the lift and coast we saw there with the quality boys, and I must admit, from my experience, not the same drivers, but from my experience with that team, they're good at fuel saving. They are really good at fuel saving. I wouldn't say they're the best because no one knows who's the best, but they are good enough at fuel saving to be able to just hold on to what they can and extend that the most. And if you've got people that just take little sips of this engine, this fuel tank, I always used to call it a pipette. The fuel tank on LP2, it's a pipette. It just takes a lot of fuel away. If you're able to do that right now, it's not a problem. You see, he's not even going to be worried right now, Joey. He's lost that slipstream to the leader, but he's got slipstream for another car.
Yeah, he doesn't need to even worry about the leader right now. He just needs to focus on his own race and that fuel save, what we've been mentioning here. And it can be a little bit tricky to fuel save and still hit your marks at the same time. He just needs to focus on what he needs to do, hit the brake markers, don't overdrive the car. And I would say the most important bit of fuel saving here is you have to start at the beginning, which he has done. you know, it looks like we got the battle for P4 in GT3 is starting to heat up here. And it looks like we got 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars on screen battling it out.
We've got a few cars battling on screen, but we do have John Sorazzi in the 102 and Robert Gamble. This is the P4, the 222 there, the Aerokinetic and the Blue Chew. Now for Blue Chew, they are still leading the pros in the GTs, but this is all the marbles. You really want to make the best result here at the end of the day, regardless of class, as they continue to come by. We haven't talked a lot about the fuel consumption for the GTs. I don't know if you know anything about that, Sires. It looks a bit at the 222 is just going to use this for fuel saving. I think some of these GTs have taken their final pit stop. So I don't know if you can agree with me there. I think Satellite Racing may be the only one left, as BRT is in the pits for their final pit stop. Would you, again, I know your numbers are more in line with the LMP2s, but it looks to me like the GTs are basically going to the end now.
It would be very surprising to me if they couldn't make it from here, considering the GT cars generally have almost double, not double, but a little bit less than double the fuel capacity of the LMP2, feels like.
So, what would happen if we had a yellow flag right now with 33 minutes left and we have a full course caution? What would that do to the fuel side? I mean, we talk about these LMP2 drivers. That would definitely give quality no need to stop anymore, am I right?
That's correct, but also it also let the Scuderia slot car team, which needs to splash and dash right now, they wouldn't need to stop either. So right now they're going full push, trying to close the gap as much as possible. But if they do get a safety car, now they can almost certainly make it to the end. And I'm not sure if we're looking right now. Looking at an incident here on the replay. Coming through the S's here. Looks like maybe a little bit slow.
I did see a car slow. Was there a spin or anything? That car does not look... there we go.
Right here to turn 5. Yeah, looks like the weight over the rear axle there. Typical 911 sort of spin.
Typical 911 spin. I mean, especially with the weight balance, because that is one of the things with this car. I'm sure either one of you would be able to explain it more. You get a car with a rear engine. Most of the GT cars are mid-engine. That rear engine, it just really changes everything in terms of the shifting of the weight and everything. So you've got to be it's a little bit different there when it comes to the balance of a car. I don't know if either of you can expand on that with a Porsche over the others.
I think that comparing the sim racing cars to real world cars, the Porsche in the GT3 class actually has the most character. It has a personality to it, and looks like, oh, huge spin here. Looks like, is this the Gabriel Roos car? Once again, losing it in turn 5. This is the 3rd time he's made that mistake there.
Well, we got to have a look at this again. Had he managed to keep that going? Looks like he's been able to, but that is some more massive damage there. Let's just see what happens here. Is this the inside? Is it another bobble on the outside? Sai is literally, well, I think Sai is, I wouldn't say he's crying at the moment, but he is a little bit concerned. Is this a tap of the curb here, Sai?
Taking a look right now on the live broadcast, you can see he gets, yep, looks like the rear's just let go on him, on power.
And he's lucky that's a tire wall. That's his only saving grace there. It's a tire wall. Yes, he hits it, but it's just going to be a soft cushional impact there. But does that give him a black flag? No, he's coming into the pits regardless. Are they using this now for the pit stop? Yeah, the final stop, yeah.
One thing that I've really noticed in today's race here, this Satellite Racing red car has been so fast out there all race, and really just Gabriel Roos has made a couple little mistakes that have cost him pretty big. And if I was to go back and look at the race as a whole, you got to look at the speed that he's had, and it has been on fire. He's been one of the fastest race cars all night. He just needs to look at a couple of these incidents and reel it back just a little bit. A few percent is all it takes to avoid some of these silly little incidents and all of a sudden we're going to see that satellite racing red car on front dominating races.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a little bit of an adjustment. Sometimes it's brake bias. Sometimes it's traction control. I'm sure Sai can probably go in a little bit more detail there, but it just looks to me like the car, it doesn't suit the driver, because that's again, that's 3 mistakes there into turn 5. And either you've got to say to the driver, maybe take it differently, or maybe however the car setup is not working for him.
Well, I would also say that he had that incident 3 times, but I'd also argue that he had the same incident 3 different ways. One of them he bounced off the apex curb, one of them was off the sort of gravel on the outside, and this time it was just on power, just dropping the rear of the car. So it looks like the same incident, but 3 different sort of causes for it, which can be difficult to break down for a driver, especially while they're in the car driving.
You're right. You know, I would never say anything negative about drivers out there. You know, you always want to keep it positive. Looks like we got a prototype off there in turn 1 as they kind of gather it back up onto track. And I don't want to say that Gabriel has done anything wrong out there. You have to look at it as a learning opportunity. What can I learn from each one of these little incidents? And you're right, each one happened in the exit of turn 5, but they were all separate incidents in their own world. And you just have to go back as a driver. You have to look at it from an open mind. You can't be frustrated about what has happened, and you just have to go back and learn from each one.
So the way I look at it is the kicker mentality in the NFL. You shank the first one to the left. Okay, let me make an adjustment. You shank the next one to the right. Okay, let me make an adjustment. And then the next one, it doesn't go far enough, or something else. So it's not a case of he's doing something wrong. Would you also agree it's also then that mental thing of it's happening, you've made the adjustment, and now something else is going wrong?
You know, we mentioned the you guys called it the red fog. I know it as the red mist. And when you put a helmet on or a VR headset on, or you climb behind those screens, it can be difficult to understand another point of view, especially when you're trying to analyze it yourself from inside the cockpit, as it looks like we're going through a couple replays here of the satellite car. And it's easier to do it post-race when you physically can take yourself out of the car, put yourself in the third person, and look at all these incidents as it looks like, just got blocked on the front straightaway there, and really learn from them. And I think that's the biggest thing that looks like car off turn 1. That's our 3rd place car.
That was a replay.
Okay.
It was the replay there, and you can see he was just a little bit trying to make that move that wasn't there. You could see you could see there was 3 wide there, and he tried to make it. And then I also noticed he was flashing the lights, and I think he got a little bit trigger happy on the flashing there, which may have caused that. I think he was going back to what you were saying, you look forward, not behind. I think he was still looking behind at what just happened, what just transpired, and didn't take enough focus, because as you can see, there he is. He's taking the corner totally fine. It was just, again, that lapse of concentration. Can you blame them? There's 26 minutes left. It's 5.5 hours in the race, and some of these guys have been driving for 2 hours straight. That can take its toll. Not just sim racing, real world racing, anything. 2 hours straight can be a strain.
It can be tough. It can definitely be tough. And I know I was rambling back there with that incident, but you have to remove yourself from the cockpit. You know, there's a lot going on. It's easy to get frustrated, or tunnel vision, if you will. And you have to remove yourself, remind you that there's other cars out on the racetrack, and race respectfully out there with everybody, and you'll make it through.
Oh, I see P2 in the GTs is coming in for their pit stop. That is the satellite racing. So they will do their final pit stop. And I must admit, I did see that they did have to take one more pit stop. They did pit a little bit earlier, but that is the case. That should be all the lead GTs should be ahead there. Yeah, not a very long pit stop for them. Peter Hudson is now there. You start to see he's in a little battle himself. It's amazing to see, Sai, how battles are still happening all around the track. When you look at it with the gaps, you look at the gaps and you think, well, the top 5's on the lead lap, and then it's 2 laps, 4 laps, and battles are everywhere still, and everyone's still battling for whatever position they can get.
You're right. There's battles all over the racetrack. If I'm reading time and scoring right, it looks like our top 5 in LMP2 are all on the lead lap still. So that's great to see here in a 6-hour race. I know the GT cars are spread out a little bit more. Looks like we're following the battle for 8th and 9th on the racetrack between the 018 Sim Republic and 024 Blue Chew Blue team right now. Looks like we're going to have a pass going here into 10A. Nice, clean overtake, simple, by the book.
Yeah, and that was for the lap car. That puts him a 2.5 seconds behind Garrett Wilburn. Now, as you can start to see, he starts to see them. And this is just what you want to see, especially in the night time. And I've just been working. I'm sure Sai's been looking as well. He's been keeping eyes on that fuel. It looks to me, Sai, like, as you were saying, all those drivers, they look pretty comfortable in that top 5. And it looks like we're just going to have a straight battle to the end. Would you agree, Si? I think we're not going to have any cautions anymore. This is just straight battle to the end.
I believe there is a rule in the series that they won't throw a caution the last 10, 15, or 20 minutes. It's one of those. I can't quite remember. Fact check me on that. But I do think they will be going full push to the end of the race, except for quality, the P1, the leading car that I'm going to
Side. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And it looks like I was fact-checked that there is no mention of the latest yellow flag thrown. So you're right, it could be up for the last 10 minutes. But if we do get a yellow flag now, or until the end of the race, I want all cameras on that top 5 LMP2 battle.
I agree with you there, because watching that fuel save, I want to touch on that. These cars, you mentioned they're going to be going flat out, but looking at our leader, the Quality Racing 079, his last lap time was a 1:11.7. Okay, compared that to P2 1:10.5, compared to P3 1:10.1. So all of these cars behind him are on a significant pace advantage because of that fuel save.
I just saw some of the cars going around. We always talk about the fuel saving here, and it's one of those things that some drivers decide not to look at fuel saving in a race like this because of that factor, because you're looking at that time difference. And you look again, Quality throwing in a 1:12 the last lap. Well, that's actually a 1:11.957, but we call it a 1:12 flat. And Scuderia throwing in, again, they put in a 1:12 flat as well. So there is that time difference. Oh, hello, that's a big one. That is a spin. That's one of the Ferraris, and oh, that's a very dangerous spot there at the chicane. Now that looks to me, is that one of the Quality cars? It looks like it might be one of the Quality GTs. What are we seeing here? Is it just a moment, a spin at the end? Is he going to hold on to it? At this point, you've got to think about nope. Just get by. Again, the lapse of concentration here at the end of the race, and it's just caused him. Oh, he spun on his own.
I think I saw a little bit of a prototype down the inside there of 10A, and just the slightest bit of contact sent him around.
The lightest of contacts, and that's a late move there. Didn't see who the LMP2 was, but that lightest of contact. And you know what the sad thing is? That actually gave them a drive-through penalty, not on their own, which is such a shame. And that has just got to be the worst. I mean, Sai will probably tell you that a drive-through penalty, it's one thing getting a drive-through penalty, it's another one getting it when it's not your fault.
Absolutely. That is something we haven't really touched on this race, that we do have an incident limit. So each time you go off track, that is 1 incident, and every time you have car contact, that's 4. You're only allowed 45 before you get a drive-through penalty. And I'd say a lot of these teams are getting up to those limits, so they're either, playing it safe, not exploiting track limits, or getting near the track limits as much as they would at the beginning of the race. But other drivers might not have that same issue, and they'd be more willing to push the issue.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you've just got to be careful looking at what you can, as we're just seeing some of the cars going by. Read the Pinto, but we do have BRT. They have been going a little bit slow. Everything's looking all right at the moment. They are having a little bit of a moment. They had a cut course at the chicane, which is not helpful for them. May have been just cutting because of the traffic there. I don't know if both of you know. You can get a cut course by missing the chicane altogether. You can also get a slowdown penalty cutting the left-hander, the 10A, which is something very, I don't know if either of you've ever managed to do, but I've done that myself. It's not one you want. But we are now in that final 20 minutes, and I think we are now starting to see battles going on. We do have a battle for the back of the field. Well, I say the back of the field. That is the number 025, Roy Pinto, and the 13 of Carter Kundiger in the compost performance. How do you approach a battle, Joey, at the end of an endurance race like this? Do you just treat it like it's a normal lap time?
I think that you have to be overly respectful, but at the same time, your temper has run out. But guys, everyone is in the same boat as you. Everyone's just as frustrated out there. Everyone wants those last positions because it's the last minutes of a 6-hour race. So I think you just have to dig even deeper and find your best racing. Because if you're disrespectful at the end of a 6-hour race, everybody remembers it. You guys just did so much hard work for so long to have it thrown away. You have to show your best racing at the end.
Yeah, we are seeing the best racing at the end as we can. I believe Sai's been looking at one of his satellite teams, and I believe the 64, the satellite racing red, they've kind of just been on a rampage recently. After that last pit stop, I hear you say 10 seconds off the leader for satellite.
Absolutely. After they took that final stop, they were only a couple seconds ahead of the leader. They were in danger of being put a lap down, but I guess a combination of the leader saving fuel and sort of Gabriel turning on the afterburners, they took about 10 seconds off in the past 5 or 6 laps.
So there is the lap times, and just look at that. Look at that 271, 2.3 seconds. That is a sign of being caught in traffic. Then a 1.6 or 1.5, then again 0.2. This is the first time in about 5 laps that the leader has actually gained time on that satellite racing. You start to see that it is becoming a factor. This is becoming a factor as well. 25 of the Drive SVR versus the composite performance car. The side-by-side, there is a lapped car in front. Are they going to be able to make this? This is going to be a very tight window. But the 025 decides he is going to just hold on. I'll tell you what, Joey, it's 15 seconds from P4 in the LMP2 down into the rest of the field. I can't put my finger on who's got a chance of what position at the moment, because 10 seconds is not really a big gap. And then we got a spin. We got a wreck there, and that looks like one of the top cars. That is the 18. It's the wreck for 8th. Is that the 018? It is. It's Garrett Wilburn. Don't know if you can take us through this one, Joey.
Yeah, looks like just got a great run. Probably going to go side by side through turn 1 here, and turn 3 has been a problem area all day. We're going to see it again. 2 cars going to try to fit into one spot, and unfortunately, around goes Garrett Wilburn and into the wall.
Hard into the wall. He doesn't have a wing. It's rare I get to say that about an LMP2. That is how bad, that is how heavy the impact is. Look at it. There's no wing. The wing is gone. Look at that. That is just a Peugeot hypercar without any of the downforce. And how he's able to drive that is very surprising. I have no idea. Sai, have you ever driven a car with no wing on iRacing? I haven't. I don't want to.
It's a terrifying experience, because imagine driving an F1 car with the DRS open through, I don't know, let's say Bonchemont, that really fast corner at Spa. That car just goes from under you, even if you have 5 degrees of wheel input. It's the same thing here, because the splitter is still making all the downforce, the floor is still making all the downforce, but you don't have anything to bounce it all out with the rear wing. So it's kind of like a seesaw with one end cut off.
It's a great point you mentioned there. It's the center of pressure, if you will. The car makes a total amount of downforce, and when you take it off of the back, guess what? All the front end is still there, and that center of pressure has now shifted towards the front, and the front end is going to bite like crazy, and the back end is just going to come right around.
I mean, I've had the back come around on me before, but never like that. That always scare me when you get a little bit of a damage. But after that, with the Drive SVR in that battle, he's now in another battle with P10 here. Also, Gabriel Ruse for Satellite Racing has to take a drive-through penalty. I believe that does put them a lap down indeed. So just the top 4 now on the lead lap with 14 minutes to go. Again, you've got a 12-second gap between the leaders. You've got an 18-second gap between P2 and P3. 12-second gap between P3 and P4. Just do not know where it's going to go. We've got this battle going on for P10. Absolutely brilliant racing here. And this is now where you have to start thinking, can I be very calm and very polite? You've got to be aggressive, but at the same time, you don't want to ruin somebody else's end of the race there. We're just so close. The last thing you want to do is basically push around somebody for that position.
You have to save your best racing for the final minutes, like what we were talking about. And I want to bring into something, another consideration. These guys are battling for 10th. You know, we're not battling for a race win, and I know that every position matters, but you have to be respectful if you're battling for 10th out there. Show your best racing, show that you want to race these guys and come out with a smile at the end and go to race 2 and do the exact same thing.
Now then, drama. We've got this Satellite Racing White. They've had to come in for a pit. Is that a splash and dash side? We thought they were good to the end. What's going on?
I'm just as confused as you right now. I don't know if they underfueled the car and expected it to make it to the end. If so, they must have gotten their mats really far off because there's still 12 minutes to go. But it looks to me, actually, that they pitted on lap 246 and haven't pitted since. So I must have assumed they pitted as soon as the 40-minute mark hit, but I guess not. So right now, this is their actual final stop. So it's not quite a splash, but I guess this is how the end of the race worked out. I guess they didn't work backwards like Joey and I talked about.
So let's just go here for the lead of the GTs, and mostly the 226, because the last hour it's just been all LMP2. It's been so dramatic in the LMP2, and the gaps in these GTEs have been wide. But that means you've got to applaud the drivers like Michael Marlowe in the 226, because you don't just win a race by a lap on the fact that everybody crashes out. You've got to be clean. You've got to be fast. This is a good drive by these guys, and also the rest of the field. Satellite Racing in P2. They've managed to make you think about it, they've managed to make themselves a 4-lap advantage over everybody else. They've made up 15 places overall. And I know in an endurance race, 15 doesn't sound a lot, but I mean, Joey will probably say it doesn't matter how many positions it is. The more positions you make up, even the length of the race, it's still a huge achievement. 15 positions. I mean, yes, we've got Eric and Essex making up 17, but that's an amazing performance from coming back there to take a P2.
It is. It's a good feeling to walk away, at least with some points gained out of it, even if it's not the night that you wanted. Looks like we're watching the 298 car right now on screen. Zane Smith out there rolling around in 18th place overall, which is 3rd in class in GT in the Pro-Am class there. And then hop up here to the 222 of Robert Gamble. Looks like 19th there overall, which is 4th in class. And once again, we touched on it earlier. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. These top 4 in the GT class are all of this AM category versus the Pro category. And that's pretty exciting to me.
It's just exciting just to see just the competitiveness of these cars. And you see the 102 there, Blue Chews, leading the Pros and also got P5 in the GTs. It's just to see how good the competitiveness is here, because you've got your Pros, you've got your Pro-Ams, and they're able to keep on driving in these competitive times. And you look at the lap times they're doing, they've kept it bunched up, and they've been able to just keep it together and just hold on to those times. There is Stain Smith in the 298, the aerokinetics green. It's got to feel good for them to get a P3, their teammates to get a P4. That's going to be fantastic for them, and we are looking, just wondering. We are just hearing some information the Scuderia slot car might have had a slow lap time in P2, but nobody sees anything. Sai, have you managed to see anything with that car?
Well, as predicted, they did have to make a splash and dash, and I think that was it. They hit it, came through, grabbed about 5 seconds of fuel, and right back.
So, if you're now the quality car, you know that everyone's making the splash and dash. You now have a 35-second lead to the guys in front. I mean, you still, Joey, you still keep to that fuel number. You still keep to that delta for sure, right?
100%. You cannot deviate off of your race based off of what everyone else is doing. You're in the lead for a reason. Take control of your race and race it.
Yeah, and that is what they have done. Just like everybody else has done, they've managed to take control. And we talked about those gaps in the GTs. It does not matter. They've managed to take control of their own races, especially with that aerokinetics there. And, you know, I've got to talk about it. We talked all day. Sorry, Si. We've talked a lot about the satellite racing. Aerokinetics as well. They've put forward 4 teams, and they're going to get a third. They're going to get a fourth. Some of their other guys are still driving. I think one of them is 100 laps down, but they're still driving. So they really are fantastic. Beautiful to see just in the end. But how heart-wrenching is it now, Si, for that 64? You think about it. A drive-through, maybe they could have got a P for a podium had they not had that drive-through.
It is unfortunate. It feels like kicking somebody who's already down at this point. Gabriel is probably furious with himself, and Alex is trying to console him as much as he can. Like Joey was saying, positive things only. You're not trying to place blame or anything like that. That comes during the debrief, and even then, we say positive. It's like the team as a whole wins, the team as a whole loses as well. So it's all about looking forward to the next event, because it's like you said, it's a long season. There's more events, there's more races, and you'll definitely be given a chance to get some of the glory again.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is to basically throw the guy under the bus in this situation. You want to make sure that they keep him comfortable, because we've all been in that situation where we've had that one incident that may have cost us, and that unfortunately is the end doing for us. And this could be the end doing, because we do have a battle for P2. That BRT Odin car is only 2 seconds ahead of the Scuderia slot car, who just goes for a very, very tight move, and that's going to cost him some time. He's getting a little bit impatient out there, Joey, but is he doing the right things right now?
I think that there's a closing battle for our P2 LMP2 all overall, as well as really the P4 spot. It's kind of 2-car battles all the way around this racetrack, and it's crunch time. You see these traffic, the GT cars maybe in the way, or you can look at them and say, hey, can I use this car as a pick? As Tom really was aggressive down the S's there, but you saw the BMW really left him room, and sometimes you have to use the GT cars as your advantage as a pick, or maybe even put them in a place that can affect the car behind you. It's more than just racing your car at this point.
Well, with 6 minutes to go, that gives us about 5 laps left in the race. My maths is very sketchy, and it's 1.5 seconds. It is slowing down, and in fact, if you look at James right there, that's going to be tight to get around that GT. He does, and Tom is not going to be held up here. Can he hold on? How much time is he going to lose here? None. What is the best time here, Si, to try and minimize the time lost here? Because look at James, he is pushing, and Tom, he's going to have to find a way through now.
James is going to be desperately putting every car he can between himself and Tom here. It's going to be every GT3 is going to be diving for every apex, within reason. But those GT3s are probably going to have their spotters in there. You're saying, hey, you got 2 LMP2s fighting for a potential podium here, or rather, a potential second place, and they're not going to be lifting for anybody.
No, they've also got to remember that these GTs, there may be gaps in laps by these GTs, but they are still racing, and they want to try and take the most advantage. Now look at the traffic ahead of Tom compared to James. 2 GTs are there, and there's also a car coming out of the pit lane now, which just going to hold up. Tom gets held up here by one GT. He's going to get held up by another GT. But James now is going to be held up by an LMP2 that's just come out the pits, who isn't up to speed. I think I know the one I would rather be stuck behind, Joey, and I think it might be the lapped LMP2.
Yeah, Tom is really getting the short end of the stick behind the GT car. Turn 5 is so crucial for making lap times in these prototypes, and really, I wouldn't be surprised if that BRT car pulled a full second with this third-place car of Scuderia slot car just stuck behind a GT car in the wrong spot.
Well, he has indeed, and he has managed to pull a second already. I've got a rule of thumb when it comes down to the straight here. 2.3 seconds. If you're 2.3 seconds behind the GT coming out of turn 7, you will not make that overtake, and you can see that's helpful for Tom. He's being able to use that right now. He knows that means he'll lose a little bit of time on the end of the lap here. He gets past everybody. That is crucial. Just a bit of a squeeze. That's all right. Sai will tell you that's all right, but the gap has gone up to 3 seconds. They are on lap 286 and 289. What is he hoping for, Sai? Is he hoping for a bit of lap traffic right now?
Tom is praying for all the GT3 cars to kind of form one big quad to park in front of James. Right? That's all he could really hope for. But I think James is doing a very good job right now, staying calm, staying patient. He knows that the only way Tom can catch him on raw pace is if he makes a mistake, gets sort of checked up by a GT3 car. Like,
well, James almost just made a mistake. Sorry, James almost just made a mistake. He almost went into the side of one of those GTs. I think it might have been the 200, and he lost half a second because of it, and there wasn't a lot of happy faces in that GT. You start to see, there's the LMP2 letting by James Walker. You'll have to let Tom come by soon as they come down for another lap. Is Walker going to get held up by any more GTs? No. No, he isn't. Now, the rule of thumb around here, Joey, Sai, one of you come into this, the rule of thumb, I think it's about 7-8 seconds is the lap gap between the two classes. So you're looking at about 7 seconds on the relative to know if you're going to have a clean lap or not.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not even looking that far ahead for the GT cars. What's most important is that accordion effect in a few specific spots on this racetrack. Really, turn 3, turn 5, and turn 7. Those areas of the racetrack, the prototype needs to carry the momentum, because if there's a GT car placed in front of them, it kills all of that exit speed, and that gap just opens up if you're in a battle.
I'm going to get a run here.
He is going to get a run, but how much of a run can he do? He needs to get this run on a couple of these GTs. I wonder what's going to happen. We are on the penultimate lap of the race. The quality car is on the penultimate lap. You'll see the white flag very shortly. Tom needs to get by as many cars as he can, but look at the traffic he has to get through if he wants this. Look at everything he's got to go, and all of a sudden you're starting to think, maybe I just have to concede victory here, but the fighter is still there, Sai. He is looking all he can to try and get this position. He needs a Hail Mary right now. It's 1.7 seconds. That's going to be tough. Goes around, and that's a slow for Tom. And will that be a slowdown? Will that be a slowdown? We have to look at that.
I think that is a slowdown. He is parking the bus down the S's. Yeah, I think that's it. Like I said, it all comes down to one mistake.
Yeah, and we're going to see this replay very quickly. You're seeing he comes through. He knows he has to get past the lap car. A little bit of miscommunication with the lap car. He comes around. Here comes Tom. He sees it. Comes around turn 2. Here he goes. Now he needs these cars. Now there's a lap car letting everybody by, and that may have just thrown off his angle there. He couldn't see the inside apex. It is tough, especially turn 3, Joey. If you can't see that apex as we start the final lap, it's hard to see where you're going.
That was just a really tough situation to come up to, and we talk about the decision making, and here we are, less than a minute left, as really the 079 is in control of this race. Looks like they're going to take the win, but each one of these individual decisions comes down to your place at the end, and it can even happen on the last lap.
It can happen on the last lap. There is just a few corners left for quality, of course. With the nature of the track, he's already on turn 8, and now he's going to hit turn 9 very shortly. Michael Bott, I was going to say Mitchell Bott, that's his family member, Michael Bott, is going to bring this car home. And it has been honestly, it has been a masterclass in fuel economy by these guys. They've capitalized on the mistakes by other cars. As the 079, the Quality Control Racing, will win the 6 hours of Road Atlanta here. And shortly behind him will be the 266 of Michael Marlowe and Twin Turn Sim Racing. They will take victory in the GT3s as the Pro-Ams lock the championship. Coming around very shortly as well, I think we will then see. Yep, there we go. You see the P2 of James Walker. He will take home that P2, and what was a close battle at the end. BRT Odin have to feel happy with that because that is the Pro Championship lead. Scuderia Slot Car will come home in P3 overall, but crucially, that P2. As the other cars start to run down the order, Ryan Robinson will come home now in P2 for the championship for Satellite Racing. Satellite Racing would have loved a few more cars on the front row. It just wasn't to be. And the trials and tribulations of endurance racing, that is the name of the game. But what a drive by everybody. Erica Next is going to come along. They will take a P3. And shortly, they will also take a P4. It has been a fantastic drive. As a lot of these cars are finishing. Is there anything, before we go to a break, that either of you two would just like to chime in before a break?
No, I really enjoyed the end of that race there. I thought there was some good ebb and flow with that LMP2 battle, and it definitely still came down to the wire with that fuel save, and congratulations to that 079 car.
Yeah, congratulations. So I don't know if you've got anything before we go to a quick break.
Well, it was, I would say, a bit of an up and down day, but I still think it was a good points haul for 4th and 5th in the LMP2 class, and overall P2 for a GT3 AM car, which is, amazing. So we'll take what we can get, come back stronger next time.
Take what we can get, and that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to take a very quick break, and then when we come back, we will give a full rundown of the results. So don't go anywhere, because I'm sure there'll also be a couple of interviews. So just hold on for 2 seconds while we just take a quick break. Yep. Welcome back, everybody, to the end of a fantastic 6-hour race here in the Majors Team Endurance Championship, the 6 hours of Road Atlanta. And we'll just quickly run down those standings to the end of the race, because the Quality Control Racing, they took control today and they won overall, with BRT Odin just 31 seconds behind them. And then Scuderia Slot Car takes home third place. Satellite Racing Red will be fourth, and Satellite Racing White will be fifth. PRE Blue will take home sixth, and Blue Chew Blue will be seventh. Grizzly TFR Sunrise will take home eighth, and then you've got Composite Performance, the number 13. They come home in ninth position, followed by the Drive SVR.com car, who comes home into 10th. And then as we get to the second row of cars, it's Blue Chew Black, followed by the World of Sim Racing. Sim Republic takes home that unlucky 13th. Tin Top Motorsport will be 14th. Recycled NRG will take 15th. And Penguin RC Simulations will be 16th. Quality second team, the 074, will be 17th. And Satellite Racing Blue gets 18th. PG-13 car number 2 will be 19th. And Apex Missers will be in that 9th position. And then we just got a couple more crashes there with the PG car 1 will be in 21st, and in 22nd it's the Quality Control Racing, who comes home overall at the end of the field. And a quick rundown of the GTs by Joey. I think Joey has got the GT results there.
Yeah, looks like Twin Turn Sim Racing here taking the overall win. And guys, remember, that is one of these AM category cars, so very impressive really by the entire top 4. Once again, the win, Twin Turn Sim Racing, followed by second place, the 265 of the Satellite Racing GT3 AM car. And then in third place there, we got the 298 of the Aerokinetics Green team, followed by their teammate, the Aerokinetics Purple team, a few more laps down. And then in fifth place here, we got the Blue Chew GT Black at 10 laps back. And then to round out that top 10 here in GT, looks like we got Composite Performance Team 12, M Plower Eisenblatt, and then BRT Thor there in 8th, followed by Century Sim Esports in 9th, and then rounding out the top 10 in GT is the Apollo Racing Club. Looks like they're in 11th. We have Not Recommend Motorsport, followed by the Kinetic Racing Motion, Tin Top Motorsports, followed by Quality Control Racing 255, and then in 15th is the Torque Sim Sport by 8shirts.de. There in 16th, we got the Composite Performance 91, followed by Mad Sim Racing with the Intro to Apex podcast team. In 18th, we have Penguin RC. 19th, World of Sim Racing, and then rounding out the top 20 in the 217 car, Precision Racing Esports Black team. I know that this GT field is pretty crowded out here. I know that we had quite a few cars there in 21st. Going Racing Amethyst, followed by Century Sim Sport, BRT Heimdall, followed by Aerokinetics Pink team. Shout out to those Aerokinetics guys. They brought a huge team out here. 25th, another Gowan Racing Ruby team, followed by CMSRacing.com Endurance, Torque Sim Sport, Multi 21 Racing, have another Quality Control Racing there in 29th, and rounding out 30th place is that final Aerokinetics Blue team. In 31st, we have GITM Racing Purple, 32nd, Speeding Dogs, and our final GT entrant, Torque Sim Sport by Wagner.
I feel bad for making you do all that. I didn't realize it was such a long way, but we do have a couple interviews. So we're going to start right away with the overall winners. We have Michael Bott and we do have CJ White in the booth. Both of you guys, congratulations for a well-driven drive. The first thing I want to ask is, it's a funny one, how close were you to the fuel there? Because it looked like you were just having to do a little bit of fuel saving at the end of that race.
Yeah, thank you for the race. Yeah, it was a massive fuel save, the last stint. It was clutching a lot. We had lucky that it had a lap less, else we probably would have made it, but it was really, really close. we were lucky. Everyone behind us had to pit for the last stint.
Yeah, that was one thing with the it kind of fell into your direction, but also at the same time, Chris, as well, it kind of also fell to you because a lot of the cars at the front were also having mistakes. Were you surprised at seeing yourself going up the order because of mistakes, or did you just keep yourself focused on your own drive?
We kept focus on our own drive and whatnot, but obviously we was seeing what was happening as well. Trying not to get a little bit too excited, just do what we was doing, try and be careful with the traffic, and and try and keep a reasonable pace. We wasn't obviously the quickest outright today, as in pace wise, but what worked for us was less time in the pit lane, basically, which worked. So. Yeah,
always does well. I must admit, I was saying before, I've driven against the quality guys before, and I did comment on their fuel saving ability, so I do know how frustrating it is when I'm against the quality guys. I must admit. How was the traffic for you guys? Just one bit before. How was the traffic for you overall? Because we know how it is at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it was sometimes pretty hard, but to finish here, you just have to avoid traffic. So sometimes we had some sketchy moments, but I think overall it was for us, it was pretty good. The last couple stints, we had some problems with a lot of loss of time because of traffic, but luckily the gap was good enough for us to take the overall win, which we absolutely did not expect.
100% did not expect.
Yeah. Before we let you go, guys, is there any shout outs that you would like to give just on this victory?
Just shout out to all the other guys that we raced with. Obviously, that we had other teams in the race today. Entered 5. One unfortunately couldn't start, and the other 2 had a couple of issues and stuff like that. But no, it's all, we always drive together. We've been together for about 2 years now, and new members keep coming in every now and then. Just shout out to them because we always work really well as a team and help each other out, basically.
Yeah, just a massive shout out to Chris, of course, for being my teammate. My chat on Twitch, who really helped me stay calm for the last stint. And my girlfriend for always supporting me.
Chris Mitchell, congratulations on your victory. We look forward to seeing you later down the season. But until then, have a good rest of your evening. And with that going, we do have Joey in now with Dominic Isenberg, who won overall for Twin Turn Sim Racing in the GTs.
Yeah, Dominic, congratulations on the race win tonight here at Road Atlanta for the 6 hours in the MTEC series. Looks like you guys had a pretty commanding lead out there with over a lap to second place. Really, what was the secret sauce for you guys out there?
Yeah, thanks for the congratulations. I don't know really. It was just an awesome week and awesome preparation with the team. And we just focused on ourselves the whole race and the whole week. Had strong performances before on Petit Le Mans and the IMSA Endurance race with P1 and P2. And yeah, we just kept it together for ourselves. And I think that worked out for us. Also, the safety car was in a good timing.
Yes, you guys kept it together all race. You know, it can get very crowded out there at Road Atlanta. We talked to the prototype drivers about the traffic. Did you guys have any close calls where you thought you were in trouble battling through that mixed class mayhem out there?
Yes, I think first or second stint there was a car rejoining in 10B, was standing in the middle of the track. Out of nowhere, that was a bit of a close call, but luckily it was just a little bit of front end damage. And we could continue without any more problems, really.
Well, thankfully, it was a minor incident for you out there. Once again, congratulations on taking home this inaugural race win for round number 1 of the series. Is there anybody that you wanted to give a shout out to, say thank you to, or say hi to?
Yeah, a big thank you for Seb, who was ruled out sadly today because of illness, who did improve very well the last week. Was really pushing for the laps, so it was very unfortunate. And also for Marlow, we ruled him in for the season as a good driver, and we get a perfect driver and a very good coach. He did a lot of work for both of us to get better. So yeah, to that both big thank you, and also to the friends of Empower who went 7, I think. Who raced a few endurance races with them this year, and they also helped us grow a lot.
Well, Dominic, once again, congratulations on the race win tonight. We hope to see you next time. And Craig, I think we're got another few interviews lined up over here.
Yeah, we've got Eric Mickey and James Walker here from the BRT Odin guys, who take second in the overall race. But the key thing for you two is you have sealed up the pro victory today. So is that something you weren't expecting at the start of the day?
I certainly was not expecting that at the start of the day. Seeing the stacked lineup of pro LMP2 cars that we have. But I think as we saw, attrition really took a toll on the field today, and a lot of incidents, a lot of penalties. We had one pretty early on, and that gave us an opportunity to come back from it with a yellow and everything. It was only in the last about 90 minutes that I think it occurred to us that we had a real shot at competing for the top positions and even the win in pro, and so that became our goal. And thankfully, thanks to Kurt and thanks to James, we were able to pull it off.
Yeah, I was going to say to James, I mean, when you say like the last 90 minutes, so before that, were you just looking at just surviving and seeing where you were? Because that penultimate hour, everything just changed. So what was your goal there? Was it just literally just survival?
Yeah, basically. I didn't do much practice. I went straight from a TCR race to this.
That's not the best of preparations, if I'm brutally honest. But it's fair enough to me. And how to I review? How was the traffic out there? Like I was saying to the others, we know what it's like at Road Atlanta, and of course we saw that some of the drivers did fall to some of the traffic issues. But it looked like the traffic worked out well for you, and also it also helped you in that overall victory in the pro class.
Yeah, the traffic was really bad. A lot of the time, I thought I was getting the worst end of it, but like right at the end, I just started making kind of risky moves. I was being told not to make them, but I was making them, just so we had buffers between me and Tom.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the traffic was a problem that everybody had to deal with. I think we just learned a lot from last week's Petite to make sure that we were only making moves that we knew we would be able to pull off, as opposed to ones that we thought we might be able to or should. I mean, there's just a lot of different drivers of different skill out there with different expectations on what's supposed to happen. And I think you got to approach these races with that in mind. And the people who kind of lose track of that or assume everyone's going to do the thing that they would do in their situation, that can get you in trouble.
And a final shout out for both of you guys for the races. Anybody you'd like to give a word to?
Well, as the guy kind of running the show over here, I want to thank everybody for coming out and participating, all the teams, all the drivers. I know there's a lot of probably angry drivers and teams, and all I ask is that they work with us through the post-race process and give us the feedback that we need to improve things moving forward. If anything that we can improve from a structural standpoint, and we'll take that to heart and look at doing that. And then I want to thank you guys for coming back for another season of broadcast with us.
Well, Eric, James, thank you very much. Congratulations there. As we just head off now, we've got one more pairing just to come through. And Joey has been standing next to the Satellite Racing GT guys who took home that P2.
Yeah, well, it's a nice warm pit road down here on Virtual Road Atlanta, so it's not too bad. And I've got the Satellite Racing P2 GT guys of Ryan Robertson and also Ryan Walker. I know that GT battle got a little stretched out, but congratulations on that second place finish. How was the race overall for you guys?
Yeah, it was a good race for us. The qualifying didn't really go according to plan, but we kind of just said to ourselves the qualifying doesn't really matter, especially around Road Atlanta. So we just went in with the aim of just trying to keep out of trouble and see where we end up and see how the race pans out. And yeah, finished the P2 overall in the GT class and the P2 in the Pro-Am class as well. So that's it's been a good day for us.
You said it, you're looking at second overall, but it's also second in that Pro-Am class, which is very impressive. The top four was all Pro-Am cars, so shout out to you guys and all of those other Pro-Ams out there. Now, when you're a lap down from the leader, what really is your focus on race strategy? How do you guys, really go forward from there and focus on your race when you know that you got a pretty big gap up to the leader?
Yeah, it's pretty much just keeping it clean, keeping it consistent, watching the times to make sure we're not dropping too far. I really wish we could have had a chance to run down P1. Unfortunately, my wheel had other plans and disconnected leaving pit lane, so we were carrying a little bit of damage on the last 2 stints. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's keeping out of trouble, which is what our aim was the entire race, and keeping our pace up, but making no mistakes.
Ryan, I want to talk about that. We had you on camera there as you were exiting pit lane, and we talked about mechanical problems in cars, it's springs or brakes or shocks, but here in the virtual world, it can be a USB, and I'm impressed you got it fixed that quickly. Was that really a wheel disconnect there on pit road?
It was. I don't know exactly what caused it. As soon as I hit my pit limiter button, my wheel just decided it wasn't going to connect for 2 seconds, and then it came back. And checking the replay, it shows a disconnect because the wheel's completely turned all the way left, and all 3 pedals are pressed down. So luckily it came back, and it was we weren't in too much of a trouble from P3, but it was kind of disappointing. But all in all, for a wheel disconnect, I'll take it.
Yeah, last question that I want to ask you guys, because it's always busy here around Road Atlanta. Traffic is always important. And did you guys have any issues with LMP2 cars, or were you able to keep your nose clean out there?
Yeah, there was a few close moments and wake up calls during I think it was during my second double stint, or basically my second double stint. I think I was heading down through the S's and I saw a GT car going off and just sliding on the grass, and had to take avoiding action going across the grass, and let's just say I cleansed a little bit.
Well,
Yeah,
you know what? I'm sure you got a new pair of pants over there that you can change into.
Yeah,
Well,
from
guys,
a P2 side. Oh, sorry.
No, Ryan, go ahead, speak up. I know that you were out there in the GT car, and you shared probably close to 3 hours out there in the race car, and had plenty of close calls.
Oh yeah, I mean, for the most part, the P2 field was fine. I mean, you kind of expect, especially some of the closer racing, them to dive from a while way back. So as long as you're anticipating it, and lots of lifting just to make sure we have that edge that if something unexpected happens, we can catch it. Again, just keeping that nose clean.
Yeah, well, you guys did a great job. Congratulations once again on that P2 finish tonight. Is there anybody that you want to give a shout out to, say hey to, or say thank you to?
Well, I'll say it first off to the other Ryan for doing a great job today. Kept me motivated during my stint as well and kept me focused. Shout out to our sponsors, the Ellis Engineering, Nemesis Lab, Muradness, and also David Nichols and Adam State for helping us with testing and the setup this week. And lastly to you guys for putting on the broadcast, and looking forward to watching it with a nice well-deserved beer.
For sure. And then I just want to shout out Ryan Walker as well for keeping it consistent, keeping it fun, and kicking ass. And also shout out to my girlfriend who got locked out for an hour, locked out of our apartment for an hour during my last stint. So
well, I think you got some other issues to go handle over there, Ryan. So I'm gonna let you guys go, and congratulations on the second place tonight. We'll see you in the future. And Craig, I think that wraps it up for our post-race interviews. It was an exciting one out there tonight.
Yeah, once again, it was a fantastic night out there on the channel. So I want to give a thanks once again to the Major Series for providing this race, the MTEC, as per usual. And of course, I want to thank the team, myself, of course. We've got Joey, we've got Sai, and also we don't have the guys from before as well. I just want to give a shout out to Bill, and I want to give a shout out to Austin, a shout out to Adam, and of course, a shout out to Dougie, as per usual. It's fantastic to see everybody. Our next race in this league will be December 10th. 10 hours at Spa. That is always a good one. But until then, don't forget to check out the social media, the website, the merchandise store, And don't forget, of course, to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look at everything there on the screen for you to check out. You will not miss a moment on GSRC if you follow us on those links. So, all that's left to say then, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you have a fantastic evening. Check out the rest of these races and the rest of these broadcasts that we are giving you for the rest of the week. We have lots of action coming up. But until then, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.